is not how I imagined things playing out. It's just that I work Monday, Sienna. You and Nat will both be at home without me. I don't know exactly what time Nat's school day ends, but it can't be all that different from Sienna's. I won't be home until 7:30 at the earliest. In theory, they'll spend hours together before I come home. That's so weird, Sienna groans, and I don't argue with her because she's right. I don't like it either, but such is life. Nat is an old friend. She and Sienna will get along fine for the short time before I get home. I'm excited for them to meet because they'll like each other, I think. I like, too, that Sienna can know a bit of my past, my history before her and Ben. I was once a teenager, too. She forgets that sometimes. I end the call with Sienna, telling Nat I'll be back before carrying Sienna's laundry basket down to the basement. Alone, in the near darkness of the basement, Declan's texts return to me, slipping into my mind, unsought and undesired, getting under my skin and making it crawl. "You fucking bitch. Answer me, damn it," he had said in all caps, shouting. And then, with an almost equally disturbing placidity, "I will find you. I will bring you home where you belong, and once I do, I will never let you leave. I'll lock you in a room if I have to. You are mine, Nat. Never forget that. I own you. Nothing can keep us apart." I turn slowly around, looking into the darkened recesses of the basement to be sure I'm alone, that no one is hiding there. I throw the laundry in the wash and I leave, jogging up the stairs. I'm not gone more than 2 or 3 minutes. Nat is standing with her back to me when I come in, looking out the dark window at the street, her hair hanging long and layered down her back. The L has just finished passing by, the movement of it still making the apartment hum. She doesn't hear me come in. I have the empty laundry basket in my hands, so I kick the door closed, too hard on accident. It slams, startling Nat, who wheels around. That's when I see that she's on her phone, which she pulls away from an ear as she comes to face me, looking guilty, pale. She must have thought she had more time. I pull my eyebrows together. "Who are you talking to?" I ask. "No one," she says. "Just a wrong number." But as she brings the phone to her eyes to press end, I don't believe her. I know she's lying. It's not no one. I know in my heart that it's Declan, and that she called him when I went downstairs to throw the laundry in. I'm not mad, but I am sad. My heart hurts for her. I read a statistic once that said the average person goes back to an abuser 7 times before leaving for good. 7 times. "It was just some guy," she goes on. "He said he was looking for someone named Justine." I go along with it. "He must have misdialed." I don't ask right away. I wait a second. I try to be subtle, while lowering the laundry basket to the floor. "Have you heard again from Declan? Any more texts?" "No," she says with a quick jerk of the head, avoiding my eye. "No more texts." 7 times, I think again, wondering how many times Nat has already gone back to him, knowing it's been at least once in this short time since we reconnected. But it's not my job to doubt her. I'm here to support her, to be a friend. "Good," I say. "That's good. I'm glad that's stopped. How about some wine?" "I'd love some," she says, putting her phone away. I lower myself into the armchair, which is wide and plush, the color of rust. I pull my legs into me and say, "You never told me how you and Declan met." Nat is quiet, and almost instantly I regret that I asked. "I'm sorry. We don't have to talk about it if you don't want." "No," she's quick to say before taking a small sip of her wine for liquid courage. "It's okay. It's just that—" Her voice trails. "It's hard, I know." "Yes, it is." She takes another sip of her wine and then goes on. "We met at the party of a mutual friend. My friend introduced us and we hit it off. We talked for hours that night and then, a few days later," she says, "he called and asked me to dinner. By our 3rd or 4th date, I started imagining a life for us together. It was premature, I know, but I'd never met any man like him, one who I was so compatible with. I was a late bloomer. All of my friends were married by then, and I felt a rush, the pressure, to find someone to settle down with. I was scared of being alone, but I also fell head over heels in love. We dated for only 5 months when he proposed. There was never any hesitation or doubt in my mind. I immediately said yes. "What was it like the first time he hit you?" I ask, knowing I'm close to overstepping my bounds, but I can't help myself. I have to know. Nat doesn't balk at the question. She takes a second to collect her thoughts and then says, "It was instantaneous, blindsiding. And then it was done, and he was so sorry and so full of self-loathing. He cried, sobbed like a child, and I was left to comfort him, to assure him it was no big deal and that things like that happen, though they don't. We'd only been married a few weeks then, and had an argument over something inane like household chores. In the middle of it, he was walking away and I said something stupid because I just had to get the last word in, when he wheeled around and hit me. I don't know which of us was more stunned or appalled." "And then it happened again?" "Yes, but not right away. At first, moments like that were infrequent, so that I could almost convince myself that each time was the last. In time, they became more regular, and as they did, they changed him. He realized how powerful it made him to make me feel small. And I think it was cathartic, too, taking his stress out on me." She lifts the wine glass to her lips. She doesn't drink from it. "Each time I came up with some excuse as to why it had happened. He'd had a bad day. He lost a trial. A client fired him, or someone else was chosen for partner over him. Each time I told myself it would never happen again." "Do you regret marrying him?" I ask. She must, after everything she's been through. Except that I know she's still in love with him, too. "Sometimes, yes. But I didn't know who he was when I did." She drinks her wine, slowly finishing it. "Can I get you more?" I ask. "No, thanks." She leans over to set the empty glass on a side table. "What do you regret?" she asks. The vastness of her question takes me aback, though it was fair for her to ask, a tit for tat. I'm quiet, musing on it, wondering how to respond. I could lie and say that I have no regrets, and she might believe me. But after everything that Nat has told me over these last few days, after how open and transparent she's been, the least I can do is be honest with her. I take a long sip from my wine. "I have regrets," I say, lowering the glass. "But my biggest regret has nothing to do with Ben. A long time ago, I confess, I did something bad." Nat balks, like she doesn't think perfect Megan Michaels could ever do anything bad. But I have. I have secrets, just like everyone else. "What?" "You're going to think I'm a terrible person if I tell you." "I won't. I would never think that." I swallow hard, afraid of how this might color her opinion of me. But Nat has told me so much, and she's been so open about her marriage to Declan. I know I can trust her with this, and it will be a relief to let it out, to unburden my soul of this secret I've kept for years. "I've never told anyone about this," I say. "The only person in the world who knows is me and, well, some pretty blonde guy who bought me a drink at Guthrie's back in May of 2007. I don't need to say more, to explain. Nat can do the math and see what I'm getting at, but I tell her anyway. It was weeks before Ben and my wedding. We'd had a fight. I don't even remember what it was about anymore, but I remember that we both said some things we didn't mean, and, in retrospect, I got my first glimpse of the man he would one day become. Thoughtless, touchy, easily provoked. I told him I didn't want to marry him anymore, and, at the time, I believed it. I was so angry, and what made it worse, I think, was that Ben didn't try and talk me out of it. He accepted it and said something very cavalier, like how it was probably for the best. I went so far as to give him the engagement ring back. I called the banquet hall to see if I could get a refund on the deposit, which they declined because the wedding was weeks away. I was heartbroken, I say. I called friends then to see if they could hang out, to comfort me, but no one was free on such short notice. and so I went to a bar alone to wallow in self-pity and get drunk. Guthrie's, she says, and I nod. Guthrie's. This cozy little unostentatious bar off Addison, not far from where Sienna and I live now. I can't walk by it anymore and not think of that night, though the memories I have are fragments only, disconnected pieces, and I don't know for certain what's real and what time and my imagination have only dreamed up. He was cool, that I remember. Laid back, humble, and easy to talk to. I liked talking to him. I have no idea what we talked about, but there was an ease to him that made me feel at home. We talked for a long time, sitting on stools at the bar, watching the sky darken out the window, turning from steel to purple to black like a bruise. At some point, he set his hand on my leg and my breath caught, watching his fingers twiddle with the gauzy cotton fabric of my skirt. My heart sang when he slowly lifted his gaze to mine, when he leaned in to tell me about his apartment, which was just a short walk down Addison. It will be more quiet there, he said, his breath hot on my ear. I can't hear you over all this noise. I knew he didn't want to talk, but I said okay because I didn't want to either. He lived on the 3rd floor of a mid-rise building. We took the stairs, holding hands, quietly climbing. Just inside his apartment, he pressed me against a wall and lifted my skirt to my waist. I don't remember much after that, though I spent the night with him when we were through, sleeping beside him. He held me, his strong arms wrapped around me from behind, which I liked because even though I knew it didn't feel like a meaningless hookup. The morning after, I awoke before he did, got dressed and slipped quietly out, pulling the door gently closed. I walked home as the sun was rising, a chill to the spring air. I knew I would never see him again, though I didn't regret what had happened between us. Maybe some part of me already knew that something special had happened that night, something momentous, something that would stay with me for a lifetime to come. Sometime later that day, Ben showed up unannounced at my apartment to apologize, accepting full blame and admitting that he had been an asshole and was completely in the wrong. I forgave him. We kissed and made up. I called the banquet hall to see if the room was still available, and it was. The wedding was back on. 3 weeks later, Ben and I tied the knot. 2 weeks after that, I saw the 2 faint pink lines on a home pregnancy test. Ben and I hadn't exactly been celibate, and so the odds were 50-50. But the guilt, the what if, the possibility that the baby wasn't Ben's, weighed heavily on me. There was a short window where I could have confessed to what happened. We had, after all, been on a break, and I'd done something rash, which Ben might one day understand and forgive me for. But I didn't tell him. I kept it to myself, and the window of opportunity closed. After Sienna was born, I brought Ben's toothbrush and her to a lab. I had them tested. They were not a match. I vowed to never tell either of them, and in time, I came to forget myself that they were not biologically related. I started to believe the lie that Sienna's blonde hair came from Ben's mom. I told it so many times. Eventually, it just rolled off the tongue whenever someone pointed out the disparity between Sienna, Ben, and me. I'm glad you told me. I'm glad you trusted me enough to tell me, Nat says now. And then she says softly, but that was a long time ago, Megan. What's done is done. You have to forgive yourself and let it go. Ben got something special from this, too. A daughter he loves. I nod. Nat is right. He did, when I think about it. If it didn't happen like it did, Ben and I would never have had Sienna. I'm glad you're here, Nat, I confess, reaching for her hand. I don't tell her this, but I'd been feeling so lonely since the divorce. With Ben gone, Sienna growing up quickly, and friends practically nil, it was only a matter of time until I was completely alone. How fortunate it is, I think, that Nat and I came into each other's lives at just the right time. 15. The Becketts push to ramp up security for Caitlin. They want someone watching her all the time, every minute of the day, now that they know an ex-con is looking for her. She's far more vulnerable than other patients. Her life is at risk, they say. And maybe it is, though it's just not feasible that an RN or a CNA can commit to standing guard in her room. We're short-staffed as is, which is nothing new, though the shortage is worse now than ever before, and the hospital can't pull a security guard from somewhere like the front desk or the ER because they're just as needed there and are equally in short supply. That evening, after I've given my end-of-shift report to the night nurse and am getting ready to leave, a young woman steps into the ICU, slipping in before someone has a chance to lock the door for the night. It's just after 7 o'clock. My shift has been over for a few minutes. I've gotten my things already, my coat and my bag, and I stand at the nurse's station saying my goodbyes. I turn at the sound of the door opening, watching as the woman steps cautiously through the doorway. Her hair is fine, a dark brown that's practically black, very monotone, which suggests to me an at-home box dye. She has long, straight bangs that sweep sideways across a small forehead before getting tucked behind an ear on the opposite side. Her small body is practically lost in an army surplus jacket, the olive drab arms overtaking her wrists and hands. The body of it is too wide, and I wonder if she picked it up from a thrift store, which is something Sienna and her friends are into these days, thrifting, seeing how far their allowance can stretch. "Can I help you?" I ask, calling gently out to her. I smile, trying to take the edge off. She smiles back, but it's perfunctory. No sooner does she smile than the smile is gone. She steps hesitantly up to the desk. She says, slow to find her words. "Looking for Caitlin Beckett." Up close, I see that gold hoop earrings hang from her earlobes. The cartilage is pierced, a thin, minimalist hoop hugging the helix, as is her nose, where a tiny gold stud pokes out of the crease. Her skin is fair, pale even, which is completely contradictory to the dark hair. She's young and lovely, with a heart-shaped face, wider around the forehead and eyes, narrowing at the chin. "Visiting hours just ended," I say, and then I ask, "Are you family?" "No," she says, shifting from one foot to the other, crossing and then uncrossing her arms, constantly in flux. "A friend." "I'm so sorry," I say, hating to be the one to tell her, though the Becketts are more adamant than ever that no one can see Caitlin but them. "Only family is allowed to see Miss Beckett. But if you want," I offer, "if you give me your name, I can let Mr. and Mrs. Beckett know you stopped by. I'm sure it would mean a lot to—" I start to say, but my voice drops off because, at the mention of their names, she stops listening. She stops moving. She plants both feet firmly on the ground beneath her, standing centimeters taller. She gives me a hard blink. They're here?" she asks in a low tone, and I feel her words somewhere deep inside of me. "Yes, of course," I say. "Why?" I see her larynx move in her throat as she swallows. Her eyes start to stray, leaving mine. As I watch, they pass slowly over the unit, studying the faces of people at the nurse's station, and then moving on through the hall. Visiting hours are ending now. The night nurse is encouraging loved ones to leave. It's a process. Some go right away at a nurse's first request, but others take more nudging. Regardless, people emerge from patient rooms, carrying coats and purses. This woman watches them all, looking through the glass and into the rooms. She finds Caitlin's. It's not that hard because of its adjacency to the nurse's station and because of the ICU's very design, which is intended for visibility. It's important that the medical staff can see inside of them in case of an emergency. I don't have to see the Becketts for myself to know that she's found them. I see it in her response, in the deep breath that she draws swiftly in and holds in her lungs. As I watch, her eyes squint, sharpening the image before her like the turning of a camera's lens, bringing objects closer and into focus. I let my gaze go then to the Becketts, to see what she sees. On the other side of the glass, they sit, administering to Caitlin as they've done for all these days that she's been here, though I'm not used to seeing it like this, from outside the room instead of inside of it with them. It feels intrusive, like I'm some sort of voyeur for watching, but at the same time, I find it's impossible to look away. The night nurse isn't there, nor is Jackson. The police were here earlier, talking to the Becketts, but they've left too. For now, it's just Mr. and Mrs. Beckett in the room with Caitlin, and their movements, their gestures, are tender and affectionate. It takes my breath away at first, and I stand there, moved by how endearing the whole scene is to someone on the outside looking in. Mrs. Beckett sits perched on the edge of the bed. She holds a washcloth in her hands, gently wiping the visible parts of Caitlin's face with it. Gauze is still wrapped around Caitlin's head, though it's been unwrapped and rewrapped to check the incision, and between it and the endotracheal tube taped to Caitlin's face, pulling at the skin, there isn't much for Mrs. Beckett to clean. When she's done, she sets the washcloth aside and reaches for a tube of chapstick, which she sweeps across Caitlin's lips, moisturizing as best she can around the tube. All the while, Mr. Beckett sits in the chair beside her, leaned in, his hand on his wife's knee. He takes the chapstick from her when she's done with it, replaces the cap and sets it aside, and then he reaches for Mrs. Beckett's hand. The intimacy between them, as a couple and as a family, is undeniable, and I feel a stab of envy because the relationship I have with my parents is something less. The woman's voice is apoplectic when she speaks. "Caitlin would have fucking hated this," she says, the jaggedness of her words cutting into me like a knife. Hated what? I ask, pulling back, tearing my eyes away from the Becketts to bring them to her, though she's so taken with what's happening in the room that she doesn't return my gaze. This? Them? She says, louder now, her voice seeping with disgust, making a dramatic sweeping gesture with her arm to indicate the whole scene. Hovering over her. My eyes go back to Caitlin's room, and I watch now as Mr. Beckett pushes himself from the chair and rises to his feet. He comes to stand behind his wife. His hands settle on her shoulders, his thumbs digging in, massaging them. She lets her own hands fall away from Caitlin and to her lap. She sags back, leaning into him, her exhaustion manifest after all these endless days of never leaving this place, of administering to Caitlin, of sleeping in the waiting room at night, or, more likely, not sleeping. Mr. Beckett says something to her. I can't hear him, but I see his lips move, and then I watch as she firmly shakes her head, an adamant no, and I know that he's trying to talk her into leaving, that he's trying to convince her to go home with him for the night and sleep. But she won't have it. I bring my eyes back to this young woman's face, searching her eyes. Why would she hate this? I ask. Of course, I can see why she'd hate the fact that she was unconscious, wearing an adult diaper and urinating into a bag, but that's not what she means. She looks at me, turning her head in slow motion. Don't fall for their charade. Their charade? They're not who they pretend to be. Caitlin hated her parents. Both of them, but her mother especially. She would die if she knew what was happening right now. I look back into the room. Mr. Beckett is leaving now. He's slipping his arms into a coat and moving toward the door, with his back to Mrs. Beckett. Mrs. Beckett still sits by the bedside, readjusting a pillow and then drawing the thermal hospital blanket up to Caitlin's neck. It won't be long until the night nurse asks her to leave too, and I imagine how Mrs. Beckett must relish these last few minutes before she has to leave for the waiting room. She draws the blanket higher than I would, and I think how easy it would be to suffocate an unconscious person if you wanted to, if not for the glass walls and the nurse's station so close by, though most of the time everyone is so busy they wouldn't even notice something like that. It's only the screaming of medical devices indicating changes in heart rhythm, in blood pressure and other vital signs that might call attention to what's happening inside the room, though even those are often false alarms and don't actually require immediate attention. I turn back to ask the woman why Caitlin hated them so much. But she's gone. A blast of Arctic air hits me when I push my way out the building's main doors. I carry my coat. I hold it in my hand, clutching it, because I can't be bothered to slow down and put it on. That would take time, precious seconds that I don't know that I have. I rush out the door, gasping, momentarily dazed by the shock of cold air that greets me as my eyes sweep the street. I may have lost her already. It might already be too late. My arms aren't bare. I wear a boxy, cropped cardigan over my scrubs, though the winter air slips easily through the weave, the plackets of the cardigan blowing open as I sprint down the parking lot ramp and toward Wellington, scanning the adjacent sidewalk and street for the woman's jacket. It's just after rush hour, but the streets are still overrun with buses and cars that back up at busy intersections where pedestrians cross, stopping the flow of traffic. There are people everywhere. It's hard to know where to look first. The sky is dark. The sun set hours ago, though the buildings and streetlights are aglow, and every car that drives past gives off a glaring halo of light that only makes it harder to see. From behind, everyone looks almost the same in winter coats and jackets and hats, and it's not lost on me how the woman who came into the hospital was short and petite, meaning that anyone taller or more wide would block my view of her. I move down Wellington, and only now, a block from the hospital, do I stab my frozen arms into my coat, my fingers numb as I struggle to grab a hold of the zipper and pull it up. My eyes water from the cold. My nose runs. I wipe it on a sleeve. It gets somehow even colder the further I go from the hospital. The wind picks up, whipping around the edges of buildings so that I can hear the howl of it like a coyote at night. The taller buildings provide protection from the wind, but the minute I step past them, into the openness of a street, the air sucks me in like a vacuum, and it takes effort to hold my ground, to not succumb to the wind. Somewhere close by, from the front porch of a 2 or 3 flat, comes the melancholic knell of a wind chime getting battered to death by the wind. I head east toward Halstead, though I have no way of knowing which way the woman went. She could just have easily gone west to Sheffield. I take my best guess, and, as it turns out, I'm right. Because in the small huddle of people waiting for the light to turn green at Halstead and Wellington, I make out the Army surplus jacket. The light turns green, and I worry it will turn red again before I get there, or that the flow of cars turning right onto Halstead will stop me from crossing. Pedestrians have the right of way, but that doesn't mean cars, especially impatient rush hour drivers anxious to get home, always oblige. I break into a jog, feeling relieved when I enter the intersection. The woman walks fast. She has her hands in the pockets of the coat, the hood thrust over her head, and her head down. I watch from behind, refusing to lose sight of her. As I watch, the hood of her coat blows off, revealing the near-black hair. She gropes for the hood with a bare hand, yanking it back on again, but it's no use. The wind tears it immediately off. We're walking into the wind now, sloped forward, leaning into it for leverage, but still it's a slog. "Excuse me," I call out, but my words misfire. The wind pilfers them and carries them somewhere behind me, back toward the intersection at Wellington and Halstead. I try again, louder this time, practically shouting, but it's no use. There are at least 6 people between this woman and me, and I have to shove my way through them to try and catch up. I'm breathing hard from exertion, though I close the gap. When I'm close enough, I reach out for the woman's arm, but she's walking faster than me, and so I just barely manage to pinch the back fabric of her jacket. It's enough to get her attention, enough that she slows and turns from the sensation of being touched. At first, I think, she's under the impression that someone touched her by accident, but then her eyes take me in, and they widen with recognition and surprise. She comes to a full stop on the sidewalk and turns to face me. "You're that nurse, right?" she says. I nod as she crosses her arms, the wind blowing her hair from behind so that it wraps around her face now like octopus tentacles. "What are you doing? Are you following me?" she asks, incredulous, as we stand, 2 boulders in a raging river, dividing the water's flow as people move around and past us, no one too seemingly inconvenienced. "No," I say, embarrassed by the accusation. "Then what are you doing?" she asks brusquely. I search for words. "You left so fast. I didn't get a chance to ask you, so you are following me?" "Yes, I'm sorry." I feel stupid. I should have said, yes, that I am following you, but not in the way you think. What do you want? Who are you? I ask, letting my voice soften. And how do you know Caitlin? What are you? She asks. The fucking police? No, I say, shaking my head. I'm just a nurse. I didn't know nurses asked so many questions. She regards me for a minute, and I don't think she's going to answer. I think she's going to blow me off, turn and walk away. But then she says, she was living with me. Caitlin was? No, she says, Princess Kate, which leaves me feeling obtuse. She's mocking me. Of course, Caitlin. You were roommates? Yeah, she says. I placed an ad online looking for a roommate and she found me. You didn't know her before? No. What was it like to live with her? Fine, I guess. Though the last couple weeks she was all uptight. She stopped answering her phone. When I asked who she was avoiding, she said collection agencies, and maybe it was. She would leave for days at a time until I thought she was gone for good, and then she'd come back out of the blue. Where would she go? She shrugs. She was seeing someone, I think, she says. Maybe she was staying with him. Is that all you want to know? She asks. She doesn't wait for an answer. She starts to walk away, and it's a reflex when I reach out to stop her with a hand on her arm, which she shrugs instantly off. Sorry, I say, pulling my hand back. No, there's more. I want to know what you meant back there, at the hospital. When you said that Caitlin hated her parents, what did you mean by that? She rolls her eyes, which is not unlike something Sienna would do. It's not that hard to understand. No, you're right. I get that, I say, talking fast, worried she'll lose interest in me and try leaving again before the conversation is through. I should have phrased my question another way. It's just that it surprised me. From the way Mrs. Beckett talks, she adores Caitlin. I never imagined there would be any animosity between them. Well, you imagined wrong. The woman turns away, but then, almost immediately, she turns back and deadpans. You're so worried about someone getting into Caitlin's room that shouldn't be there. But what if the danger is already inside? It's not that I think Mrs. Beckett pushed her off the bridge. Of course I don't think that. And I know that if the police can find Milo Finch, he'll be arrested. But still, my breath hitches. My voice gets caught. I say nothing back. I can only watch as this woman turns again and disappears into the night. A gust of wind comes in just then. The rush of winter air assaults me, the wind agitating my hair before slipping down the collar of my coat, touching skin. I pull my hood up over my head and tug the coat's zipper higher. I hear my name shouted from somewhere behind me. Megan. I spin around. There is a crowd of people on the sidewalk behind me. The light at the intersection has just turned green, and they cross the street all at once, moving toward me in a pack. I take them in, searching each individual wind-blown face when Mr. Beckett breaks through the crowds. My heart pounds and my legs go numb, watching as he moves with confidence as he walks, weaving around people, somehow unsusceptible to the cold. I thought that was you, but I wasn't sure, he says when he reaches me, his eyes going the same way the woman just went. And I wonder if he can see her, if he knows who she is. I saw you from back there, he tells me, making a dismissive gesture to somewhere behind him, on the other side of the intersection, and I wonder, from back where? How long had he been watching me? Did he see that she and I were talking? He brings his eyes back to mine. He smiles and asks, Is this how you get home, Megan? I try to keep my voice from shaking, but it does anyway from the cold and nerves. Yes, I say, though that's not true. He smiles again, clearly pleased. We can walk together then. I'm headed this way myself, and I wouldn't mind the company. I swallow hard, my saliva thickening. Okay, I breathe out, my breath visible in the cold, as we turn and move down the sidewalk together, closer than I would like because of the crowds. Do you always walk home alone like this? Yes. It's a short walk. It's not far and is good exercise. I don't know how safe it is to walk in this city alone at night anymore, he says. I keep my gaze on the sidewalk. Still, I feel his eyes on me, searching. You'll have to forgive me, Megan. Once a father, always a father. Raising a daughter, it's in my nature to be protective. But you have a good head about you, and I'm sure that you're smart, careful, that you stay on busy streets when you're alone. That said, it sure is cold, he says, pressing his hands further into his coat pockets. You get used to it, I say, though that's a lie. You don't ever get used to cold like this. In the coming days, meteorologists say we're likely to enter a deep freeze thanks to a polar vortex coming in from the North Pole, with possible overnight lows of -20 degrees, and a wind chill that is even more grim, more like 30 or 40 degrees below zero. It isn't atypical for January, and Chicagoans are a hardy bunch. Brutal temperatures like these rarely bring us to our knees, but that doesn't mean we like it. Do you? He asks, disbelieving. Because I've lived in Chicago my whole life, and I've never gotten used to cold like this. It helps to keep moving. The faster I walk, the better. It keeps the blood flowing. He chuckles. I like that about you, Megan. You're very smart, very astute, and you always look on the bright side of things. We come to Broadway, just a few blocks east of Sheffield, which will take me home. I try, I say, but don't always succeed. I can be quite the pessimist, too. I'm this way. I step past him for Broadway, anxious to leave him, to be alone. I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow. But Mr. Beckett says, looking around, taking in the intersection before his eyes come back to mine. I'll walk with you a while, I think. I know you're a smart girl, and chances are you'll be fine. But I'd just feel more comfortable if I stayed with you a little while longer. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to you. My throat tightens. Oh, no, I say. I can't ask you to do that. Really, I'm fine. I do this all the time. It's so cold out. You should get home. No, I insist, he says. And besides, as you can imagine, I'm not too eager to go home to an empty house. I like talking to you. I like your company. Amelia does, too. I don't know what we'd do if we didn't have you. I'm just doing my job. Don't sell yourself short, Megan. You've gone above and beyond. We wait for the light to turn green, and when it does, we cross the street, heading north on Broadway. Do you live by yourself? He asks, and I'm made uneasy by his question. I search for words, which should be easy to find. Do I or do I not live alone? Pardon me for being so blunt, but I've noticed you don't wear a ring. No, I say, my voice diminished. I don't live alone. I live with my daughter. Right, of course. I remember you said you had a daughter. Raising little girls is not for the faint of heart. You're divorced then? Yes. For how long? Almost a year. What happened? I'm sorry, I say. But if you don't mind, I'd rather not talk about it. Again, I feel his eyes on me, gazing down from where he stands, at least 6 inches taller than me. Of course. My apologies. He changes tack. Listen, Megan, I'm glad I ran into you like this. I've been wanting to talk to you about Amelia. I don't know who else to talk to about this. I'm worried about her. That's understandable, I say. She's not doing well. No, she's not. I can see she's having a hard time with this, as any mother would. But the hospital has counselors and chaplains available. It might be good for her to talk with someone, if you think she would, if you think it might help. Maybe, he says, nodding. Though Amelia is a private person. I don't know how she would feel about speaking to a counselor. We're all quite private, in fact. Which is why I appreciate you using discretion when speaking to others about us. The police have an investigation to do, but we don't need too many people probing into our personal lives. I wouldn't. No, he asks. He knows it's not true. He did see me speaking to Caitlin's roommate earlier. He knows who she is. I shake my head, but it's weak, and in my silence he says,
I received a call from that detective this morning. He had something interesting to say.
What's that? I ask, feeling my heart rhythm change.
He said that the other day, when you were looking at mugshots together, you told them something about Jackson.
My jaw clenches, my throat narrows, making it harder to swallow, harder to breathe. I'm sorry, I say, feeling caught and also stupid for thinking the police would be more discreet with where they got their information.
I don't blame you, Megan. I appreciate you looking out for Caitlin like that. I spoke to Jackson. I asked him if what the police said was true, and it is. He wasn't in London like he said. He was here in Chicago, he says. Turns out he's been in Chicago many times this year, and we haven't known. He's kept it from us and from his wife, telling us that he was in Toronto or Detroit or some other place for work. I haven't told Amelia yet. She has enough on her mind for now and shouldn't have to worry about this too. But Jackson has been seeing a woman here in the city. He's been having an affair. Being in London for work was only a cover story.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes, I am too. It caught me off guard. I thought Jackson and his wife were happily married. They've been married 5 years, and lately, Amelia has been nudging him for grandchildren, which I don't think will happen now.
He's quiet for a minute.
I didn't expect him to go and do something like this. I thought I raised him to be better, but he fell in love, he says.
I say again that I'm sorry. We can only know so much about the people in our lives.
That's true. That's very perceptive.
He pauses.
The reason I asked you not to talk about our family with others, Megan, is because people tell stories. They tell lies, he says, going on. For example, Amelia used to teach 5th grade. She loved teaching. She had a real passion for and a knack for it. It was what she was born to do. It was what she dreamed of doing ever since she was a child. She taught in the public schools for years, until something terrible happened.
I turned to face him, my attention piqued. What?
A student of hers lied. She told her parents that Amelia hurt her. There was no truth to it, he's quick to say,
lest I think otherwise, which I do. My mind immediately goes there to Mrs. Beckett hurting a student of hers. But Mr. Beckett goes on, explaining.
What happened was that this student had gotten in trouble for misbehaving in class, and it just so happened that this same student had fallen and bruised her arm at recess that day. When her parents asked about the bruise, she said Mrs. Beckett did it, that Amelia had grabbed her by the arm when she was yelling at her, fastening down on it, squeezing hard. Amelia never touched the girl.
What happened? I ask as we walk together down Broadway.
The girl's parents told the principal, who had no choice but to call DCFS. But being indicted by DCFS comes with consequences. Rumor got out that Amelia was being investigated for suspected child abuse of a student. It was completely unfounded and unsubstantiated, of course. Other kids attested to the fact that they never saw Amelia lay a hand on this child. But despite having her name cleared, Amelia was embarrassed. Her co-workers and the parents of the children she taught never looked at her the same. Amelia left her job, which was hard on her. I suggested she look for another position in a different school, a different district, a fresh start. But Amelia wasn't sure she ever wanted to step foot in a classroom again. What was to keep this from happening again?
He takes a breath before going on, deciding whether to say more.
Amelia has had many letdowns in her life, and her relationship with Caitlin has been much the same, a series of disappointments.
How so? I ask as we step into the intersection at Barry, crossing, letting traffic wait for us.
Just as with teaching, all of her life, Amelia dreamed of being a mother, he says. She wanted a daughter more than anything. She and her own mother had been incredibly close. They were practically inseparable until her mother had a heart attack and died. Amelia envisioned having a similar relationship with Caitlin, but that didn't happen. Caitlin was always a difficult child, he says.
And as he does, I turn to see a change come over his face, his voice infused with something like resentment or disgust.
I hate to speak negatively after everything that's happened, but as a child, Caitlin didn't enjoy being told no. Unlike other children who might pout or slam a bedroom door, she would fly into a rage and pull out all the stops to get what she wanted. There was nothing she wouldn't do. With Caitlin, it was pathological, he says, giving the full picture of the woman who lies unconscious on the hospital bed, one that bears scrutiny. Caitlin was 11 or 12 when the investigation with DCFS happened. She caught wind of it and used it to her advantage, realizing how easily a lie could ruin her mother's life. Every time Amelia told her no, she wouldn't buy her more candy or clothes, Caitlin would make like she was being hurt. "Let go, you're hurting me," she'd cry out in public until people looked. Amelia and I tried to make light of it. Caitlin, we told ourselves, was an adolescent with a still developing brain. She didn't know what she was doing. She didn't know the consequences of her words and actions. Once, when she was angry with Amelia for something, I don't even remember what anymore, it was that inconsequential, she picked up the phone and dialed 911. She told the dispatcher that her mother was hurting her. The police came, because they had to, and for a second time in her life, Amelia was investigated by DCFS. For all of Caitlin's life, Amelia and I would tiptoe around her, afraid to do anything that might set her off. But she had Amelia, in particular, in an emotional death grip, because Amelia wanted more than anything to be close to her, to be her confidant and a good mom. You have a daughter. I'm sure you can understand. We have 2 sons, but Caitlin is our only daughter. Amelia would do anything to earn her affection and love, which was parceled out by design. Imagine, he says, loving this tiny little human so much and so unconditionally, and then one day she turns on you and becomes the source of so much pain.
I can't imagine it. I can't bear to think of it. Sienna has her moments, but she could never hurt me like that.
Every time Caitlin behaved in a certain way,
he pauses, thinking his next words through.
It broke Amelia's heart and pushed her closer to the edge.
I wonder what he means by that. But before I can ask, he changes course, saying,
I'll definitely mention the counselor to Amelia, though, and see if I can't talk her into giving it a try. It would be good for her to talk to someone.
He reaches out all of a sudden then, setting a hand on my arm, stopping forward motion. The sensation of his hand on my arm, the firmness of it, and the breach of personal boundaries discomfits me. My breath hitches. I turn to face him, looking up.
The thing is, he says, his face suddenly grave, I don't know what Amelia will do if Caitlin dies. She won't survive it.
I pull back. I don't know what to say, how to respond. My mind searches for words, something comforting that doesn't give away my own discomfort.
I don't mean to unload on you like this,
he says because of my silence, his eyes holding mine, studying them before the faint, throttled sound of a ringing phone, heard barely over the sound of traffic and the wind, interrupts us.
I'm sorry,
he says, breaking his gaze, reaching into the pocket of his pants to produce the phone, letting his eyes run over the name on the caller ID.
Speak of the devil. It's Amelia,
he says, and then,
I can call her back later.
As if he's just going to slip that phone back into his pocket and keep talking to me, keep walking with me. No, I say too eagerly, and then more staidly, no, you should take it and make sure she and Caitlin are okay.
Yes,
he says, giving it some thought.
You're probably right. You'll be all right on your own from here.
I nod. I'll be fine. I do this all the time. As I walk away alone, I think how what he said about Mrs. Beckett not surviving if Caitlin were to die sounded almost prophetic. 16. That night I have bad dreams. Angsty dreams. Like that the apartment is on fire and I'm late to school and can't find my class. It goes on all night so that I don't get any restful sleep. I'm tired the next day at work as a result. I go through the motions, keeping to myself and avoiding people as best I can because I'm not in the right mind for conversation. Around 5 o'clock, I step out into the hall to text Sienna. I had texted her this morning, too. This morning, I waited until I was at work because I didn't want to text too early and catch her when she was still with Ben, having breakfast together or on the drive to school. How was the show? I'd asked. And at the time, she texted almost immediately back in all caps. So good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, I said, hoping it didn't come across as insincere. I was glad she enjoyed the show. I just felt envious that she shared the experience with Ben, and I regretted not having splurged to buy the tickets first. I slipped my phone into the pocket of a cardigan then, keeping it on silent but vibrate, so that if Sienna needed something, I'd feel it pulse in my pocket. The day got away from me, so that only now do I find the time to check back in. How is everything going? Are you and Nat getting along okay? I ask, because today is the day that they will be alone and meeting for the first time. The situation isn't ideal. I know that and feel guilty for it, but there is nothing I could do in light of dear Evan Hansen, and the last thing I wanted was to take that experience away from her and say she couldn't go. I hold the phone in my hand, waiting for a reply that doesn't come. Nat was still getting ready when I left for work this morning. I left the apartment before she did, telling her to lock the door from the inside because she didn't have a key. She was going to work herself, and Sienna would be home before either of us, so she'd be there to let Nat back in. Now, after a few minutes of waiting in the hall, I reluctantly return the phone to the pocket of my cardigan and get back to work, though Sienna's lack of a reply troubles me. An hour later, I steal another look at my phone. It's after 6 o'clock now, and Sienna still hasn't replied. My anxiety intensifies. I'm sure there is a reasonable explanation. Maybe, I tell myself, she and Nat are hitting it off so well that she hasn't bothered to look at her phone. But still, I send Nat a quick message, too, asking if everything is going okay and letting her know that I'll be home soon. The next hour lasts an eternity. I can barely focus during my change of shift report to the night nurse. I walk quickly out of the building when my shift ends. I speed walk home, bobbing and weaving around pedestrians, dropping down and stepping into the street to get around slower foot traffic. I try calling Sienna 3 times, but she never answers. Her phone is often on silent because, if it wasn't, it would go off all day with the deluge of friends' texts. But her phone is almost always in her hands, too, which means that if she was looking at it, she would see that I was calling. I race down Sheffield, cutting the corner when I come to our street. I see the 3-flat in the distance, but I can't get there fast enough. My legs don't move as quickly as I would like. I run my eyes over the exterior of the building. From the outside, the living room is completely black, and I don't understand why it would be. The light should be on. Sienna and Nat should be in there eating dinner together in the living room and getting to know one another. I feel it in my gut. Something is wrong. I dash up the outside steps. I jam the key in and let myself into the building. I climb the stairs toward the 3rd floor. Somewhere just beyond the 2nd floor, I get a view of our front door, which is open. My heart starts to race. I walk somehow faster, taking the steps 2 at a time now, rounding the top of the stairs and pressing the door open with my hand. I come in to the sound of Sienna's music, which is loud. "Sienna!" I call out, but she says nothing back. It's dark in most of the apartment, but in her bedroom at the center of it, Sienna's desk lamp is on, the light from it weak. I drop my purse just inside the front door, hearing the contents spill. I leave them. I make my way to her room, finding Sienna standing at the edge of her bed with her back to me, unpacking her overnight bag. Relief overwhelms me. She's here. She's fine. I take a breath, letting my heart settle before I speak. "What time did you get home?" I ask, rapping on the door with my knuckles. Sienna spins around. "What the?" she asks, dropping the shirt that she was holding to the floor. I've startled her. She didn't hear me come in over the sound of her music. "Sorry," I say.
holding my hands up as a sign of peace. I make my way to her Bluetooth speaker to turn the volume down. I didn't mean to scare you. I thought you heard me come in. We have neighbors, you know. I'm not sure they're as big of fans of Beyoncé as you. She rolls her eyes. It takes a second for her to catch her breath. I thought I was about to be murdered, she says. That word, murdered, taking on a whole new meaning in light of everything that's been happening. That's not something to joke about, Sienna, I scold. You left the front door open, by the way. No, I didn't, she says, defiant as always, as if I didn't just see the open front door. Yes, you did. You have to make sure it's closed and locked, I say, which reminds me to send another note to the landlord to have it fixed. I texted you over 2 hours ago. Why didn't you reply? I didn't see it, she says. She looks at her phone and, only now, sees my text. Sorry, I fell asleep after school. I got like 3 hours sleep last night. Of course she did. The show would have gone late. Ben, she tells me, took her out to eat after the show. By the time they made it back to his place, it could have been approaching midnight. But I can't think about that now. Where is Nat? I ask, watching as Sienna's face clouds over in confusion. My friend, I prompt. The one who is staying with us. Is she not home yet? Sienna shakes her head. I didn't see her. She never came. I worry Sienna is wrong. I worry that Nat did come, but that Sienna was asleep and Nat couldn't get in downstairs. Nat might have buzzed to be let in. Sienna might have slept through it. I want to be angry, but I can't be. Not yet. My first priority is finding Nat, figuring out where she went when she couldn't get into the apartment. I race back out to the living room for my phone so I can check Facebook to see if Nat messaged. It's still dark in the living room, and so I go to the lamp and turn it on, twisting the switch. Light fills the room. And that's when I see, in the glow of the floor lamp, that the sofa bed has been remade, the cushions and throw pillows replaced on the seat. The coffee table has been slid back into place, and Nat's large duffel bag, which has taken up residence in front of the TV for over 2 days, is gone. The only proof it was ever there, the matted section of rug. My hand rises to my mouth. I lower myself to the arm of the sofa. I think back to my patient, Anne, whose husband beat her to death. I followed the murder trial. I went to it one day, sitting at the back of the courtroom because I wanted to see his face. The day that I went, there was a homicide detective on the stand. He described how Anne's husband left her to bleed out internally after the beating. I know from my own work that bleeding out internally can be sudden, painful, and severe, or it can be slow, a silent, sly death, a trickle of blood until the total blood loss is so severe it's beyond hope. I deliberated for days after the trial, and then for weeks about which way Anne died. Sudden and painful, or slow. Did she go into shock? Did her organs fail? Did her children watch? I think about Ben's decree when I first heard about Anne's murder, how I can't save them all. Maybe he was right. Maybe I should have listened. Maybe I shouldn't have tried. Mom? Sienna asks, coming up behind me, her hand on my shoulder a comfort. What's wrong? Nat left. She left this morning, sometime after I left for work, taking all of her things with her. She had no intention of coming back, and I wonder when she made the decision to leave, sometime this morning or in the middle of the night. Or did she know even sooner than that? She went back to him, to Declan. Fear grips me from inside. No good can come of this. I send her a message on Facebook. Where are you, Nat? Let me help you. All night long, I stay awake, worrying about her. I constantly refresh Facebook, but she doesn't read my message. I go to her Facebook page and find myself looking again at her husband, Declan. And this time, when I see his handsome face, I feel sick inside, my stomach tightening. When I think of all the things he's done and said to her, he's not attractive after all, but ugly, vile. I wonder if he made good on his threat, if, when she came home,
He locked her in a room as promised, tied her to a bed or worse. A moan rises up from inside of me as I picture Nat with something like zip ties on her wrists, bound to the spindles of the bed with a fresh black eye, a broken nose, bruises on her neck. Retribution for her leaving. A reckoning. I wonder if, when he's through with her, he'll come for me because I helped her. I kept her from him. I think of Sienna in 20 years. I think of what I would do if a man ever hurt her like that. I'd kill him, I think. Night lasts an eternity, but eventually morning comes. The sun rises. Life goes on. In the morning, I watch Sienna get ready for school. Standing in the kitchen with my coffee, I see her reflection in the mirror through the open bathroom door. She puts on makeup, though not much because she's perfect without it. Flawless skin, long, thick lashes. The teen years pass by with turbo speed, and I think again of those long, sleepless nights when she was a baby and how I'd give anything to have them back. Once she leaves, I shower, grateful for the day off. I'd be worthless today if I had to work. Sometime after 9, I bundle up in my coat, gloves, and hat and head out into the cold. Christmas is coming and I haven't even begun to shop. I'm not in the mood for it, but right now I could use the fresh air and the distraction. I don't have many people to buy for this year, which is an upshot of divorce, I suppose. I won't be buying for Ben or his family. But there is Sienna, of course, my parents, and I like to pick up some small things for a few of the nurses at work. I go first to a cozy corner boutique, and then I make my way to a cheeky little home decor store with magnets and coasters and vintage art that makes me laugh. I'll find something there for Luke and the rest of my colleagues. My phone starts to ring as I open the door to walk into the store. It's buried in the depths of my bag and is difficult to find. I shove aside a wallet and a cosmetic bag, knowing the search is likely futile. I will never get to it in time. My fingers make contact on the 3rd or 4th ring. I fish it out of the bag, but as soon as I do, the phone goes quiet. I'm too late. A missed call notification from Sienna appears on the screen. I'm taken aback. I physically stop in the open doorway and stare down at her number on the display. Doubt and confusion fill my thoughts because it's just after 10 o'clock in the morning and Sienna is at school. Or rather, she should be. Sienna texts from school sometimes, sneaking her phone when the teacher isn't paying attention. Can I hang out with Gianna today? I lost my water bottle. Did you buy tampons? My stupid calculator won't work. But she doesn't call. My mind goes in a million different directions, thinking how, if she was sick, the nurse would call, and if she got in trouble at school for something, then the dean would call. Sienna wouldn't ever be the one to call. I don't have a chance to call her back. Almost immediately, the phone in my hand starts to ring again, and I jump from the unexpected sound of it. It's Sienna calling me back. My thumb swipes immediately across the screen. Sienna? What's wrong? I ask, pressing the phone to my ear. I step fully inside the store, letting the door drift closed to muffle the street noise outside, the sound of cars passing by and people on their phones, having conversations of their own. I hear the shrill, unmistakable panic in my voice, and I think how, in the next instant, Sienna is going to ride me for overreacting, for freaking out about nothing. Geez, Mom, relax, I'm fine, she'll say, drawing that last word out for emphasis. That's not what happens. It's quiet at first. I just barely make out the sound of something slight, like movement or wind. It goes on a few seconds, so that I decide this must be a pocket dial. Sienna didn't mean to call me. The phone is in her pocket or her backpack, and she called me by mistake. She doesn't even know she's called me twice. I listen, trying to decipher where she is, but it's more of the same. Nothing telling, nothing revelatory. But then, a man's voice cuts through the quiet. His words cold and sparing, his voice altered as if he's speaking through a voice changer. If you ever want to see your daughter again, you will do exactly as I say. I gasp. My eyes gape. I lose my footing, falling backward into the closed door. A hand rises to my mouth, pressing hard. I can't breathe all of a sudden. I can't think. My mind can't process what's happening at first. I pull the phone away from my ear, looking down at the display to see if I'm mistaken, if it's not Sienna's number that called, but someone else. A wrong number. Because this can't be right. This can't be happening. This can't be happening to me. But it is right. Sienna's number stares back at me from the display. "Who is this?" I ask, pressing the phone back to my ear. "And why do you have my daughter's phone?" And then, in the background, I hear Sienna's piercing scream. "Mommy!" she bellows. It's high-pitched, frenzied, desperate. And that's when I know that this man doesn't only have Sienna's phone. He has Sienna. Pure terror courses through my veins. Sienna hasn't called me Mommy in at least 10 years. I can't stop thinking what horrible thing must be happening for her to lapse back into her childhood and call me Mommy. I'm completely powerless. I don't know where she is. I don't know how to get to her, how to help her, how to make this stop. "Go away!" Sienna commands. Her voice trembles, so that she doesn't sound like herself, who is usually so defiant, so sure. There is no mistaking her fear. "Leave me alone," she demands, crying now. Sienna falters on the words, her voice cracking, so that the execution doesn't carry the same weight as the words themselves. Sienna is terrified, and so am I. "Sienna, baby!" I shriek. There is the sound of commotion, of muffled noises in the background. This man, I imagine, subduing Sienna, forcing a gag into her mouth so that she can't speak or scream, and Sienna fighting back from the sound of it, resisting him. I realize that I'm not blinking. I'm not breathing. Tears sting my eyes. "What are you doing to her? Who is this?" I demand of this man, screaming into the phone so that everyone in the store stops what they're doing to look at me, to stare, some gasping and pressing hands to their own mouths in shock, as if this nightmare is somehow collective. "What have you done with my daughter? What do you want from me?" "Listen to me," the man says back, his modulated voice unshaken and sedate, unlike mine. I still hear Sienna's desperate cry in the background, a keening, weeping wail, though it's stilted. The sound of it is enough to bring me to my knees, and yet I don't know what's worse, the sound of Sienna's cry or the sound of it as it grows distant and then fades completely away. "Where is she? What have you done to her? Why can't I hear her anymore?" "You need to do exactly as I say." "Exactly. Do you understand?" "I want to talk to my daughter. Let me talk to my daughter. I need to know that she's okay. What have you done to her?" "I have nothing to lose," the man says. "You're the only one with something to lose, Miss Michaels. Now you need to shut up and listen to me because I don't care one way or the other if your daughter lives or dies. What happens to her is entirely up to you. Now," he says, and I know in my heart that this is Declan. This is an act of vengeance for my having had Nat, for harboring her, for turning her against him. Panic grips me. "What?" I beg. "I'll do anything. Just give me my daughter back." "I need you to wire $10,000 to this account." My heart all but slips right out of me. $10,000. A ransom demand. He doesn't wait or ask if I'm ready. In the next breath, he fires off bank account and routing numbers, and I race, desperate, to the woman who stands open-mouthed behind the cash register, motioning like a mime for paper and a pen. She searches the counter for them, but it's another woman standing to the side, a customer in line, who goes inside her purse and finds them for me. I didn't get it. Please, say them again," I plead, and he does. "You have 5 minutes to wire the money." "Or what?" I ask, panic in my voice. I can't do that. I need more time. I can't do this in 5 minutes." "5 minutes," he says again. "And then she dies." The line goes dead. When I pull the phone away from my ear, Sienna's number is gone. Vanished. It feels predictive, prophetic. I moan. It's primitive, animal-like. My hand goes to my mouth, my knees buckle beneath me so that I would collapse if not for a stranger's hand on my back, propping me up, I don't have time to go to pieces. In 5 minutes, Sienna might die. There is a hand on my shoulder, which I shrug off. People are talking, asking me questions, incessant questions, while others stand quietly aside, their mouths agape. Is everything okay, ma'am? Ma'am? What do you need? Should we call the police? 4 minutes and 40 seconds. I step away, finding space. I pull up the bank's app on my phone, my fingers pushing the wrong buttons in my haste. If it wasn't for my grandmother's inheritance, I wouldn't have this kind of money, and I thank God for it because I don't know what would happen if I didn't. Would Sienna die? 4 minutes and 20 seconds. There is no time to think it, though. There is no time to call the police. I picture Sienna bound and gagged. This man is a monster. There is nothing he won't do. I won't risk it. A call to the police would take precious time that I don't have. And for what? They would never find Sienna in that time. 3 minutes and 55 seconds. My heart palpitates. The pounding in my chest is almost too much to bear. I enter the recipient's information and select where I would like to wire the money from, which is my savings account, where my grandmother's inheritance sits collecting minimal interest because I haven't invested it yet. I select the amount to send, and then I schedule the wire and hope it sends, watching the time pass by on my watch. 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute and 10 seconds. 1 minute. The Wi-Fi isn't strong, and I worry it will fail, that I'll lose the connection before the money can send. If that happens, there isn't time to try again. Regret fills me. I shouldn't have let her go to school today. I should have kept her home. I shouldn't have gotten involved with Nat in the first place. I shouldn't have put her safety before Sienna's. This is my fault. It's my fault this is happening. I move around the store with my phone in hand, everyone backing away, giving me a wide berth, trying to find a spot with better Wi-Fi. And eventually I do. Eventually, the wire transfer goes through. I fall to my knees, sobbing. The voices return. Ma'am, is everything okay? What can we do? I've called the police. They're on their way. Do you need something? Water? Someone get her a glass of water. Give her room. Ma'am. I can't respond. I'm in my own head thinking how this isn't the end of it. I don't know what he'll do now that he has his money. Will he let Sienna go? Or will he keep her? Only then do I think to check the location sharing app to see where he has Sienna. I hold my breath as the app loads. I expect it will tell me she's down some alley or moving 70 miles per hour on the expressway. I wait in fear because if he took her this morning as she was on her way to school, she could be in Wisconsin or Indiana by now. Michigan even. But that's not where the app says she is. Sienna, it says, is at school. My mind spins. I don't understand. I can't make sense of it. It isn't just that Sienna's phone is at school because the call came from her phone. I heard her voice in the background. No, the app is wrong. It hasn't updated or my connection inside the store is slow. I click on the button for it to refresh and then watch as 2 little purple arrows chase each other around and around the screen, updating. And when they come to rest, the words at the top read, "Last updated now." According to this app, Sienna has been at school since 8:02 this morning. According to the app, once she arrived at school this morning, she never left. She's been there the whole time. He has her right there on school grounds. I press myself to standing. I run outside to hail a cab while calling 911. When the dispatcher answers, I say, "Someone has my daughter." And then I tell him what happened and what I know, and the dispatcher says that he will send police to the building. He asks questions about Sienna, like for a physical description. He wants me to stay on the line with him, but I tell him I can't. "Please," I beg, "tell them to hurry." As the cab pulls away from the curb, I hang up and call Sienna's school. An automated calling system answers, and I have to wait to press 9 to be connected to the school secretary. It's torture. She drones the name of the high school when she answers. I cut her abruptly off. "I'm calling about my daughter, Sienna Long. Is she there?" I say. "I need to speak to her." It's not that I expect Sienna to just be back in class now as if nothing has happened, but I don't know what else to say. The woman puts me on hold. Time becomes eternal. I consider every worst-case scenario in this moment. Sienna is being held in a car or a van in the school parking lot. She's locked inside the custodian closet or a mechanical room or some other restricted place where students aren't allowed to go. She's hurt. She's dead or dying as I wait on hold for the secretary to get back to me. I can't stand it. I end the call and call immediately back, wait for the automated calling system to answer, and then press 9 again. When the secretary answers, droning the name of the school, words rush out of me. "This is Megan Michaels again, calling about my daughter, Sienna. You had me on hold. Please," I say, fighting tears. "I need to speak to my daughter." In the next moment, my fears are confirmed. "Yes, Ms. Michaels. Sorry, it took a minute. I called down to her class. I spoke to Mr. Pruitt, but he said that Sienna didn't show up for third period. Have you tried calling on her cell?" she asks, as I press my fingers to my mouth, nodding because I don't have it in me to speak. "Ms. Michaels? Are you still there? Ms. Michaels?" "Yes," I breathe, and then I pull the phone away from my ear and press end. In the back of the cab, I cry. Sienna has been taken from me. The only thing in the world that matters is gone. The police arrive at the school before I do. As the cab pulls in, I find 2 police cruisers in the circle drive of the parking lot. Students walk past, heading out for an open period, noticing the cars. I pay the cab driver, throwing too much money at him, and then run out of the car and past the students, tugging in vain on the main door handles, but they're locked. I have to wait to be buzzed into the building, stating my name and reason for being here before the secretary will let me in. I find the police officers standing in the main office, surrounded by the school principal, the assistant principals, and the secretary, everyone looking grim. "Mrs. Long?" one of the officers asks as I enter, and I say yes, not bothering to correct him. "Someone has my daughter," I cry out. "She's on her way," he says. My head snaps. "What?" I gasp. "Your daughter is on her way." I don't have time to ask questions, to process it, because from around the corner I see her. Sienna. Her backpack is on. There are books in her arms. She is physically intact. There are no cuts, no bruises, no gag. Her face is neutral, placid, fine, confused. I leave the office running gracelessly to her, my arms outstretched like the wings of a plane. "Mom?" she asks, coming to a dead stop just short of me. She looks at me before letting her eyes go to the police, her surprise unambiguous. "What are you doing here? What are they doing here? What happened? Is everything okay?" You weren't in class," I sputter, taking her into my arms, holding her so I know for certain that she is real, that she's really here and not only a mirage. She lets me hold her for a brief moment, and then she steps back so she can look at me. I was with Mr. Garcia. I was retaking a math test. I have a pass," she says, looking back and forth between the secretary, the principal, the police officers, and me, brandishing it in the air for us to see. I start to cry again. It was all a lie. "It's called a virtual kidnapping," the police officer says to me as I sit in the police station on Addison, filling out a report with Sienna by my side. "Scammers target people and prey on their worst fears, coercing them into quickly paying ransom for a loved one's release." "What about the money?" "The money," he tells me, "is most likely gone. It's already been accepted, and once that's happened, it's virtually impossible to get back. But he will look into it." "This man called me from Sienna's phone. I heard her voice in the background. How?" "It wasn't your daughter you heard. It was someone pretending to be her, or a recording even. In stressful situations like this, it's easy to mistake the voice. As for the call coming from your daughter's phone, it's called spoofing, or more specifically, caller ID spoofing."
The attacker uses technology called VoIP to change the caller ID to something familiar, something personal. He waits a beat and then says, "Everything is specifically done to scare and manipulate you."
I feel stupid, ashamed, and violated.
"And I fell for it," I say, dropping my head into a hand. The officer says, "It's easy to do. They can be very persuasive. And the amount of time you're given to wire the money is so short. There is no time to think it through or to investigate. It's very intentional, but often random. The attacker might make a dozen calls like this a day, in the hopes that just one person pays the ransom fee."
But if it's so random, then why Sienna? And why me?
He shrugs. "You were unlucky."
But I'm not so sure. I have a hard time believing this could be so arbitrary, so indiscriminate. It felt much more intentional than that. Someone wanted to hurt me.
17.
Sienna and I walk down the street, drawn together by the crowds so that our arms touch. I want to wrap my arm around her, to take her by the hand like I used to when she was young, and I worried that if I didn't hold on to her, she'd get lost or drift aimlessly into the street. But I don't think 16-year-old Sienna would like that very much. We decide on something quick, a deli on Clark, so we can take our food to go and then go back home, sit on the sofa and eat. Sienna orders a panini, and me the minestrone soup, and then we stand on the far end of the counter, waiting for our food to come up. I stare at Sienna while she stares at her phone as we wait, lost in TikTok. And normally I'd tell her to put it away and talk to me. But today I don't, because the latest TikTok trend has her laughing, and I love to hear that. Her laugh. It's so pure. I remind myself that there are far worse things in the world than TikTok. I breathe in, forcing myself to enjoy the quiet and the warmth of the deli, the imagined sense of safety. Behind us, the front door opens. I turn to look as a young couple walks in, a chill from outside following them in as the door drifts lazily closed, a rush of wind carrying a small stack of napkins from a nearby table to the ground. I see the napkins fall before something outside catches my attention, and I look, gazing out into the darkened night. The deli is well lit. From inside, it's hard to see outside where it's dark. My eyes run over the glass, searching. I almost don't see him at first. My gaze goes right past him, and if not for the reflection of light that catches his eye, I'd miss him altogether. But my eyes double back, and the longer I stare, a face begins to form, the features coming into focus, his body something like a vignette, faded and with indefinite edges. My breath quickens. I say to Sienna, trying to keep my voice smooth, "I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" she asks, not looking up from her phone. "I think I see someone outside that I know. Just stay here, okay? Wait for our food. I'll be back." All I can think about in this moment is keeping Sienna safe. It's not her he wants. It's me. Sienna's eyes rise up over the phone and go to the glass. She squints, as if trying to see through something opaque like a glass of milk. "Where?" she asks, not seeing him because he's stepped further back from the window. "Just stay here." I walk to the door. I pull it open, stepping outside into the cold night. At the same time, he turns and drifts someplace more dark and sequestered, an alley just beyond the deli, looking back so that I'll follow, and I do, because I worry that if I don't, something might happen to Sienna. I come to the alley laden with back entryways and service delivery bays, a network of black metal fire escapes that are harder to see in the near dark of night. I turn and enter, the street, with its lights, people, and traffic, fading away. Milo Finch comes to a stop about 10 feet into the alleyway. "What do you want from me?" I ask, keeping my distance, wrapping my arms around myself. "You can relax," he says. "I'm not going to hurt you." "How do I know that?" "If I wanted to hurt you, I'd have done it by now. It's not like I haven't had the chance." I don't know that this makes me feel any better. I don't know if I believe him either. He knows my name. He read it on my name tag at work. He saw me working at the hospital, and if he wanted to, he could have hung around after and followed me home from a shift. He might know where I live. For all I know, he followed Sienna and me to the deli tonight. The police are looking for you. They think you're the one who pushed Caitlin Beckett off the bridge.
And why would they think that?
I skirt around the truth. They know you've been following her. If you do anything to me, I say, they'll know it was you. He harumphs, looking at the street behind me.
I'm not scared. To be honest, I wish it was me who pushed her off the bridge. Though, if it had been,
he says, bringing his eyes back,
I would have made sure she was dead before I left.
His words are so cold, they take my breath away.
If there is any justice in the world, she won't survive this. That woman took everything from me.
What do you mean? He looks away again, and I don't think he's going to say. He's quiet, contemplative. He stands inches taller than me, looking down, and I become aware of not only the hatred in his eye, but something more like sadness or grief.
She worked for me a long time ago. I used to own a restaurant in California. For over 10 years, I worked hard, building it from the ground up. It was my passion, my life's work. And she was a waitress I hired that I took a chance on because she didn't have experience working as a waitress. But she seemed eager and proved at first to be a quick learner. Worst decision I ever made.
What happened?
She worked for me for only a couple months before I fired her. I had to. She gave me no choice. I caught her stealing from me, voiding orders so she could take the cash. She was lucky I only fired her, because I could have called the police and pressed charges. Any normal person would have just moved on and gotten another job. Instead, she held a grudge. She wanted to get back at me, and she did.
He takes a long, slow breath before exhaling, and I wait, holding my own breath, for him to go on. And in time, he does.
Late one night, she broke into my home. My wife and son were out of town for the night. I'd left a window on the first floor open, which I sometimes did for the cross breeze and because I didn't think about someone breaking in while I was asleep. My mistake. My bedroom was on the second floor. I slept with the door closed, not that it would have mattered because I'm a deep sleeper.
In my mind, I picture this. A woman removing the screen from outside, sliding the window open and crawling through in the darkness of night.
She downloaded stuff onto my computer while I was asleep.
What kind of stuff?
Really sick stuff. Obscene. Pictures of little girls,
he says, and my stomach sours, feeling sick. Child pornography. I might not believe him. I might think he was making this up, if I hadn't already gleaned certain things about Caitlin Beckett myself, like how she will lie and hurt people to get what she wants.
She sent those images from my email to people I knew, and then left out the window back the way she came. I slept right through it. The police came the next day before I was even out of bed, because someone I knew, a friend, had called. They searched my house. They took my computer. They found what they were looking for, and no one believed me when I said it wasn't mine. Why would they? I wouldn't have believed me either. The evidence was there.
My throat is tight. Child pornography is a very serious crime. You don't just get a slap on the wrist. It's life-changing.
That woman is merciless, he says. I spent 5 years of my life behind bars. I'm a registered sex offender now, which means I can't step foot in a park, and every time I try and find a job, they run a background check. The best I can get is as a general laborer when I have a master's degree in culinary arts. My life is over. That woman ruined it. And what's worse is that my wife took our son and left because she believed I had those things on my computer. I lost my family, my business, my reputation, everything. My son is 8 now. My wife won't let me see him because I'm unfit to be a parent, or so they say. I haven't seen him since he was 3.
I press a hand to my mouth, shaking my head, my heart aching for him. I think how, when Sienna was 3, She was just learning how to use the potty all by herself. She couldn't get herself fully dressed or tie her shoes. But by the time she was 8, she was in 3rd grade, reading chapter books, and she knew how to ride a bike and to swim. Between the ages of 3 and 8, there are hundreds of milestones. First day of preschool, first day of kindergarten, first lost tooth. He missed them all.
When I got out of jail, I went looking for her, he goes on, holding nothing back. She thought she could get away with it, and for a while, she did. But I found her living out near LA in Alameda Beach, and then as soon as I did, she took off. I didn't give up looking for her.
It's why she left California. It's why she came suddenly back to Chicago, without letting anyone know, because he'd been released from jail and was looking for her. It explains the voicemail she left on Mr. Beckett's phone, the last-ditch pleading, "Daddy, I'm in trouble, I need your help." Because this man was after her, because he had tracked her all the way across the country from California to get revenge, to take back everything she took from him, his life. "Why are you telling me this?" I ask. I don't feel afraid anymore.
Because there is no legal recourse for what she's done. I can't prove it, and I can't get my life back. But if there is any justice in the world, he says again, she will die.
From the way he looks at me, I can't help but think he's asking me to kill her. "Mom," I hear from behind then, a lilt to the end of it suggestive of a question. "Mom?" I spin around, seeing Sienna's bemused face in the entrance to the alleyway, spotlighted by a beam of light from a nearby streetlight. She clutches our bag of food in her hands, her head cocked, her posture slouching and uneasy. With my back to him, he leans in to breathe into my hair. "There is nothing worse in the world than losing a child." And I go rigid. "If there is any justice, that woman will die." He brushes past me as he leaves, giving Sienna a wide berth. I catch my breath and then go to her. "Who was that man?" she asks, her eyes following him as he moves down the street. I take out my phone to call 911, to tell them where he is, so they can find and arrest him. If nothing else, he's violated parole. The police are looking for him. I start to dial, pressing the 9 before my conscience stops me. Milo Finch violated parole over a crime he didn't commit. He did time and he lost his family as a result, which is far worse than any punishment the police or a jury could ever pass down. I put my phone away, watching as his figure disappears in the night. "Just someone from work," I say, refusing to look at Sienna because I don't want to lie to her face, but I also don't want to tell her the truth, how that man wants to kill a patient of mine, and I don't blame him. 18. I haven't stopped thinking about Nat. Every minute of the day, she's still on my mind. Sometime after midnight, I pull up Facebook on my phone to see if she has messaged yet, but she still hasn't. I don't have any new messages, and the last message I sent to Nat, I notice, isn't there. It's gone. In fact, all the direct messages between Nat and me are gone. I decide to go to her Facebook page. I want to see the pictures of her and Declan again. I want to see his face, his eyes. I look up her name, but the search yields no exact results. There are Natalie Cohens and Natalie Roches, but no Natalie Cohen Roches. And all of these profiles want me to add this person as a friend, meaning we aren't already friends. I search each of the profiles, looking for that image of Nat standing beside Niagara Falls, but never find what I'm looking for. Either she or Declan deleted her Facebook page. Someone doesn't want me to find her. In the morning, I reluctantly let Sienna go to school, though I ride the bus with her and walk her inside, where I get assurances from the school principal that the school is safe and that my daughter is safe. Sienna herself looks at me and says, "It's okay, Mom. I'm fine." And I give in, knowing that despite these assurances, I'll still worry about her. As I walk away from Sienna's high school, I look back twice, wondering if I've made the right decision in leaving her there. I think about Nat then, and the things she told me about herself. like how she works as a teacher at the cooperative nursery school in Lincoln Park, and that her husband, Declan Roche, is an associate with the law firm Tanner and Levine in the Loop. I can't go home because I'll sit there and worry about Sienna all day. Instead, I pick up coffee and head to Nat's nursery school, where I stand outside on the snowy street, watching as students arrive with their parents and nannies before rushing giddy and laughing into the building, happy to be at school. Quite unlike at Sienna's high school, where the students moped in, tired and crabby. I stand on the other side of the street, waiting until everyone has gone in, and then I cross the street, doubting Nat will be here, doubting Declan would ever let her leave, though I try anyway, because maybe someone at the school knows where she lives or knows some way to get in touch with her. I try pulling on the door handle, but the school, like Sienna's, is locked. There is an intercom on the outside of the building, which I step up to, pressing the button, hearing it buzz. A woman answers. "Can I help you?" "Hi, yes," I say. "I was hoping to speak with Mrs. Roche. I'm a friend." "Who?" she asks, unable to hear me over a passing truck. I lean into the microphone, saying louder, "Mrs. Roche? Nat. Natalie Roche." "And you said she's a teacher?" the woman asks, though I hadn't said that. And as she does, a knot forms in my stomach. I wouldn't think that there were more than 10 teachers here, and maybe only a few more support staff. Not so many that it would be hard to know or remember them all. "Yes," I say. "She's a teacher. 4-year-old preschool." And then it occurs to me that teachers don't always change their name when they get married. "She might go by Nat Cohen, or Natalie Cohen," I say, wondering if she goes by her maiden name at school. If Nat's Facebook page hadn't been deactivated, I would have a photo to show this woman. But as it is, I have nothing. It doesn't matter. The woman's voice comes to me again through the intercom, saying, "I'm sorry, but we don't have a teacher here by either of those names. Are you sure you have the right school?" And with that, I start to doubt myself, to wonder if I've somehow made a mistake. Because there are other cooperative preschools in the neighborhood, plus other Lincoln Park preschools that are not part of a cooperative. Nat could teach at any of them. I thank the woman for her time and leave, feeling worried for Nat and dejected. I could go to the police, but what would the police do? I don't know where Nat lives. They couldn't even do a standard welfare check if I said I was worried about her and her safety. I start to walk home, but somewhere along the way, another idea comes to me. Instead of going home, I take the red line into the Loop, looking up the address for Tanner and Levine on my phone as the train swerves along the elevated track before soaring underground just south of Fullerton, the winter scene disappearing, pitching us into darkness. As the train rasps through the snug tunnels, I steel myself for a meeting with Nat's husband, Declan, thinking about what I will say to him when I finally meet him face to face. I get off the train. I take the stairs up to street level, and then I walk to the tall black building that houses Tanner and Levine. I let myself in through the revolving door. Someone in the lobby tells me which floor to find the firm on, and then directs me to the correct elevator bank. I ride the elevator up to the 43rd floor and, when the doors open, let myself in through a set of glass doors to the modern, elegant office, feeling my heart hasten to know that Declan is somewhere within these same walls. I look around, letting my eyes roam, searching for him. The space is airy, bright, which is contradictory to how I'm feeling. Floor-to-ceiling windows line the wall, looking out over Lake Michigan. Under different circumstances, it would be beautiful. "May I help you?" a receptionist asks, gazing up over a computer screen. I let my eyes go to her. She is young, pretty, impeccably dressed, so that I feel underdressed in my jeans and winter boots, though that doesn't matter. What I'm wearing is the furthest thing from my mind. I step in, making my way up to the desk, my eyes in flux, searching the face of everyone I see. "Hi," I say, hearing my voice tremble. I take a breath, trying to get it under control. "I'm here to see Declan Roche," I say, expecting that she'll ask if I have an appointment with him, To which I'd have to say no because I don't. But somehow, I'll have to persuade her to still let me see him. But that's not what this woman says. Her face darkens. "Is he a paralegal?" she asks, cocking a head so that her long, straight locks fall longer on one side. "No," I say. "He's an attorney." Soon-to-be partner, I think, finding it almost impossible, given his stature, that this woman wouldn't know who he is. By Nat's accounts, Declan has been at the firm for years, climbing his way up the legal ladder. But I think, then, that this law firm is massive. There must be over 100 attorneys, and maybe this receptionist is new. Maybe that's why she doesn't know who he is. "Declan Roche, you said?" she asks. "Yes." "Are you sure you're in the right place? This is Tanner and Levine." "Yes, I know," I say, hearing the edge in my voice, thinking how Sienna would be embarrassed by it. "I am in the right place. This is where he works." The receptionist just looks at me, deciding what to say, how to respond. I stare back, trying my best to stay calm but feeling my heart race. When she says nothing, I ask, "Can you check, please? Because I think that maybe you're mistaken. I think he does work here." Reluctantly, she nods, reaching for a list beside the phone. The list is pages long, with the extension for each office. She goes through it, a long manicured fingernail sweeping across each page, down the list of names. "Declan Roche, you say?" she asks, and I say yes. "Sorry," she tells me when she reaches the end, "but there is no one here by that name." And I want to argue, except that as she was looking at it, I read the list of names upside down for myself and saw how it skipped from Rafferty to Shabar. My world spins. I widen my stance because I feel suddenly like the office is moving around me. She was right. I was wrong. He's not here. He's really not here. There is no Declan Roche at this firm. "If that's all," she prompts, putting her list away, her voice drifting. My words are a whisper. "Yes, that's all. Thank you for looking." I turn to go. I feel dizzy, weak. I can't make sense of this, because I know for sure, I remember explicitly, that Nat said her husband worked at Tanner and Levine. It's possible I might have made one mistake, that I might have confused where Nat worked, but it's impossible that I would have made two, which means only one thing. Nat lied. But why? And then it happens. I see something on the way out. Brochures for the law firm in the reception area. The name Tanner and Levine written across the front of them. A small stack of brochures sits fanned out on a side table beside magazines like Newsweek and The Economist. They catch my eye as I walk past, and I gasp because there is an image of a man on the front of the brochures. I see his eyes first, and then his smile, and the recognition hits. On front of a 3-fold laminated brochure is an image of Declan Roche. "It's him," I breathe. I feel validated. I am right. I'm not losing my mind. I swoop down to pick one up. This is him," I say, my voice too loud, conveying too much enthusiasm as I carry the brochure to the receptionist's desk, pointing sharply at it. "This is Declan Roche. I was right. He does work here." The woman takes the brochure from me for a closer look, letting her eyes run over his handsome face. "Okay," she concedes, nodding. "Let me call down to Human Resources and see. Why don't you have a seat?" I take a seat on one of the smoke-gray lounge chairs, my heart palpitating because it's only a matter of time now until I really do come face to face with Declan. What will I say to him? What will he say? What will he be like? I think he will be charming because that's the way all sociopaths are. But I know better than to believe that. I think of the things he's done to Nat, the things that he's said, the text messages I've read. "You are nothing without me, you fucking bitch." It doesn't take long. Less than a minute. "Ma'am?" the receptionist asks. I look sharply up. My heart pounds, and I think that she is going to tell me that he's on his way. I set the magazine aside and press myself from the chair to go to her. "I'm sorry," she says, setting the phone back in its cradle. But as it turns out, our marketing department created that brochure. That man doesn't actually work here. We don't know who it is. I blink once, twice, and then 3 times. I don't understand," I say, stammering. "His picture is on your brochure." "It's a stock photo," she says. And though she doesn't mean for them to, her words come as a punch to the gut. A stock photo. I feel physically sick. Stock photography. Images bought online, which means one of 2 things: that Nat is married to a model, or, more likely, that every single picture on Nat's Facebook page was doctored using stock photos of this same man. Microstock images are dirt cheap. You can buy them for something like $1 each and then make alterations on programs like Photoshop to make it look like he's in Punta Cana or riding the Ferris wheel at Navy Pier. She can insert herself into them, make believe they're husband and wife. She must have found dozens of photos of the same man to use on some website like Shutterstock. Heaven on earth, on top of the world. Why would she do this? Why would she pretend to be married to this man? The receptionist slides the brochure across the desk to me, and I spin it around so that I'm looking into this man's eyes, the world around me growing dim. I tune everything else out, the ding of the elevator, footsteps, a cough, and focus on him and only him. His eyes are seductive, a strange but beautiful combination of green and brown with flecks of gold. The color of them is one thing, but it's that undeniable effect that his eyes are watching me, following me no matter which angle I look from. And then there is his smile, a simper, really, smug but also incredibly sexy, and I'd bet my life that the day I first saw him on Nat's Facebook page isn't the first time I've ever seen him. He looked familiar even then, though I couldn't place him at the time. And now I think what happened was that I saw him on an ad for the law firm or for something else. Because he's a model. He's not her husband. "Are you okay, ma'am?" the receptionist asks, and I realize that I've lost all sense of time. I wonder how long I've been standing here staring at the brochure, my jaw slack, speechless. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" She is smiling when I lift my gaze to hers. A polite, albeit uncomfortable smile. And when I look down at the brochure again, I see what I failed to see before. How his placement, the way he sits, the way his hands are positioned, and the angle of his head are an exact duplicate of Nat's cover photo on Facebook. Except that Nat herself, her arms thrown around his shoulders from behind, hands clasped across his chest to show off her dazzling wedding ring, chin resting on his shoulder and eyes that gaze sideways, are gone, excised. Because they were never there to begin with. No, thank you. I stagger away from the desk, taking the brochure with me. I don't know what I'll do with it. Finding this man would serve no purpose because he is not Declan. Declan is someone else. The cold air outside is an insult. I weave my way around people back to the train. I feel lost, hopeless, bemused. It's as I'm riding the train back home that an idea comes to me. I find Emily Miller on Facebook. Emily Miller is an old high school friend, one Nat said she still talks to from time to time. With a name like that, and not knowing her married name, it's not easy. But I scroll through a myriad of Emily Miller's Facebook profiles with dwindling hope until I find the right one. Emily Miller Cease. She lives in Portland now. Her page is private, but I can see that she and I have mutual friends from high school. I send her a friend request, but also a direct message saying, "Hi, Emily. It's Megan from high school. I'm trying to find Nat Cohen and was wondering if you might have her phone number or know another way to get in touch. Please call." I leave her with my phone number. Later that night, my phone rings. The number a 971 area code. I swipe to answer, pressing the phone to my ear. "Hello?" I ask. "Megan, hi! It's Emily Cease, she says. And then, Emily Miller, from high school. Emily, hi. Thank you so much for calling me back. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Emily and I weren't great friends in school, but we didn't dislike each other. We just didn't know each other well. We didn't have many classes together, or things in common, or a reason to be friends. She was more into theater than sports, and I remember how incredible she was, how she had aspirations of being on Broadway one day. I wonder how that panned out. Under different circumstances, I might ask, but instead I get right to the point. I'm trying to get in touch with Nat Cohen. You two were so close in high school. I'm hoping you might have her number. There's a beat of silence. When she speaks, her voice is solemn, grave. I thought you knew. I thought everyone knew. My world is spinning already, but I don't know why. I lower myself to a chair, waiting for the bottom to fall out. Knew what? Nat is dead. She died 19 years ago, Megan. She and her whole family did. What? It's awful, I know. How? I breathe out. A car crash. I'm rocked by disbelief. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. Truly, if it helps, they say that she died quickly, that she didn't feel any pain. I can't find the words to speak. Are you okay? She asks. Yes, I manage to get out. And then, thank you, Emily. Thank you for letting me know. We end the call, and I sit there on the chair, stock still. It's not surprising that I didn't know that Nat was dead. After my sister Bethany's death, my parents moved away from our hometown. I never went back. I cut ties with almost everyone from that time in my life. It was the only way I knew to move on from my sister's suicide. With shaking hands, I Google her name, Natalie Cohen. And then, because that's too broad, too general, I add the words Illinois and car crash. I press enter, and a new page loads. Each headline is a shocking betrayal. 6 dead in fiery wrong-way crash. Wrong-way crash kills mother, father, and their 3 kids. Recent college graduate with a bright future among those killed on Illinois tollway. Community mourns a family lost in deadly crash. I think I will be sick or pass out. I don't know which. On the kitchen chair, I spread my legs wide, hunch over, and drop my head between them to increase the blood flow to my brain. I close my eyes. I breathe, in through my nose, out through my mouth, wondering if I should call Sienna, who's in her bedroom 10 feet away, for help. But I don't want to worry her. I think about the breathing techniques they taught me before Sienna was born. I breathe out through pursed lips. When I can, I sit back up. I lean back in the chair and look at the search results on my phone. I choose one of the headlines and read the article in its entirety. All 5 members of the Cohen family were killed around 3 p.m. Sunday afternoon when their minivan collided with a van on Interstate 90 that was going the wrong way. The driver responsible for the crash, 32-year-old Marcus High, was drunk at the time of the incident, with a blood alcohol content of more than twice the legal limit. He was also killed. There is a picture. It's dated, circa early 2000s. Mr. and Mrs. Cohen stand on the left, him in khaki pants and a white shirt, her in nice jeans and a warm tan blouse. On the right are 2 teenage boys, twins maybe, one with glasses, one without, both tall and lanky in jeans and neutral coordinating polo shirts. And there in the center of them all stands Nat Cohen, with her short, blunt bobbed hair and gap-toothed smile, in a jean skirt and a turtleneck. My chest tightens. My mouth is suddenly dry, though my hands are wet with sweat. Who is this woman who's been living in my home, who I've been telling my secrets to? 19. The days pass. Christmas comes and goes. The brutal winter makes itself right at home. The snow is no longer magical, but persistent, never-ending. It doesn't get warm enough for it to melt. The closest it gets to melting is dirty brown slush that we bring home on our shoes and into the apartment. The windows in our building are old and drafty. The winter air gets in and we are always cold. The days gray, spring an eternity away. I go to work and I come home. Each day a carbon copy of the day before. Nothing changes. Time passes and the police still haven't found my stolen money. It's not for lack of trying. The bank account, they've learned, the place where I wired the money to, belonged to a man named Joseph Minor. The police tracked him down to a dilapidated home just west of Washington Park. Joseph Minor is a drug addict, and at first when they told me, my heart leaped because I thought the police had found the person who did this to me. But I was wrong. Mr. Minor didn't do it because when the police spoke to him, he confessed that he had, in essence, rented out his identity, his name, his social security number, for cash, for money for drugs. Someone else, a woman, he said, paid him off and then used his identity to set up the quasi-anonymous account. And I don't have to think long or hard to know who did it. She did. The woman I only know as Nat, using a voice changer app to make herself sound like a man on the phone and setting up the account online so she didn't have to go into the bank, so no one would see her and there would be no evidence. I tell the police it was her, but without a real name or a picture of her. It's like tracking down a ghost. I look for her everywhere I go. At work, on my commute to work, sitting in my living room staring out the window at the street. I watch the L pass by and wonder if she's on it. I never see her, but I think she's out there somewhere, watching me. I feel it all the time, this overwhelming, paralyzing feeling of being followed, pursued. There are nights that I know she's lurking in the shadows, walking behind me, following me home from work. I never see her. It's a gut feeling only, but I trust my gut. Those times that my nerves scream out and the tiny hairs on my arms stand on end. I hear footsteps behind me, but every time I turn around to see, she's gone, slipping into gangways, into the alcoves of stores, into covered bus stops or blending in with other people on the street. She's toying with me. As the days go by, my indignation grows. She lied to me. She stole $10,000 from me. She made me believe she was my long-lost friend. I let her into my home. I told her my secrets. And yet, I don't know who she is. It wasn't just that. There's more. Because one day, not long after she disappeared, I went into my jewelry box, which I keep on the dresser in my bedroom. I don't often wear jewelry, but Sienna asked for a bracelet to borrow. And when I opened the box, I felt sick. My wedding and engagement rings, which have sat untouched in one of the little modular trays since Ben and my divorce, were gone. The velvet tray lay empty. I don't wear those rings anymore, but they're worth thousands of dollars and even more in sentimental value. Right away, I told the police and reported the crime. But the only thing the police could do was file a report and then keep tabs on jewelry stores and pawn shops to see if she tries to sell them. But so far, no luck. I start to lose hope that I will ever see her with my own eyes. I try to distract myself with other things. I go on a date with a man I meet online, telling myself I need to move on and forget about Nat and everything that happened. I need to forget about my divorce and about Ben. I need to put it all behind me. I need to find a way to move on with my life, to find peace and happiness. What's done is done. Easier said than done. Today is a work day, but I've taken the morning off to go for an appointment on Wabash and the South Loop for my follow-up mammogram, to have the asymmetry on the right breast checked. I don't usually schedule appointments on days I work, but it was the only time for weeks that they could get me in, and I didn't want to put it off any longer. I change into the hip-length gown and then follow the mammographer into the room. After it's done, I sit, anxiously waiting for her to come back with results from the radiologist. If they're still inconclusive, we'll do an ultrasound and then go from there. I'm all nerves. "Good news," she says when she comes back. "Everything looks fine." "You're sure?" "Yes, we're sure. The breast tissue was most likely superimposed when the first mammogram was done," she says, "making it look different than the other breast. It happens. It's common, but nothing to worry about. You don't need to have another mammogram for a year. I smile, feeling lighter and in good spirits. It doesn't last long. It's as I'm leaving the physician's building that it happens. I step out of the building and onto Wabash, and that's when I see her crossing the intersection at Wabash and Cullerton, her dark brown hair hanging long over the back of the white winter coat, a pair of skinny jeans tucked into the tall shaft of her winter boots, the ones with the fuzzy cuff. My heart stops. It's her. I call out with the only name I know for her. Nat! I scream, cupping my hands around my mouth, though she's not Nat because Nat is dead. Nat Cohen! The woman turns, and for a moment, our eyes lock. As they do, she visibly straightens. It might just be a coincidence that I've run into her here, but I'm not so sure she hasn't been following me and that this time, she just happened to get caught. Who is she, and what does she want with me? Quickly, I start making my way toward her. As I do, she turns the other way and runs. I give chase. The street around us is filled with people despite the weather, everyone all bundled up in coats and hats, making it hard to tell who is who, and were it not for her white coat, an outlier among almost exclusively black, I'd have lost her by now. My anger surges as we race down Wabash. Seeing her has brought back all the emotion so that I feel humiliated and indignant all over again. This woman lied to me. She took advantage of my generosity. She came into my home under false pretenses and I fell for it. She stole from me. All of a sudden, my rage reaches new heights. The adrenaline spikes and I run faster. At 18th Street, she turns sharply right. She cuts close to a brick building, throwing a glance back over her shoulder to see if she's lost me, which she hasn't. She runs fast, faster than me, the distance between us increasing. I keep her in my range of vision. We cross Michigan, Indiana, Prairie Avenue, running past businesses, a warehouse, apartment buildings, and parking lots. I elbow people by accident as I run and am met with curt words like, "Watch it, excuse you," and "What the fuck, lady?" Houses appear, massive houses. 18th Street becomes Calumet Avenue, and still I run. I run down Calumet, past brick townhomes on one side of the street, high-rise apartments the other, some recognizable from all the times I've traveled down Lakeshore Drive, which is just a stone's throw to the east. Everything here is packed densely together, creating pockets to hide. Parked cars line both sides of the tree-lined street in the Prairie Avenue district, which is much sought after and where the most affluent Chicagoans lived before the Gold Coast was built. Under different circumstances, I might stand to take it in, to admire it, the architecture and the history. But as it is, it's all a blur. And the only thing I'm really aware of are the many hiding spots and the many places to escape. The street in front of me is devoid of life, nearly everything white. Winter is a wasteland. I've lost her. I stand in the middle of Calumet, arms outstretched, spinning, my eyes wildly searching the street. When I come to a stop, dizzy, breathless, the townhomes to my right have patios that sit just slightly beneath ground level, access to them limited by a black wrought iron fence, which would be easy to climb, to then hunker down on the patios behind bulky outdoor furniture covered for the winter with polyester tarps, and hide. I start drifting right when movement in my peripheral vision grabs my attention. I turn. To my left is a walkway. It's wide and open, heading under a bridge. From the bridge's underpass, I see a flash of white. I'm wrong. She's not hiding on the patios. She's gone the other way. I run toward the flash of white, as if dashing after Alice in Wonderland's White Rabbit, along the sidewalk and then under the bridge. On the other side of the underpass, a ramp appears to the right, going up. It's a pedestrian bridge, over the rail yard. Here, the beauty of the Prairie Avenue district fades, and it's industrial. It's loud with traffic, which soars past on the adjacent Lakeshore Drive. The area is not as maintained. Things look aged. The deck of the bridge is a composite of wood and something else, but the railings are a rusted metal, reddish-brown, flaking off. Less desirable parts of the city encroach on this, so that I wouldn't feel safe here alone, at this time of year, if I was in my right mind. But I'm not. I'm not alone, and I'm not in my right mind. The pedestrian bridge goes to the right and then the left, climbing. Beneath us is a series of train tracks with 4 Metra trains on them, stopped further back and empty. There is a wooden platform just below, which is basic. It doesn't have a building or sell tickets. A rider would have to purchase those once on the train. The platform is empty. She is fast. I'd never catch her, but fate intervenes when, in her haste, she trips. She falls forward to the ground, catching herself with her hands, letting out a short cry of pain or shock. On her hands and knees on the ground, she turns and looks back over a shoulder. Her eyes rise to mine, measuring the distance between us, which gives me the opportunity to close the gap, and I do, reaching out to grab her by the hood of her winter coat as she tries to stand up. She tries to pull away, to shrug out of the coat to free herself, but either I am physically stronger or my resolve is stronger. She manages to stand up, but I hold on tight, not letting go. "Who are you?" I ask, pinning her between my body and the bridge railing so she can't get away so easily. She backs a half step away from me, bumping into the edge. "Who are you?" The answer is cheeky. "Nat Cohen." "The fuck you are," I snap. "Nat Cohen is dead." Her laugh is dry. "I didn't know if you'd fall for it, if my story would bear scrutiny, but it did. Don't feel too bad about it, Megan. I don't talk to many people from high school either. They could be dead and I wouldn't know." "But why? Why would you do this, and who is Declan?" "Haven't you figured it out by now?" "Figured out what?" "Declan doesn't exist." "But the bruises and your swollen lip," I say in disbelief. She snickers, and it dawns on me what happened, the reality of it a blow. How stupid I've been. "You did this to yourself. You let someone hit you or you hit yourself so that I'd think you were being abused, so I'd take pity on you." Her reply is a cruel smile. The answer is yes. She did something like slam her own face against something hard enough to sustain a black eye, a bruised forehead, and other injuries. My jaw goes slack. Why? What kind of sick person would do such a thing? The same type of person who would fake a kidnapping and steal $10,000 from me. She doesn't say. She only shrugs. In her silence, I say, still finding it hard to believe. "But that night at the restaurant, he was there, outside, looking through the window. I saw what you were looking at, the condensation on the glass." I didn't imagine it. She stares, looking smug. "The timing was fortunate. I couldn't have planned that better myself." It takes a second before I realize what she means. That while someone was at the window, it was unrelated. A man looking into the restaurant to see how crowded it was or if a friend had arrived, something like that. And she used it to her advantage to make me believe her husband was there. I shake my head, going through everything that happened, trying to understand it. "But the Find My app on your phone. It said Declan could see your location. And the awful text from him that night," I say, thinking back to that night when the text messages came rapid fire. "You fucking bitch, and I own you." "I don't understand. I was with you when they arrived. You couldn't have sent them to yourself." I'm so desperate to make sense of it, not wanting to believe that I could be so easily fooled. "Couldn't I?" "Did someone help you?" I ask. Someone would have had to help her, unless it's possible she has 2 phones and was able to schedule the texts in advance. "Why would I tell you that, Megan? You think I'm going to tell you all my secrets?" she asks. And I feel stupid because that's exactly what I did. I told her, a stranger, my secrets. I didn't think I was the type of person who could so easily be a victim of manipulation. I thought I was smarter than that. I think back, going back in time. She did her research. She studied me. She knew the way I walked home from work every night. She knew that sometime after 7 o'clock, I'd be walking north on Sheffield that same night the horrible texts from Declan arrived. She put herself there, on my route, when I'd be passing by. And then she did something to piss off the man who screamed at her, creating a scene so that I'd notice her, so that I'd take pity on her, so that I'd welcome her into my home. Everything was premeditated. Everything was done with purpose. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you following me? What do you want from me? I like you. I miss talking to you. I miss you. Under different circumstances, we could have been friends. My laugh is barbed and cynical. You like talking to me? The only thing you ever told me were lies, I say in disbelief. The sad thing is that I liked talking to her too. I was so relieved to have finally found a friend I could be open with and trust. Do you know how many nights I lost sleep worrying about you, thinking he'd hurt you or worse? Nothing you said was real. The thing I don't get is why. Why did you do this? What did you have to gain from it? Was it just an intricate but well-devised plan to steal from me? She pretended to be someone I knew because the odds of gaining my trust were in her favor. She appealed to my compassionate side, and I let her into my home so she could help herself to my things. I'm calling the police, I say, boring a hand into my bag for my phone, trying to keep this woman between my body and the edge of the bridge so she can't leave. The police will come, and I'll tell them what she's done. You're not going to get away with this. Call them. I dare you, she says. And in that moment, as the sun peeks out from behind a cloud, the light catches on her hand, and I look at the bright, shiny object on her finger and gasp. My ring. My wedding band, which I know is 100% mine because it's not like other wedding bands, but is one of a kind. On the inside is a message inscribed from Ben, one that doesn't ring true anymore. You and me forever. The engagement ring isn't here, but still, she has the impudence to wear my wedding ring, to not only steal from me, but to flaunt her loot in public like it's hers. Give me my ring! Give me my fucking ring! I shriek, feeling something in me start to snap. You mean this ring? She laughs, holding her hands up but out of reach. She thinks this is funny. She's not sorry for what she's done to me, for how this has made me feel. She's completely without remorse. I step closer, trying to take my ring from her, to wrench it off her finger if I have to. She steps further back, laughing at first, but there's nowhere to go. She backs into the bridge's rail, and her face tightens. She makes a grave mistake then. She puts a foot on the bottom rail, lifting herself up, rising higher, trying to gain leverage, distance, to shimmy away from me somehow, to get her feet disentangled from mine so she can get past me and run away with my ring. But it's a mistake. Because the upper rail now comes to just below her hip, and she's unbalanced. I can see in her panicked eyes how she regrets the decision, but she can't undo it because I'm standing too close, not letting her back down. She's fighting now, making an attempt to shove, to knee me away, to get her feet back on the ground, but it's difficult because of her position. She hasn't gained leverage, but lost it instead, and so she screams, "Take it! If you want it that bad, take the fucking ring!" Twisting it over her knuckle, hurling it to the bridge deck, and then reaching back to hold tight to the rusty railing just behind her. In anger and in spite, she says, "No wonder your husband didn't love you." I blanch at the hateful words. Why is she doing this? What have I done to her? I think of everything I told her about Ben, all those intimate confessions. She violated, preyed upon, exploited me. She pretended to be my friend, to need me, just to take advantage of and steal from me. No wonder your sister killed herself, she says, hoping to stun and immobilize me with her words so that she can get away. A train roars in the distance. Haven't you figured it out by now? She goes on. You're the common denominator. Everyone just wants to get away from you. Now get your fucking hands off me or I'll tell them what you told me. I'll tell them who Sienna's real dad is and how you're a... With that, something in me snaps. I rear back. I push. It's reactive, provoked. I don't even think about what I'm doing, only how good it feels, how cathartic, my anger dissipating with each thrust. The first time she only jerks back and then recenters herself, aggrieved and in disbelief, saying, "What the fuck?" But after the second time, her arms flail at her sides like helicopter propellers, trying to find her equilibrium, a toehold, an anchor. She doesn't. Her knees lock, but still gravity and imbalance pull her over the edge. I watch it happen in slow motion. As she falls backward, her eyes go wide like full moons. Her hands reach out, grabbing at the air, but in the next second, I can't see her face. She's over the edge, and what I see when I look down is graceful, almost. She falls with ease, a lissome gymnast tumbling through the air. She screams. The landing is forceful. It's driving and abrupt. She slams into the earth with a dull thud. I jerk, blanching, and then I stare at her lying face down beside the tracks. Her scream suddenly silent, her arms bent under her, hair swirled around her head, strands lifting in the wind, the only part of her that still moves. My heart is in my throat. I cling to the cold railing with my hands, staring down, open-mouthed, gawping, gasping, over the edge. I can't catch my breath. She's dead. I pushed her. I can't wrap my head around it. It's not possible. This can't be happening. This can't be real. But it is. I see her on the ground before me, blood starting to appear. Tiny rivers of it that flow through the rocks beside the train tracks, cardinal red in contrast to the milky pastiness of the ballast. I look around, searching. The earth is a void, my only saving grace. There were no witnesses. No one has seen what I've done. The only sign of life is in the cars that soar by on Lakeshore Drive, too far away and moving at too high of a speed to see what's really happened here. But soon people will come. A pedestrian or a train will pass by and find her, and then more people will come to lift away what's left of her and to see what a dead body looks like. I sweep my wedding band up from the deck of the bridge and slip it on my finger so I don't misplace it. I have to go before someone finds me here. Part 2. 20. It's hard to be at work. It's hard to focus when my mind is all over the place. I thought about taking the day and calling in sick, but I've taken days in the past and don't want to let them go to waste because eventually I might need them. And besides, I remind myself as I have so many times of late, I have to act like nothing is wrong, like caring for Caitlin Beckett doesn't upset me more than any other patient, though it does, for different reasons. Because I'm the one who pushed her from the bridge. Late in the morning, I make my way toward her room. She's been in the hospital for just shy of 2 weeks now, every day the spitting image of the last. Nothing changes, so that I've become complacent, thinking she will never wake up. Though still, every day for the last 10 or so days, I've said a little prayer on the way into work that I'll arrive to the news that Caitlin expired overnight. But so far, no luck. I shouldn't ever wish another person dead, but I do, because if Caitlin dies, then I won't get in trouble for what I've done. I'm not a bad person. I've just done something bad. I step into Caitlin's room, feeling a tightness spread across my chest as if the air is too thin in here, the oxygen lacking, making it hard to breathe. I wash my hands and then make my way to the monitor to check her vitals. Mr. Beckett sits on a chair at the foot of the bed. He has a leather portfolio spread open on his lap, a yellow legal pad on the inside, with the words Tanner and Levine printed on the top binding. I do a double take. Occupational hazard, he told me once, when he was doing research into the bridge and the likelihood of surviving a fall from it. I'm an attorney. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I didn't consider that he was an attorney at the very place Declan Roche supposedly worked. That said, It explains how the firm name rolled so easily off Caitlin's tongue the first time she told me about her husband in the coffee shop where we met. I think how scared she pretended to be when I arrived that night, how her coffee spilled. And I remember what Mr. Beckett said the first time we met, how Caitlin thought she could go to Hollywood and become a star. She is quite the actress. Mr. Beckett stares down, jotting something on the pad while Mrs. Beckett sits beside the bed. There is a magazine open on her lap, but she doesn't look at it, letting her eyes rest instead on the lines of her daughter's face, reading them. The bruises on Caitlin's face are healing now. They're not gone, but her body is in the process of breaking down the blood, of reabsorbing it so that they have a brownish tinge to them and are no longer black and blue. Her broken bones are healing. I look at her. I think about the last conscious minutes I spent with her, as I often do when I'm in the room with her. For as hard as I try, I can't escape the image of her arms as helicopter propellers that day on the bridge, spinning, trying to pull at the air, to thrust herself forward so she wouldn't fall over the edge. But then she did anyway, and I could do nothing but watch. I stare at Mrs. Beckett now as she looks at her, at Caitlin, at Nat, whatever her name is. I think of the things her husband has told me. I see the love in Mrs. Beckett's eyes, and wonder if Sienna treated me the same way her daughter treats her, I could still love her. I could, I think, because that's what unconditional love is. I don't know if there is anything Sienna could do that would make me not love her. As I'm watching, my gaze going back and forth between Caitlin's and her mother's faces, it happens. At first, it is only an almost inappreciable ripple beneath the eyelid, the gentle lapping of waves against a shoreline, skimming the rocks and sand, so that I could almost convince myself it didn't happen. I stare, waiting for it to happen again, and it does. Caitlin's eyes blink open. It's slow, cautious. The light above her is bright, blazing down like the Florida sun. Her gaze is soft, unfocused and glazed. Her eyes settle on nothing. She doesn't move her head. Mrs. Beckett's voice is urgent. Tom! Tom! But it's too much stimulation, too much noise, too much light. It happens so fast that Mr. Beckett's head snaps up from his work a split second too late, after Caitlin's eyes have sunken back shut. Did you see that? Mrs. Beckett asks, only now looking at him as he sets his leather portfolio aside and rises to standing. See what? He asks. But he doesn't wait for a reply. No, he decides. I didn't see anything. Sorry, I was... Her eyes, she insists. She opened her eyes. You saw it, Megan, didn't you? You saw her open her eyes. Mrs. Beckett is staring at me now, her expression pleading with me to say yes, that I saw it, that she didn't imagine it, that she isn't losing her mind. But I can't speak. I can barely breathe. My heart beats with such ferocity I feel suddenly dizzy, suddenly flush. She wasn't supposed to wake up. She was supposed to die like this, in a coma. Megan? I muster a nod, but it's not necessary. Because a second later, Caitlin opens her eyes again, more fully this time. And this time, when she does, her eyes find mine. 21. Mrs. Beckett takes Caitlin by the hand, sliding her own under it and gripping gently. Squeeze, baby, she pleads, standing suspended above her, looking down. If you can feel my hand, squeeze. We hold our collective breath. We wait, me frozen beside the IV pumps, Mr. Beckett at the end of the bed, everyone watching the two pale, delicate hands clasped together under the harsh ICU lights, one firm, the other limp. Nothing. 10 seconds pass before Mrs. Beckett gently squeezes Caitlin's hand again, as she leans even further down, staring wide-eyed into the still brown eyes, and says, It's me, Caitlin. It's Mom. If you can hear me, if you can feel me, please just squeeze my hand. Mrs. Beckett tightens her grip on Caitlin's hand as if to demonstrate what she means. Caitlin's eyes are open now, like marbles that stare up at the ceiling, unblinking. We watch the joined hands again, my own eyes agape, waiting for a spasm, a quiver, a twitch. But still, there's nothing, and I practically heave a sigh of relief as Caitlin's eyes sink slowly shut again, buying time. It's not like she can speak with the ET tube running down her throat and past her vocal cords. But if she could, I wonder what she would say, and if she would say I'm the one who pushed her off the bridge.
"We should call the doctor,"
Mr. Beckett says, practical, businesslike. I feel his eyes on me, and it takes a minute to process. But then I think that yes, we should. I should. Because I'm her nurse, and it's my job to do things like that, to assess her and to call for the doctor. If this was any other patient, I'd be reacting already, taking the appropriate action and not standing frozen, anchored to the ground as I am now with my heart in my throat. The reality of what's happening hits like a tidal wave. She's waking up. She's coming to. Caitlin Beckett pretended to be someone she's not. She lied to me. She made me trust her. She stole from me. I don't know what type of crime that is exactly, whether theft, larceny, or something else. But it's nonviolent, punishable by probably a short time in jail and a meager little fine. I, on the other hand, pushed her off a bridge. That's so much worse. It's attempted murder, and I couldn't even claim self-defense because she didn't try to hurt me. Not physically, anyway. My life was never at risk. I could go to jail for something like 20 years, if not for the rest of my life. And I have a child. I have Sienna. In 20 years, Sienna will be 36 years old, an adult, not that much younger than I am now. And I think about the last 20 years of my life, all I have done and experienced. And then I think of Sienna doing it and experiencing it without me. Going to college, meeting the man of her dreams, falling in love, getting married, getting pregnant, having children, bringing new life into the world and then watching it bloom and grow. I think of the things I told her. I think of the last words she spoke to me before I pushed her off the bridge. I'll tell them what you told me. I'll tell them who Sienna's real dad is and how you're a whore. I have so much more to lose than she does.
"Megan?"
My head snaps up. Mr. Beckett's voice brings me back to reality, to the present. He's watching me, and I know I have to do something, and so I step forward, my legs shaking and weak. I'm not so sure the Becketts can't hear my pulse, the surge of blood as it rushes through my body, so fast it makes me dizzy. As the Becketts watch, I move to the bedside. I lean down and force Caitlin's eyes open to check for a pupillary response, sweeping my penlight across her eyes, when what I really want to do is remove her from life support, to extubate her, to yank the endotracheal tube out and watch her die. I back away from her. "Let me call the doctor," I say, which I do, and in time he comes. He does an exam and orders tests to check different aspects and function of the brain and her awareness. He orders continuous infusions of a sedative as needed to keep her comfortable until she's ready to be weaned from the ventilator. Caitlin doesn't open her eyes again for the rest of the day, at least not that anyone sees. What I know about coming out of a coma is that it's a process. Split seconds of awareness and lucidity followed by a slip back into the dark void of unconsciousness. This is the way it often happens, and is the way it will likely happen with Caitlin. But then, if I'm lucky, there are things like locked-in syndrome, which is so much worse, and is what I hope for every time I think of her and her marble-like eyes staring blankly up at the ceiling, that she will be locked in. It's rare, but it happens. Locked-in syndrome is when a person's mind might function to the full extent. Their cognitive abilities are still intact. They can hear everything happening in the room around them. They feel pain and all external stimuli, but their muscles don't work right. They don't work at all. The person is paralyzed, wholly incapable of movement except for the vertical movement of the eyes. In other words, a fully functioning mind is trapped inside a non-functional body. It's hell when you think about it. To be able to hear and think, but not scream. To have an itch, but not be able to scratch it. I've read accounts of people suffering from locked-in syndrome, of them listening to doctors and nurses and loved ones talk openly about taking them off life support, letting them pass peacefully away because no one knows. No one understands that there is still life behind the eyes. Most don't ever recover. Many don't survive it. There are often complications, like aspiration or sepsis. And if I'm really lucky, she will be locked in, and something like that will happen to her. She'll aspirate, get pneumonia, and die. I shouldn't think like that. I'm not a monster. It doesn't have to be that way. She could live, too, and if that were the case, she would eventually be transferred to a skilled nursing facility for care because she couldn't stay here in our ICU for the rest of her life. That wouldn't be so bad. Not for me, not for her either. Not when the alternative is death. A skilled nursing facility could better meet her needs. I think about her living out the rest of her life like that, with the ability to hear and feel, blink and think, but not much more. And there is some satisfaction in it. Imagining how she could ruminate for the rest of her miserable life on what she did to me and others, and live to regret it. The staff at the skilled nursing facility might be able to teach her to communicate with her eyes, but even if they could, it could be elementary, rudimentary at best. She would never be able to tell them what I've done, and even if she could, it would be so easy for me to dispute it, to say that she's mistaken, or that someone misinterpreted what she was trying to say. I'm in the room with her. It's early the next morning, before visiting hours have begun. Caitlin's eyes are closed, and, at first glance, she looks unconscious. But then I think of everything I know about this woman, about everything I've learned over these last few weeks, and wonder if it's possible she's bluffing, if she's only trying to pass for being unconscious. I wouldn't put it past her. We assess patients' brain function and consciousness using the Glasgow Coma Scale, which I have done at every shift that I've cared for her. The Glasgow Coma Scale measures things like motor responsiveness, verbal performance, and eye-opening, though verbal performance can't be assessed on an intubated patient, and so the highest she can score is 10 out of 15. I start my assessment. Caitlin doesn't open her eyes like a fully conscious person would, and so I have to speak to her, to see if she responds to the sound of my voice, though I'm reluctant. I don't want her to respond. I want to pretend for as long as humanly possible that she's completely unconscious and unresponsive. I blame myself. I got complacent. I got too relaxed. I took for granted that she would never wake up, but she has. "Caitlin," I say in a forced whisper, standing by the edge of the bed. There is no response, and so I lean closer and say it again, unhesitatingly this time, not expecting her to respond. "Caitlin." Her eyes fly open. I jerk suddenly back, plowing into the medical cart behind me, where items get jostled but nothing falls. My heart pounds, a blast beat on the drum. From 2 feet away, I watch Caitlin's face. Her open eyes stare up at the ceiling tiles. The next step is to assess whether she responds to pain. I don't want to touch her, but I drag myself back to the bedside to pinch a couple inches of the trapezius muscle between my thumb and index finger. I pinch lightly at first, and then gradually harder, and this time she reacts, her arms subconsciously flexing, bending at the elbow as if to pull away from the pain. I step back again, letting go. She can move, which comes as a letdown because it means she's not locked in. I tally the results in my head. Today, she scores a 7 on the Glasgow Coma Scale. She was at a 3 when she came in, which is as low as a person can get. She's getting better. In the break room alone, I try to catch my breath, to think. Caitlin Beckett is improving. It's only a matter of time now until the respiratory therapist comes to try and wean her off the ventilator. Once Caitlin can breathe on her own, she will be able to speak. And I wonder what she will say and if her memories are still intact. The TV on the break room counter is on. It's the midday news, And they're saying how the police are getting closer to finding the man who has been attacking women in the city. And I should be relieved, grateful. I should turn the volume up so I can hear it better. But my mind is somewhere else. And though I notice the voice of the reporter, I have my back to the TV and I'm only hearing her words at surface level. I don't mentally absorb them because I'm thinking about Caitlin and what I've already done and of what I need to do. Because I can't take any chances. The latest victim fought back, scratched him, debris from fingernails, DNA. I need to kill her. I need her dead. It's not that I want to do this. I'm not a killer. I save people for a living. The idea of taking a human life is unthinkable. I can't imagine anything worse, but I have so much to lose if she lives. That said, it's possible. I can kill her. If you work in a hospital long enough, you know that some medical mistakes are inevitable. Every nurse has made them in his or her career. I certainly have. We used to hear horror stories back in nursing school, and I remember when I first started working at the hospital, how I went into every shift just hoping and praying I didn't accidentally kill one of my patients that day. We're human, and everyone makes mistakes, but some mistakes are worse than others, more egregious. Things that range from improper documentation to administering the wrong medication, maybe one meant for another patient. And sometimes it's okay, there are no adverse effects. But sometimes someone might have an allergy to a certain medication and die as a result. Even something like improper documentation can have fatal consequences if a nurse doesn't document a medicine a patient takes and someone else also administers it. Some mistakes have ripple effects like that, and then before you know it, a patient has overdosed and died. There is a shortage of nurses in the workforce these days. Burnout from the pandemic is real. In the last few years, it's led many to rethink their career choice and to leave the profession en masse, which puts even more pressure on the rest of us. While the number of critical care nurses has been depleted, the number of patients continues to grow. They still come, despite the fact that we don't always have enough room or resources to care for them as well as we should. It's a known fact that inadequate nursing staff is directly aligned to patient mortality. The fewer nurses we have, the more responsibilities we have. We're spread thin. We're physically exhausted and emotionally drained. As a result, mistakes happen. It's not necessarily due to bad doctors and nurses, but systematic healthcare problems. It wouldn't be my fault. It would be the fault of the system. What people don't know is that fatalities from medical errors are one of the leading causes of death in America, though they don't tell you that. Instead, it's misrepresented as something else like cardiac arrest, when in reality it was something like a fatal drug mix-up, a programming error, the injection of air into the arterial line to cause an embolism, or infusing something like potassium too fast. What I wonder is, if a nurse makes a mistake that results in the death of a patient, is she criminally liable? I might lose my job. I might lose my license. I'm okay with that, if it means keeping me out of jail. 22. The next day, the decision is made to wean Caitlin from the ventilator. Once she's off it, she won't be sedated anymore and will be able to speak. Liberating someone from a ventilator is a process. It's not something that happens right away. We have to be sure a patient can breathe on their own before we extubate them. It can take up to an hour or more, and sometimes, at the end of that, we find that they're not ready for extubation, and it has to be delayed, which is what I'm hoping for, that when the respiratory therapist changes the ventilator settings, or after we extubate her, Caitlin has trouble breathing and has to be re-intubated. Caitlin is taken off the sedative first, so she's fully conscious. The respiratory therapist changes the settings on the ventilator, and for the next hour we watch to make sure there are no difficulties and that Caitlin can breathe on her own, that her breathing is not too rapid or shallow, that she stays properly oxygenated and things like that. I have trouble breathing the whole time. Caitlin passes the spontaneous breathing trial with flying colors. Everyone is thrilled about this but me. Caitlin is getting better. Everyone thinks she will live, though no one knows in what capacity. The long-term effects of a traumatic brain injury can be significant. People with TBIs can suffer from motor deficits, nerve damage, vision problems, difficulties with fine motor skills, difficulty thinking and remembering, and more. Talking is hard for most people when they first come off a ventilator. Their voices are hoarse, and they can breathe on their own, but they're still weak, and there is often brain fog from the sedatives and from the time spent on the machine. It's hard to think and to form words at first, but eventually most do. I've been losing sleep thinking about that, running over and over again in my mind what will happen if and when Caitlin is able to string words into sentences and tell everyone what I did. Today, when I come into her room, she's awake. Her eyes are open like little slits, and her head is turned toward the door so that she sees me come in, her head and her eyes following me across the room, though there's no recognition at first. And my only remaining hope is that she doesn't remember what happened, and that she doesn't know who I am. It's not wishful thinking. People with head trauma lose their memories all the time. Caitlin and I are alone in the room together for now. The Becketts were here earlier, but they're gone, setting up a room in their house for Caitlin for when she comes home. Poor Mrs. Beckett must relish the thought of having her daughter back, of caring for her, though it's premature. Caitlin won't be leaving the hospital right away, and even when she does, she won't be going home, but more likely to an acute rehab facility for treatment, where she will work with speech therapists, PTs, and OTs, and there, if not here, she will say what happened to her. The police will come and ask questions, and sooner or later Caitlin will tell them that Milo Finch didn't push her off the bridge like I suggested, but that I did. I can't stop thinking about it. It's all I think about anymore, about what happens when she tells them what I did. I tell myself there were no witnesses. No one saw me push her off the bridge. The only witness was too far away, in a car on Lakeshore Drive, to get a good look. If Caitlin remembers, it will be her word against mine, and will be easy to blame on the head injury. I'll say that she's confused, that she only thinks it was me on the bridge with her because of all the time I spent with her while she was unconscious. She heard my voice in the room with her. She's twisting things around in her head, putting me on the bridge with her instead of in the hospital room. Things like that happen. I could get away with that. I could convince people of my innocence. Except for a few things. The first being that mammogram appointment. There is evidence that I was within a mile of the pedestrian bridge the same day she was pushed. And if it all comes out, how Caitlin pretended to be Nat to steal from me, then I had motive. Revenge. If Caitlin tells everyone that Sienna is not Ben's daughter, all it will take is a paternity test to prove it. That won't just be my word against hers. There will be physical evidence that her word is true. I'll never get away with this. Her eyes are on me now, her gaze less vacant than it's been and more fixed. I go through the Glasgow Coma Scale again, and this time, when I ask, "Do you know what happened to you?" she replies. It's inarticulate at first, but then she gets visibly agitated. You, she says. My throat tightens. It's happening. She's forming words, and not just any words, but incriminating words. Words that will ruin me if I let them, if I don't figure out a way to shut her up. I what? I ask, my voice trembling. And in the next instant, her hand latches down on my wrist. I gasp, trying to pull away, but she won't let go at first. I have to use my left hand to wrest my right from her, and only when I manage to get it free do I let my gaze go back to her face, where her eyes are wide. I turn and walk quickly from the room, my heart racing inside of me. There are people milling around the nurse's station. I seek refuge instead in my stroke patient Mrs. Laley's room, feeling hot all of a sudden. A heat that spreads over my neck and face, and though I can't see myself, I imagine my skin is red. Just inside Mrs. Laley's room, I pluck at my scrub top, pulling it away from the skin so that it billows and the air gets in. I try to breathe. I go to the sink. I wash my hands, letting the cold water run over them, taking a moment to catch my breath. "Hello," Mrs. Laley says, and I know I have to go to her, that I can't just stand here and hide out in her room. I go to the bedside, trying to smile, to be mentally present for Mrs. Laley, but it's practically impossible because all I can think about is Caitlin. Her wide eyes, the expression of her face, the way her mouth formed around the word, trying it on for size, like a baby first learning to talk. I could be wrong, but I think her broken body moved too as she said it, that she pulled just barely away from me in bed, slithering like a worm to get away as if she was afraid. She could have meant anything by it. You are my nurse. You are here. There could be a dozen things she was trying to say. Or she could have meant exactly what I think she did. It could have been quite implicit. You pushed me off the bridge. You did this. You will never get away with it. There is dampness beneath my arms, and I'm grateful for the dark scrubs, or it might be visible. "How are you feeling, Mrs. Laley?" I ask. But as she tells me, fighting to get the words out because her speech and comprehension have been affected from the stroke, I'm only thinking how I have no choice. How I have to do it. How I have to kill her, and how I have to do it soon because if I wait too long, I'll miss the chance. It will be too late. Caitlin gets better every day, and it's only a matter of time now until she reveals all. I tell myself that she's not a good person. She lied to me. She pretended to kidnap my child. She stole from me. She hurt her own parents. She told lies about her mother. She framed a man with child pornography and ruined his whole life. She has no virtue, no integrity. The world would be better without her in it. If there is any justice in the world, Milo Finch said, she won't survive this. But how would I do it? I mull it over. I bat it around in my mind. And that's when the answer comes to me, sitting there in plain sight, on the bedside cart by Mrs. Laley's bed, and from the moment I lay eyes on it, I know I've struck gold. Mrs. Laley's insulin pen. Insulin is a lethal drug. It comes with a warning. Too much of it can kill. Enough that people use it to commit suicide sometimes. It's opportunistic, but I'm desperate. And I'm already rationalizing in my mind how I could get away with it, how I could chalk it up to an egregious mistake, how I gave one patient's medicine to the other by accident. It happens. It happens more than people know, that nurses give medication to the wrong patient. Because we're understaffed and overworked, and we don't always remember or have time to do things like scanning wristbands before giving medicine, intentionally skipping those safeguards that are meant to keep everyone safe, for the sake of time. It's conceivable that I could move a decimal when calculating the dose, too. That I could give Caitlin much more than Mrs. Laley would ever take, and chalk it up to another mistake. In theory, insulin pens shouldn't be left out in the open like this. We're supposed to keep them in patient-specific bins in the medication room, but that's not always the most efficient because patients on insulin need it many times a day. We don't have time to be running back and forth to the medication room all day. It's become common practice for nurses to leave them unsecured in patient rooms or to carry them around in a pocket. As a result, they get lost. I hear nurses at the nurses' station from time to time, troubled by lost insulin pens, looking for them, wondering where they left them. When they can't find them, they request a replacement from the pharmacy because patients like Mrs. Laley can't go without insulin without becoming hyperglycemic or developing ketoacidosis. And it's never a big deal. The pharmacy just replaces them. I take the pen on my way out of the room, slipping it in my pocket as I leave. 23. I feel the insulin pen through the pocket of my scrub bottoms. It's not actually visible. I keep telling myself that it's not, reassuring myself. If anything, it's just a small bulge that no one would ever notice, but I look down at it from various angles to be certain it's not obvious. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared, or that I didn't have my doubts. I do. I'm not a murderer. It's not that I want her to die. It's that I keep thinking what will happen to me if she lives. Her life and mine are incompatible. I think through the likely outcomes of giving her the insulin. Bradycardia, pulseless electrical activity, death. It's not a guarantee. There are variables, of course, because everyone is different. For example, it could take 20 units of insulin to kill a person, or 900. There's no way to know for sure how her body will respond. Though this is regular insulin and not long-acting, my guess is death will come relatively quick. Caitlin is asleep, but she wakes up when I touch her, her eyes slowly opening, and I know that if I hesitate, I will lose my nerve. She grimaces, pulling back from the light, getting acclimated to it as I grab her by the arm, thinking, in that last second, about loyal Mrs. Beckett and the day, years ago, that police showed up at her front door because Caitlin accused her of child abuse. I think about what it would feel like to have your reputation tarnished, to be dragged through the mud by someone you love, by someone you would do anything for. I think of Milo Finch and the day the police came for him, taking him away in handcuffs, his family and freedom gone, his life forever changed because of her. None of it is provable. She'll heal. She'll get physically better and walk out of the hospital an innocent woman if I let her, while I'll go to jail and she'll go on to ruin someone else's life. I give the insulin in the back of the upper arm because it's easiest to get to. She winces and recoils from the pain of the injection. I'm sorry, I say. And I am, though I'm not sorry for what I'm doing. I'm sorry that she's not the person I thought she was. For a moment, I let my thoughts go back to the night I met her at the divorce support group meeting, and how grateful I was to have found a friend. I think back to how I embraced her that night in the church, how I held on too long, feeling nostalgic and longing for the past and for simpler, happier times. She preyed on my loneliness and on my desperate need for a friend. She was never my friend. My hands tremble as I turn the dial on the pen and inject her for a second and then a third time, having to wrench her arm back into place because she fights harder each time. When I'm done, I drop the pen back into my pocket. I move the call button out of reach, stepping away from the bedside. My breathing is heavy, lumbering, and my chest pounds. I hear the blood pulse past my eardrums. What have I done? It can still be undone, I tell myself. But I don't want to undo it. I want it to be over. I want her to be dead. I breathe in. I breathe out, knowing I have to find a way to relax, that I have to be patient because it won't happen right away. It will take a little time, her condition worsening before she goes into cardiac arrest, and all the while, I have to act like nothing is happening, like nothing is wrong. I force myself forward again. I silence the alarms in the room. Eventually, she'll become tachycardic, her heart rate high, and I don't want anyone to know because they might try and save her too soon. I can't take any chances that she survives this. On our unit, we don't have teletechs sitting around, analyzing heart rhythms. Instead, as nurses, we're trained to pick up on subtle differences on an ECG or to listen to the alarms. Caitlin watches me as I silence hers, her eyes fully open, and I wonder if she knows what I've done, if she knows what's happening to her, and if she's scared. I leave the room because I can't just stand here for the next hour and watch it happen. I have to go about my day. I have to act normal. I go to check on my other patients. I take vitals and administer medication, but all the while, my mind is on Caitlin, wondering what's happening in her room. If she's experiencing heart blocks by now, the electrical signals slowing down, failing to conduct. I leave one patient's room, stepping into the hall for the nurse's station to make a call. At the same time, I see Luke coming in the opposite direction. He smiles, and I think he's just going to pass by, but then he says, "I've been meaning to talk to you. Penelope has a friend," at the last second before we pass. gently grabbing a hold of my forearm, turning me to face him. We're just outside of Caitlin's room when he does, and, because of my positioning, I'm forced to look in, to see sweat on her forehead, her skin turning red.
Daniel Murphy,
he says, though I can barely hear him because I'm thinking about Caitlin and wondering if anyone else can see the sweat but me.
Earth to Megan,
Luke says, teasing. I blink my eyes into focus, forcing them on him.
Did you hear me?
I'm sorry, no, I say, shaking my head.
What did you say?
I ask, knowing that if Luke were to turn his eyes a little to the right, if he were to move his gaze just another couple feet, he would see into her room. Would he also notice her sweating, or am I only being hypervigilant?
Is everything okay?
Yes, why? I ask, stepping away from the glass, further into the hall so his eyes will follow.
I don't know,
he says, cocking a head.
You seem distracted.
I force a laugh that's anything but genuine, the sound of it unpleasant to my ear. I'm totally fine, I say, overemphasizing the word fine, making it lack credibility. Luke holds my gaze too long.
Are you really?
I clear my throat and collect myself. Yes. Honestly, I'm fine, I say, my words more grounded, more like myself. I'm sorry, I just dazed off. Long day. What were you saying before?
I said, I think you and he would make a good match. Penelope's friend, Dan Murphy. What do you think?
He asks, a grin forming on the edges of his lips.
A double date?
Penelope is on bed rest.
We'll have you and Dan over to our place. I'll cook. I'll do the dishes, so that Penelope doesn't have to lift a finger.
Spoken just like a man who's never been pregnant or on bed rest before. I'm sure she'd love that.
She's going stir-crazy, Megan. I'm sure she would. Think about it, okay? Let me know later. Just don't wait too long to decide, because he's quite the catch, as Penelope says,
he says, putting air quotes around the words.
If you wait too long, you might lose your chance.
Okay.
You promise?
He asks, lingering too long when I wish he would leave. Yes, I promise. When he walks away, the relief is profound. But it's short-lived, because at nearly the same time, the doors to the ICU open and I brace myself, imagining the Becketts coming back to visit at the wrong time, seeing it happen, watching their daughter die. 24. Her heart slows. She goes into cardiac arrest. It's not VTAC, but pulseless electrical activity, where the electrical activity in the heart is too weak to make the heart contract, to pump blood to the rest of the body. She has no pulse, and the amount of electrical activity in the heart is not enough to keep her alive. I'm in the room when it happens, watching as she loses consciousness, as she becomes unresponsive, as she turns pallid. I do nothing yet, though my nerves scream out and my brain is on fire. She's dying. By the grace of God, the Becketts haven't returned from their house. They're still there, or they're somewhere in between, like in a cab, the hospital lobby, or riding the elevator to our floor. I look out into the hall to be sure no one is there, that no one is watching Caitlin die, and then I let my eyes return to her, stepping to the bedside to check again that there is no palpable pulse. Death from pulseless electrical activity happens within minutes, so that by the time I decide to call a code blue, she will already be edging towards death. Within 5 minutes of the brain not receiving blood and oxygen, her brain cells will start to die, and once that happens, there will be no reviving her. I stand watching for as long as I can, to be sure that the damage is substantial and irreversible, and then I know I have to attempt to resuscitate her. I have to make it look like I want to save her life as I would any other patient. I call a code blue, screaming it out into the hall, and then I start chest compressions, which are passive at first until a witness arrives and I put more effort into it, feeling Caitlin's ribs break under the pressure of my hands. A code blue is not a gentle process. CPR is violent. It's an assault. Bad things happen to patients in an often vain attempt to save lives. Of the people who go into cardiac arrest in the hospital, most don't live, and of those who do, many have a permanent neurologic disability and few live meaningful lives. It's awful, but I have to make peace with that. I can't feel guilty this time for allowing a patient to die. People come running into the room, bringing the crash cart. Natalia takes over with chest compressions. I've mustered tears and am visibly upset. What happened, Megan? I gave another patient's insulin to her by mistake, I admit, breathing heavily, knowing that after she's dead, there will be an autopsy. They'll find the insulin in her system. Lying would only make things worse. It would make me look guilty. But being honest will go a long way in the future. There will be leniency. The fallout won't be as bad because there are systems in place to protect nurses who make genuine mistakes, so long as they tell the truth. I say when and how much was given. I admit to having miscalculated the dose, too, to moving a decimal point, and the room becomes instantly frenzied. Organized chaos, everyone cramped into a small space, so hyper-focused on their own task, but working toward the same goal. Only I have a different objective. They want her to live. I need her to die. And she does. The time of death is called. People step back and let their breath out at once. Someone turns off the machines and they fall silent. An ease descends on the room like fog. A brief moment of inactivity before everyone drifts away, back to whatever they were doing before Caitlin went into cardiac arrest. I stand there, motionless for a while as people leave and others come in to express their condolences and ask if I'm okay, as if the loss is mine, as if I'm bereaved. Alone in the room with her, I try telling myself this is just another patient, any other patient who died. But the reality of what I've done starts to sink in and consume me until I'm sure I see her heartbeat through the thin bedsheet, an almost negligible rise, the barely audible thump-thump, thump-thump, and I have to pull the sheet back to see that she is dead, that she's really dead, pressing my fingers to the carotid to feel for a pulse, her skin paling now, cold to the touch, and something like a silicone cake mold. She's dead. She is really dead. Someone steps in to tell me that the charge nurse wants to speak with me. I knew this was coming. It was inevitable. And that it will be the first of many conversations in the coming days, but it doesn't stop me from feeling overcome with dread. What happened, Megan? She asks when I go to her, and I fall apart. I lose myself completely. I sob, sputtering some version of the truth. She's consoling. It was an honest mistake, and the fact that you owned up to what happened will go far. But, Megan, she says before I leave, I'd get a lawyer just in case. I leave her office, taking off for a nearby fire escape, which no one ever uses. When I come to it, I press my hands against the panic bar, rushing through the steel door and into the stairwell. I climb up, walking at first and then running up the steps, taking them two at a time so that I'm breathless, my legs filling with lactic acid by the time I reach the top, where I stop, bending at the waist, putting my hands on my knees. I turn and drop down on the stairs, gasping, wheezing, tasting my lunch in my mouth, sour now, saliva mixing with stomach acid, rising up my throat, collecting inside my cheeks and under my tongue. I fight the urge to be sick. It takes effort, conscious thought. I close my eyes, I breathe in through my nose, holding the air in my lungs, exhaling through my mouth. Again and again. I lean my head against the wall, grateful that it's cold against my face. My entire body starts to shake, an unrelenting convulsion like an epileptic fit. I'm hot and sweating, but cold at the same time, like all the times I've woken up with night sweats, soaked in my own sweat, but cold and shaking from the drying moisture on my clothing, sheets, and skin. I can't let anyone see me like this. I can't let Sienna see me like this. With unsteady hands, I reach into the pocket of my scrubs to find my phone. I stare at the image of Sienna for a long time, and then I type a text for her. Hey. I think carefully through my next words because Sienna is astute and she knows me better than anyone. I think I'm coming down with something. Do you want to see if you can sleep at Gianna's tonight? I don't want to get you sick. It's so unlike me to pass Sienna off on a friend, to suggest she invite herself to sleep over at someone else's place. If Sienna had suggested something like this, I'd have said absolutely not, that it's rude. But I can't see her right now. I can't look at her after what I've done. Sick how? She asks. I don't know. Stomach flu, maybe. Just text Gianna, okay? Let me know what she says. This is weird, Mom. I can't just invite myself to her house. I know. I'm sorry. But you have the ACT next week and the winter dance next weekend. You can't be getting sick. Do you want me to text her mom and see if it's okay? No, that's embarrassing. I'm not 5. Okay, then text her. I set my phone on the stairs beside me. Eventually I'll have to get up. Eventually I'll have to leave. There are things to do before I can go home for the night. My only saving grace that it's after 7 now and the night shift has come in. The day shift is leaving. It only takes a minute, and then Sienna texts back to let me know that she will be sleeping at Gianna's, and I'm relieved. I need Sienna gone. I need the apartment to myself. I need to think, to fall apart, to worry, to cry, all in private. I don't bother asking if Gianna's parents will be home, which generally I would. Normally I'm a stickler for things like that, always insisting that I get confirmation of a parent's whereabouts before I'll let Sienna stay with a friend overnight. I was 16 once. I know what 16-year-olds do when left alone for any extended time. But tonight, that's the least of my concerns. Okay, have fun. Love you. It takes effort to leave the stairwell. I have to talk myself into it, to getting up, walking down the stairs and going back to the unit to finish what I need to do. The medical examiner comes for the body. From a distance, I see it get wheeled away, using the staff elevator, because not everyone needs to know that not all patients leave through the front door. Mr. and Mrs. Beckett follow, their hands clasped, their faces tired and grave, and I shrink back at seeing them, into a shallow recess in the wall, hiding because I can't see them now. I can't speak to them. I don't know what I would say if I did. Still, I watch them, my eyes following for as long as they can. Mrs. Beckett's tears are subdued, and I wonder for a minute if she's sad, or if I've done her a favor, and instead of grief, there is relief. When I finally leave the building, I walk slowly home. My guilt starts to get the better of me, my conscience screaming. I feel transparent, like anyone could look at me and know what I've done. The night is cold. Way off in the distance, a siren screams, drawing near. I've lived in Chicago for almost half of my life, and this is nothing different, nothing new. And yet it takes almost nothing to convince me that this siren is coming for me, that, after I left work, someone at the hospital figured out what really happened, what I did, that it was intentional. They called the police, and now the police are looking into it. They're investigating Caitlin's suspicious death. The siren's wail gets closer. It moves in, approaching until it's there, just over my left shoulder. And I don't know what's louder, the siren's blare or the pounding of my own heart. I'm too afraid to look back, and so I duck into an alley, pressing my back flush against a brick wall, beside an acrid dumpster with a colony of feral cats living under it, watching the police cruiser soar past. And it's only then, when it's gone, the siren quieting from the distance, that I slip cautiously back out. I stop at the liquor store on the corner because we have only wine at home, and tonight, I need something stronger than wine. It's practically 9 by the time I finally get home. It's pitch black outside, the moon a waning crescent. And I'm not scared. I'm not even thinking anymore about the man who has been attacking women in the city. I'm only thinking of Caitlin. She was not a good person, I remind myself every time the guilt creeps in. I did everyone a favor. I did what I had to do. I slip the key in and let myself into the building. I start making my way up the stairs, my steps plodding, my legs heavy as if weighed down by bricks. The plastic bag brushes against my leg, the vodka inside wrapped in a brown paper sack that rustles with every step. I reach the 3rd floor of the building. When I come to the landing, my back is to the door and my focus is on my keys, on singling out the key to the apartment so I can let myself in and close and lock the door behind me. It's as I'm rounding the top of the stairs that I see movement in my peripheral vision. I startle, my head jerking suddenly up to find a dark form crouched beside the door. I scream, falling back, and it takes a moment to gain clarity, for the image before me to become crisp. The man sitting on the floor beside my door, on the threadbare maroon carpeting, his long face, the square jaw with its sharp angles and corners, the narrow eyes, and his hair, brown but growing gray near the roots with a prominent widow's peak. "Fuck! Damn it, Ben!" I cry out, throwing my hand to my heart as my ex-husband, Ben, rises up from the ground, carrying his coat over an arm. "What are you doing here?" I ask, one hand to my heart, breathing hard.
"Sorry," he says, keeping his distance, looking sheepish. "I didn't mean to scare you."
My heart is wild inside of me. My words are brusque as I step past him so I can let myself into the apartment, close the door, and lock him out so I can be alone. "Sienna isn't here," I grumble. "Check your calendar. It's not your weekend with her."
"I know,"
Ben says, and I feel the weight of his hand on my arm as I step past. His grip is firm, physically stopping me.
"Sienna texted,"
he says, his voice soft and civil, unlike mine.
"She said she was worried about you, Megan. That you were acting strangely. I told her I would check on you and make sure everything is okay."
I hesitate. I'm reluctant at first, but then I turn slightly, gazing up to meet Ben's eye. "I'm fine. I'm just not feeling well," I tell him. "Stomach flu, maybe. If you don't mind," I say as I pull my arm away. "I just need to go inside and go to bed." I take a step toward the door, but this time Ben helps himself to my bag, slotting a finger into the visible brown paper sack to reveal the bottle of Smirnoff inside. He gazes up, his eyes reading my face.
"I didn't know vodka was the standard remedy for the stomach flu."
I pull the bag abruptly back, out of his reach. "Hey," he says, his voice soft, sweet, practically cooing now. He cocks his head, his eyes going back and forth between mine, and he's not patronizing, I don't think, but genuinely worried.
"Why are you so jumpy? Is everything okay?"
I fold my arms across myself, the bag of vodka hanging by the bag's handles from around my wrist. I feel myself tighten up and get defensive. My words are hostile.
"Let me guess," I say roughly. "You're going to tell the judge about this?"
But Ben only flinches, looking physically pained.
"No, Megan," he says, shaking his head, the lighting in the hallway throwing shadows on his face. "I wouldn't do that. And even if I wanted to, there's nothing to say. You're an adult. There isn't anything in the custody agreement that says you can't have a drink after work."
He takes a step forward, and this time his hands come down on my shoulders and they're warm, firm, buoying. He bends at the knees, lowering himself so that we're practically at eye level now.
"I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried about you."
I try to be strong, stoic, but exhaustion and emotion overwhelm me and tears come. I don't mean for them to, but they come anyway, and Ben's face changes, softening. I'm not one to cry. I never have been. I'm the type to keep my feelings inside, and so this is something different for him. Something new and unexpected, a side of me he's rarely seen. Ben hesitates at first, not sure, I think, what to do. But then his knees straighten. He rises back up to full height, folding me into his arms, and I feel myself surrender, the dam breaking, water rushing through. I'm reluctant at first, but then I lean my head against his chest, grateful for its strength, for the substantiality of it, for the rhythmic beating of his heart, which calms and steadies me. Ben runs a hand along my hair, and for a minute I feel safe.
"What's going on, Megan?"
he asks, breathing the words into my ear.
"You can talk to me,"
he says, and I give in because Ben, despite our differences, despite what's happened to us over the last few years, knows me better than almost anyone, even sometimes better than I know myself. He's seen me at my best. He's seen me at my worst. I pull slowly back, wiping at my face with the back of a sleeve. "It was a bad day," I say. "I lost a patient." I shake my head. I didn't want Sienna to see me like this. I just wanted to be alone."
"I'm sorry,"
he says, and it feels like he is. It feels like he's being genuine.
"I know how hard you always take it when a patient dies. It's what makes you such a good nurse, Megan. How you never get used to it. You never get complacent."
I almost say how it was different this time, how I fucked up, how it's my fault she's dead. But I stop myself, letting Ben still believe for a while that I'm a good nurse and that what happened was beyond my control. For a minute, we stand there in the hall, not speaking, until he says,
"Well,"
as he stretches an arm into the sleeve of his coat,
"I just wanted to check on you. But I know you want to be alone, and I don't want to impose,"
he decides. And suddenly I don't want him to go. I'm afraid to be alone with my thoughts. "Do you have to?" I ask, my hand, by instinct, reaching for his. Before me, Ben is visibly taken aback. Seconds pass before he responds, and in that time, I'm sure I've made a mistake, that I've misread the situation, that I only imagined a moment between us. But then he says, "No," easing his arm back out of the sleeve and folding his coat over an arm.
"I don't have to go. I can stay if you want me to."
I nod. I do. I turn my back to him, feeling his hand on the small of my back as I open the door to let us into the darkened apartment. Once inside, I cross the living room for the lamp. I turn it on, adjusting the brightness so that it's not too bright, and then turn back to face Ben, who is pushing the front door gently closed and locking the deadbolt. Ben is tall, over 6 feet, with an athletic physique, his biceps visible through a thin white shirt, his jeans straight. He turns away from the door, catching me staring. "You can just throw your coat on a chair. Do you want something to drink? I have beer."
"A beer would be great."
I nod, carrying the vodka down the dark, narrow hall and to the kitchen. I take it out of the bag and then pour a couple shots into a lowball glass and fill it with Coke. I take a long sip and then send a quick text to Sienna saying, "You didn't need to text Dad. I'm okay." A second later, though, I worry about the tone of the text, that it sounded brusque. I don't want Sienna to think I'm upset that she texted Ben, because it was genuinely sweet and well-intentioned. I send a second text. "I appreciate that you did, though. Thank you for thinking of me. Have fun with Gianna tonight. I love you." I take another drink from my glass, standing at the kitchen counter to see if Sienna texts back, but she doesn't right away. And I'm glad because it means she isn't on her phone and that she's enjoying her friend's company. I take another sip and try not to think about Caitlin. I try hard to forget about the way her skin felt under my fingers after she died. I think instead about the awful things she did to me and others, how disingenuous she was. What she did was reprehensible. She sought me out. She learned about my past so that she could impersonate a friend to slip easier into my life. She knew everything about me, and she used my desire to help people to her advantage, playing a victim so I would protect her, so I would take pity on her, so that I would take her in. I can't think of her as the woman she's been these last few weeks, helpless and unconscious with a family who loves her despite every awful thing she's done to hurt them. I have to remember the woman she was before. The one mistake I make, as I grab a beer from the refrigerator for Ben, tuck my phone under an arm and carry the 2 drinks out to the living room is that I don't stop to wonder how she knew so much about me. In the living room, Ben stands with his back to me. He looks out the window for the street. He doesn't hear me come in, and so I hang back and watch him for a moment, finding it hard to believe that he is here in my apartment when Sienna isn't home, that he came for a reason other than to pick her up, but that he came to check on me. The old Ben wouldn't have done that. The old Ben wouldn't have gone out of his way like that for me. Suddenly, all of the bad feelings I've had for him these last few months soften. I look at them in another light. What if Ben wasn't the only one to blame for our marriage's collapse? Looking back, it was easy for both of us to get complacent after so much time together. There was a laxity and a lack of effort on both our parts. We weren't putting as much effort into our relationship as we did when we were first together. What if it was my fault as much as it was his? "Here's your beer," I say, coming further in. "Do you want to sit?" He turns slowly away from the window. Behind him, on the other side of the glass, it's snowing again. Ben crosses the room, stepping around the narrow edge of the coffee table. He lowers himself onto the leather sofa, our hands touching by accident when I pass him his beer. "Thanks," he says. And though I deliberate on where to sit, eventually I lower myself to the sofa beside him instead of opting to sit in the armchair alone. Ben looks down at the beer, holding it by the neck. It's Guinness, which is what he always drinks, and it's not lost on him. "I didn't know you liked Guinness." "I don't." "Oh," he says, as if thinking I bought the Guinness for someone else. But I correct him. "Old habits die hard," I say, blushing because I don't drink beer, not often anyway. I bought this unintentionally at the grocery store a month or so ago. It was one of those things you do without realizing you're doing it because, when we were married, I bought 6 packs of Guinness for Ben all the time. When I got home and unpacked the bags, I couldn't believe my mistake. I almost thought about throwing it away. I would never drink it, but it seemed a waste because someday someone might. I never thought that someone would be Ben. He throws back the beer, taking a long sip, and then, wiping his mouth on the back of his hand, asks, "Will you tell me your patient's name? The one who died." I don't want to talk about her. I don't want to think about her. "You know I can't." "Nice to see you're still a stickler for rules," he says, and I smile, liking the banter. I like the way that, even after months apart and all the bad feelings between us, he can still poke fun at me. "What happened exactly?" he asks, draping his arm over the back of the sofa, sobering. His arm brushes against my shoulders and hair, triggering something inside of me. It's been so long since I've been this close to a man. The smell of Ben's cologne is strong and familiar, reminding me of home, and I flash back to our life together, to getting ready for work in the same small bathroom each morning, breathing in the scent of his cologne. "Cardiac arrest." "How old was she?" 32, I say, seeing the way he watches me, studying me. Ben can tell that the conversation is making me upset. His tone changes, and he says, "I shouldn't have asked. Let's not talk about this," as he breaks his gaze, and I appreciate his willingness to let the conversation go. I'm still in my scrubs. I regret that I didn't change when I first came home, that I didn't put on something else like jeans and a blouse or run a comb through my hair before getting our drinks. I'm a mess. I should change, I say, making an effort to stand up. But Ben brings his arm around from behind the sofa to set his hand on my thigh. It stops me all of a sudden, and I sink back against the seat, watching his hand on my leg. His hand is still at first, though it gives off heat, the warmth of it taking the chill out of the room and warming me through. I expect him to move his hand, but he doesn't. Instead, he strokes my knee with a thumb, just a small, sweeping motion that I feel all the way to my core. I stare, silent, at Ben's hand for a while, not reacting, but not pushing him away either, letting him touch me, remembering how, at the frozen yogurt shop where we used to work when we were in high school, I fell in love with Ben's strong hands. with the deft way they would punch numbers into the cash register, which stirs up something inside of me now. Nostalgia and something else. My heart accelerates, a caged bird wanting to fly.
No, he says. You don't need to change. Stay. It's just me.
He takes another sip from his beer.
What time is Sienna coming home? He asks.
Our eyes meet as I say, she isn't. Not tonight. She's sleeping at her friend Gianna's. I see the movement of his Adam's apple in his throat when he swallows. Ben reaches out to touch my hair, his fingertips softly grazing the outer rim of my ear. My breath quickens and I feel his breath on my skin when he speaks.
I've missed this, he says. I've missed you.
He holds my stare, regret in his eyes. His gaze goes to my lips, and I think back to the first time Ben and I kissed. I was 17 at the time. It wasn't my first kiss. I had kissed guys in my life by then, though they had been mostly regrettable, mostly drunk at high school parties where I had only hazy memories of guys rubbing against me in the dark, sticking their tongues into my mouth, and me mistaking it for love. But I had never had a kiss like Ben's before. That night, his lips were soft and gentle as a breeze at first, sweeping against mine, rousing my senses, so that I lost touch with myself and my surroundings all of a sudden. I was buoyant, floating as we stood together in a dark corner of a parking lot where the glow from a nearby streetlight couldn't reach, and people driving past couldn't see us.
Sienna said that you've been seeing someone, I say, though I almost don't because I don't want to know.
I don't want to ruin the moment, but a part of me wonders if there isn't a woman waiting back at his condo for him, if she isn't lying alone in Ben's and my bed, and if this isn't just a courtesy because Sienna asked him to check up on me.
I was, he says,
running his hands down my hair.
But that's over.
I'm sorry, I say. But if he's telling the truth, then I'm not sorry. I'm glad.
What happened?
To be honest, he asks, looking sheepish as he takes another drink from his beer.
She was jealous of you.
Of me? I ask, pulling back, laughing gaily. But you and I aren't together anymore. What did she possibly have to be jealous of your ex-wife for?
Oh, I don't know, he says.
But it's teasing, playful. He does know.
Maybe almost 2 decades and a child together. It's hard to compete with that. It didn't help when she found a picture of us in a dresser drawer by accident. I caught her looking at it, and though she said she wasn't, that she was just curious to know what you looked like, I could see she was mad as hell that I kept it.
I let it go to my head, both the fact that Ben kept a secret picture of me hidden in his dresser drawer and his girlfriend's reaction to it.
How could you tell? I ask. What did she do? She asked a lot of questions about you. Your name, how we met, what you're like.
What did you tell her?
The truth. That you're selfless, compassionate, but guarded. That you have a tough shell, but that once someone finds a way in, there's nothing you won't do for them.
I'm touched. I've never heard Ben speak like this. I've never heard him put into words how he sees and feels about me.
I didn't tell her how beautiful you are. I didn't need to. She could see that for herself,
he says while slipping his hands beneath the hem of my shirt as goosebumps rise up on my arms. He hesitates and then asks,
Have you dated anyone?
No, I say, but I'm distracted by his hands, feeling my body edge closer to his, my heart quickening. Well, yes. I mean, I did. I went on a date with some man I met online. It sounds desperate, right? Online dating?
No. People do it all the time. I thought about giving it a try, too. It's not exactly easy to find nice, normal, single women when you're 40.
No, it's not. Not nice, normal, single men either. They either live with their parents or they're divorced, which makes you wonder what's wrong with them. I laugh then. If that's not the pot calling the kettle black, I don't know what is. Is it strange that we're talking about this? About dating other people?
Yes and no, Ben says. It's something we can relate to, something we have in common, even if it is awful to imagine my wife in bed with another man.
"Is this okay?" he whispers softly now, his hands moving up my bare rib cage, and I nod, my breath shallow, my heart going wild inside of me. His gaze goes from my eyes to my lips and back up to my eyes as I bite down on my own lower lip, lost in the color of his eyes and the shape of his mouth. Thinking only about how much I want him to kiss me, to lay me back on the sofa, and how I want to feel the weight of him as he lays himself down on me. I want to lose myself in this, in him, to forget about everything that came before this moment. The divorce, Caitlin Beckett, what I've done. Ex-wife, I say. And I wasn't sleeping with him. It was just dinner, and even that wasn't good. The food, the conversation, all of it.
Ouch. Poor guy. What was his name?
Alec, I say, thinking back to how in person he didn't come close to resembling the man I saw online, and how I felt terrible and shallow, but also completely misled. I decided to stay and give him the benefit of the doubt, and ended up regretting it. "What is your girlfriend's name?"
Was. She's not my girlfriend anymore.
"Sorry. What was your girlfriend's name?"
Caitlin,
he says, and I immediately stiffen, coming close to choking on my own saliva. My back arches, lifting up from the sofa's backrest, and I lean forward to set my drink on the coffee table, not trusting myself to hold it. The L goes flying by at the same time, and I thank God because it buys me time. I don't have to speak. I don't have to respond. The walls of the apartment close in on me, the room suddenly short of oxygen. Caitlin. It could be a different Caitlin. There must be tens of thousands of women named Caitlin in the world. But in my whole life, I've only ever known one.
I don't want to talk about her, though. Or Alec,
Ben says with something like disdain as the L disappears and the apartment quiets. At the same time, my cell phone vibrates against the coffee table, the sound reverberating. I startle at the noise.
Leave it.
Ben breathes softly into my ear, leaning into me now so that I descend from the physical force of him, tilting back against the sofa, its square arms digging into my back, hurting me. I try to sit up against the weight of him, but he resists, bearing down on me, lowering himself between my legs, the size of him suddenly suffocating. "It's probably Sienna," I say, but he's disinterested, his lips on my neck as he drives his hand under the lacy edge of my bra.
"I'm sure she's fine,"
he drones. "Please, let me just make sure." Ben's sigh is audible and aggrieved. He drags his hand out from under my shirt, though he hesitates then, his strong arms on either side of my head, propping him up but at the same time boxing me in. He watches me a minute before sitting up, before allowing me access to my phone, and in that moment I see a glimmer of the man I married, the one who is selfish, irritated, and easily provoked. I can see in his eyes that he wants to tell me no, that Sienna can wait for us to finish before I read her text. He pushes himself from the sofa, rising beside it. "Where are you going?" I ask, pulling down on my shirt to fix it.
"Bathroom,"
he says. I wait for him to go before I reach for the phone, listening as the bathroom door closes and locks. I glance down at my phone then, using my face to unlock it. I was right. The text is from Sienna, just 2 tiny, diminutive words. I didn't. I draw my eyebrows together. I don't know what she means at first. What didn't she do? I can hear Ben in the bathroom now. It won't be long until he comes back, and I don't want him to be upset I'm still on the phone, and so I text quickly back, "What didn't you do?" In the next room, the toilet flushes. I hear the rush of water as it comes pouring out of the bathroom faucet and into the sink. In my hand, my phone vibrates again and I look back down, my stomach clenching at the words. "I didn't text Dad." My hand goes to my mouth. Ben. I think of what he just said, how he was dating Caitlin. Was he a part of this? Did he help her pull it off? But why? To hurt me? To get back at me for the divorce? I wonder if he told this woman private things about me, like how my sister's death devastated me. Ben knows me so well. He knows everything about me. He knows I wouldn't be quick to trust a stranger, to let a stranger into Sienna's and my home. But an old friend was a safe bet, and an old friend in danger was a slam dunk. Bile rises up inside of me as the thumb-turn lock moves on the bathroom door. The sound of it subtle, slight. Still, I draw in a sharp breath as I turn back to watch the door handle slowly spin. Ben pulls open the door. Light from the bathroom radiates out, his large, imposing frame filling the small doorway. He turns off the light. All at once, the room behind him darkens, and I realize that there are only 3 units in this building, and it's possible no one but me is here tonight, and that no one would hear me if I screamed.
Is she okay?
Ben asks, his head slanted, his arms at his sides. He crosses the room in 3 steps, and, as if by instinct, I rise up from the sofa, stepping back and away from him. Sienna didn't text Ben. He came on his own. Did he know that Caitlin was dead? Did he somehow know I killed her? But how?
Megan,
he asks. What?
I asked if Sienna is okay.
What if they hadn't broken up after all? What if they were still dating? A little while ago, he asked about my patient. He asked how old she was. He specifically said she. I never told him my patient was a woman. I'm short of breath. Yeah, I say. Fine. Ben also has Life 360, for the nights Sienna stays with him. He can track her location just like I can. He could have watched her leave our apartment. He could have followed her little avatar in real time as she walked the 3 blocks to Gianna's. He would have known that I was alone.
Megan,
he asks again. Sorry. What? I ask, a lump in my throat now. I don't know what to do. I can't call the police because Ben is watching. I couldn't get to my phone in time. I couldn't press the numbers without him stopping me. And what would I say without confessing to what I did?
What did she want?
He asks, coming closer. I can't move as Ben's arms rise to sweep my hair back and out of my eyes before he cradles my face in his hands. He tilts my head back, forcing my gaze up to his dark eyes, and I realize how quickly he could break my neck if he wanted to. He could sever the spinal cord and there would be no time to react or to fight back. What if she told him that Sienna is not his? What if he already knows? I try to control the quiver of my voice. She has a headache, actually. She's not sleeping at Gianna's after all. She's coming home. His thumb sweeps along my throat, brushing over the trachea until I imagine his hands around my neck, applying pressure, cutting off the airway until I can't breathe.
That's too bad, he says.
And from the way he looks at me, I can't tell if he believes it.
I thought we'd have more time.
Still, he's not deterred. If anything, he's more decisive. His hands slide to the small of my back, drawing me swiftly into him as the L passes by again, and I think of all the people on the train watching through the open window as his lips skim over mine, moving down my neck, as he unknots the draw cord on my scrub bottoms. Me too, I say, pulling back, trying to infuse my words with disappointment as his hands fall away from me. But I think that you should go, Ben. I'd hate for Sienna to come home and see us like this. Ben stands, 3 feet away, cold and unexpressive. His posture straightens, and he runs his hands through his hair, his dark eyes holding me captive. He's positioned between me and the door, and I wonder if I ran, if I could get to it, if I could unlock the deadbolt, turn the handle, and get out of the apartment before he grabbed me by the hair or the wrist and yanked me back. I don't think I could. The apartment is small, cramped. There is no leeway, no elbow room. I'd have to pass by too close. And even if I could get out of the apartment, he would catch me somewhere before I could get help or get out of the building. Or he'd shove me down the stairs from behind. No one would find me for a while. Sienna, despite what I said, isn't on her way home. For the next 10 hours at least, I'm alone.
No, you're right, he says, his voice sedate. I should go. I don't want Sienna to get the wrong idea about us.
He watches me another 10 seconds at least before he turns to leave. After he's gone, I yank the curtains closed and slide an armchair in front of the door. All night long, I don't sleep. I sit on the sofa with a knife in hand, keeping a vigil on the front door.
25.
The sun rises. It's hard to see at first. The curtains are pulled, but I see it in the small break between the dark flax panels, a sliver of early morning sun. I leave my post, my body stiff and exhausted. If I nodded off on the sofa for 15 minutes, that was all. Otherwise, I didn't sleep. Instead, I spent the night thinking about Ben and Caitlin, imagining them together, wondering if he or she found our old high school yearbooks on the built-in bookcase in the condo's living room, and if they looked through them together, snuggled in bed maybe, finding pictures of his and my high school life, for research, for reference. There is a picture in the yearbook of Mandy Cho, my doubles partner, and me, taken after we'd won a match, standing with our arms around each other, tired and sweaty, but elated. I think back to the night we met for coffee, when Caitlin asked, "Do you still talk to anyone else from high school, besides Ben?" before asking specifically about Mandy. She and Ben must have seen the picture of Mandy and me in the yearbook. I go to the window, pulling back on a curtain panel to look outside. The street is quiet, still half asleep, but the sunlight is a comfort. I tell myself that bad things don't happen in daylight, but they do. The last 24 hours prey on my mind. I turn away from the window, moving toward the kitchen to make coffee. On the way, my phone dings the arrival of a new text, and I jump, my heart quickening. "Can I see you tonight?" Ben. My pulse races. The text takes me back to last night, to sitting on the sofa beside him when I asked about his girlfriend's name, and at the time I thought the question was innocuous. Just idle conversation, if not something teasing, flirty. I was wrong. Caitlin. I obsess over that one word. I overanalyze the tone of his voice and what his eyes looked like as he said it, whether they were hostile or if he watched me, curious and knowing, waiting for my reaction. I step into a pair of shoes and leave the apartment for the basement, where I find my own copy of our senior year high school yearbook and bring it back up. On the sofa with the door locked, I flip through the pages, seeing Ben and me on the homecoming court, and then again at a football game. I leaf through the yearbook to the page devoted to the tennis team, where, in the top right corner, Nat Cohen beams, holding a trophy. And it saddens me because I know now that only a few years later, she would be dead. I turn the page and keep going. The inside covers of the yearbook are scribbled on by teachers and classmates, little slanted notes in various colored ink, like, "You're a great friend," and "Keep in touch." On the back cover is a note from Ben, an inside joke, one only he and I would get, which makes me think how I would have left a note in Ben's yearbook, too, one which was probably something sappy with hearts. I wonder if he and Caitlin read it together and had a good laugh over it. My phone dings again, and I stiffen. I set the yearbook aside, reaching for the phone. It's another text from Ben. "I'll cook dinner for us at the condo. Whatever you want." Ben, Sienna, and I used to live in a condo together in Lincoln Park. Now it belongs to him. When we got divorced and Sienna and I moved out, I mourned the condo almost as much as I mourned Ben. But now, the idea of going there, of being alone with him, scares me. I don't reply. I put the phone down again and try to forget about it, to forget about Ben. But only minutes pass before the phone actually rings, and I'm scared by his persistence. He won't give up. I glance at the phone, feeling unwell, run down by stress and fatigue. It's not Ben, after all. I answer the call, pressing the phone to my ear, and ask, "Hello?" It's someone from the hospital, from HR. They'd like me to come in and meet with them. The early morning sun was a tease. No sooner did it come out than it disappeared behind thick, dense clouds that rolled quickly in. Outside, the wind is tempestuous. The day just above 32 degrees, so that instead of snow, I get pelted with sleet that comes down sideways and into my eyes. When I get to work, people stare at first, and then they go out of their way to look away, to avoid eye contact. By now, everyone knows who I am and what I've done, how I killed a patient. When I arrive at Human Resources, people wait inside a meeting room to speak with me, to go over it again, the details of what happened for a second and then a third time. Some faces I know, but others I don't. They introduce themselves. It's HR, risk management, the nurse manager, more. I regret not listening to the charge nurse's advice. I should have gotten an attorney. "Good morning, Megan. Please have a seat," someone says. I pull out a padded chair and sink into it, but I can't get comfortable. They go around the room and ask questions. How long have you been a nurse? How long had you been treating Ms. Beckett? How did Mrs. Laley's insulin pen come to be in your pocket? Is it common for you not to scan a patient's wristband before administering medication? Can you describe your mental state at the time? It's more of an interrogation than anything. And I realize quickly that what they're most worried about is their own liability. When they ask questions, I have to be careful that the details are the same as I told yesterday. They explain what will happen next. They've already filed a report with the State Board of Nursing, who will review the report to decide if they have jurisdiction. The board will investigate. They will talk to my colleagues, to my superiors, to the Becketts, who may file civil charges all on their own if they so choose. It will take many months before the board decides if what I've done is actionable, if my nursing license will be suspended or revoked, or if some other punishment will be handed down. Though there may be none, too. I may get off scot-free. They put me on administrative leave pending the investigation. I make my way slowly to the ICU to get my things out of my locker to leave. I don't know when I'll be back, or if I'll ever be back. I'm not surprised this is happening. I knew there would be fallout, of course. Something was going to happen, but I haven't been fired. I'm not being escorted out of the building by security. Administrative leave isn't the worst thing that can happen. I'll still get paid. I'll still get benefits. The worst thing that could have happened is if the police came, if they were waiting for me when I walked into HR, if this became a criminal matter. As it is, even if I eventually get fired or have my license revoked, there are things I can still do, like become a home health aide, or I can switch careers altogether and become something else, become someone else. I push open the door to the break room to gather my things to go home. There is a woman inside the room, a patient, completely out of place in the staff break room, standing with her back to me, with long, dark brown hair that spills over the shoulders of a starchy white hospital gown that ties at the back. As she gazes back over a shoulder at me, her smile is sage. "You're going to pay," she says. And I recoil in shock, bumping into the break room door, taking in the hair and the eyes and the smile. It's Caitlin. She's not dead after all. She's alive. She turns her body completely around, and when I take a fresh look at her, I see that it's not a hospital gown at all, but a long, slim white doctor's smock. It's not Caitlin. Caitlin is dead. "Pardon?" I ask, short of breath. "I asked if I'm in your way," the woman, a physician, says kindly as I stare flustered and wide-eyed at her, trying hard to reconcile her face with the face of Caitlin Beckett. My words are breathy as I say, "No, not at all." Her expression is kind. She smiles, thoughtful. She doesn't know who I am and what I've done, and then leaves, and when she does, I drop down into a hard chair at the small round table to catch my breath before gathering my things to go. I've just stepped out of the break room and am slipping my arms into my coat when I see two uniformed police officers down the hall. They stand over 6 feet tall and 200 or 250 pounds at the nurse's station with their backs to me, so that I only see them from behind, just their broad shoulders and their husky frames. My legs stop suddenly dead, so that someone crashes into me from behind by accident, and I mumble an apology as I move to the wall. standing flush against it, hiding behind a pilaster, my heart in a flat spin. The police are here. They know what I've done. They've come for me. For a second, I can only watch, paralyzed, as they stand at the desk speaking to the charge nurse. One of the officer's hands is on the sidearm on his holster. I back slowly away, and then, when I can, I turn, doubling back in the direction from which I came, moving toward the fire escape stairs at the other end of the hall. I leave the building, wondering what I will tell Sienna when I get home. 26. I hear Sienna's voice as I come into the apartment later that morning, still on edge from seeing the police at the hospital, though I've tried to reassure myself that they could have been there for a dozen different reasons that had nothing to do with me, such as a belligerent patient or a criminal being admitted for care. I searched online while I walked, looking for any updates into the investigation of Caitlin's murder attempt, and find a picture of Milo Finch in a newspaper article dated 2 days ago, saying how the police are asking for the public's help in finding him, which means that, as of 48 hours ago at least, they still think he did it, that he pushed her over the edge and she can't say otherwise. It comes as a relief, though my conscience hopes he's long gone or that he's found a good hiding spot. I don't want him to get caught, but if either he or I has to go to jail for it, I hope it's him. Ben has texted for a third time and he tried to call. There is a message waiting for me on my voicemail, but I can't bring myself to listen to it. I walked home, flooded with emotion about the police, about Caitlin, about being put on administrative leave, and about what I might find when I got home, and if Ben would be standing in my living room when I came in. He's not. At first glance, the apartment is empty except for Sienna, who is in her bedroom with the door closed, home from her sleepover with Gianna. I hear her and think she's on her phone, talking or on FaceTime with a friend, because her voice is muffled and indistinct as I stand in the living room, just inside the door, shrugging off a wet winter coat. I can't hear what she says, but then she lets out a peal of laughter that slices through the air. I'm about to call out to her to let her know I'm home, but then I hear Nico's voice from the other side of the closed bedroom door and I become stiff, clenching and seeing red, because Sienna knew I didn't want her having boys in the apartment when I wasn't home, and she intentionally disobeyed me. Worse, they're in her bedroom with the door closed, which makes me wonder what they're doing in there. I cross the room in 3 steps. Without thinking, I raise my hand and am about to knock on the door when something out of the corner of my eye catches my attention, and I turn toward the kitchen, feeling my arm lower by instinct. Sienna's phone sits on the kitchen table, face up and illuminated, beside her overnight bag, calling for me, because it's so unlike her to leave her phone out in the open like this, to not have that thing shackled to a hip. But then again, Nico is here, and he's stolen her attention, and she didn't expect me to come home and see it, because I told her I was running into work, and she probably assumed that meant I'd be there all day. I back away from the door. I drift toward the phone. When I get to it, Ben's name is on the screen. The incoming text is from him. My heart beats faster. Ordinarily, I wouldn't read Sienna's messages, but curiosity gets the better of me and my mind flashes again to last night, to him here in my living room with me, his eyes holding mine, his thumb grazing my neck. I glance back to Sienna's door, where, on the other side of it, she and Nico have gone quiet, their voices reduced to nothing. And I worry about what they're doing in there, but not more than I worry about the texts from Ben to Sienna. I reach for the phone. I quickly enter her password to unlock it, which was another of my stipulations when she got her phone, that I always have access to it because, in essence, I pay the bill. It's my phone. The message from Ben reads, "Is your mom home or is she working today?" I close my eyes and shake my head. I don't know how it makes me feel, that he's texting Sienna to check up on me, that he's using Sienna to get to me. I'm about to set the phone back down, but then my eyes open and drift further up in the chain of messages. Just above this latest text, I see Sienna's last words to Ben. She's a liar. They're caustic, blistering, and my first thought is to wonder who. Who is a liar? And then I see my name. In the text before, Ben says to Sienna, "Mom said you had a headache," which was preceded by a series of incisive question marks from Sienna. I breathe harder. They've caught me. I am the liar. Because in the text before that one, sent from Ben last night shortly after 10, he asks, "How is your head?" Ben knows that I lied to him. He knows Sienna didn't have a headache and that she wasn't coming home last night. That worries me. But it's not the worst thing, because what gets me more is the barbed, cutting tone of Sienna's words when she called me a liar. She's so angry, so bitter. She's a liar. My stomach tightens as I scroll further back to yesterday evening when Sienna texted Ben that I was being weird. Weird how? He asked. I don't know, she just is. Are you home? Is she there with you? Did something happen? No, I don't know. She just told me to go to Gianna's. She said I couldn't stay here. I'm sure it's fine. What if it's not? Do you want me to check on her and make sure she's okay? Yes. Yes. There is a pain in my chest all of a sudden, a tightness spreading over it. Ben wasn't lying then. Sienna was. She did ask him to come check up on me. All of a sudden, it calls the whole night into question. Was Ben's reason for being here not as malicious as I thought? Did he really come with good intentions? Why would Sienna lie to me? Why would she call me a liar? I don't have time to consider the possibilities when all of a sudden there is a strange sound coming from Sienna's room again, and I look sharply up from the phone, sliding it into a pocket. I make my way to Sienna's door, rap once, and then let myself in without waiting for permission, bracing myself for what I'll find, expecting to come in and see them making out on Sienna's trundle bed, beneath its pink, puckered comforter, Nico's overzealous hand crudely up her shirt, pawing at her chest. But that's not what's happening. Nico sits at her little desk, looking far too big for the pink kid's desk chair that she's had since she was young. Her pencil cup has been knocked from the desktop, which was the sound I heard, the volley of dozens of pens and pencils spilling to the floor. Beside the desk, Sienna is on her hands and knees picking them up, her laugh a cackle. "You're such a fucking klutz," I overhear as I come unexpectedly in, and Sienna flies to her feet. "Mom," she says, flustered as Nico, at the desk, tries to cover whatever he was doing with his hands, so that all I can see of it is a swathe of red. "What are you doing here?" "I live here." "But aren't you supposed to be at work?" "I just had to go in for a meeting today, but it's through. I thought we talked about not having boys in the apartment when I'm not home." "You didn't say I couldn't." "Yes, I did, Sienna." "No," she says. "You didn't. You said you had to think about it." I think back to the conversation and realize she is not wrong. That is what I said. "What are you two working on?" I ask. If not for Nico's quick attempt to hide it, I don't know that I would have noticed he was even writing something. "It's nothing," she says. "It's not nothing, Sienna. What is it?" "Just something for school," she says, but it's too late because, at the same time, Nico's hands lift, revealing the item to me. It's a red envelope, and, beside it, a torn piece of paper with the start of something written in Nico's all-caps script. "I know what yo—" Nico holds a black pen in his hand. The envelope and the torn paper with its sawtooth edge take me back to that day in the hospital break room, when I pulled the red envelope out of my bag, the one I'd taken from the mailbox that morning. The one with my name on the front, but no postmark or return address. The one that said bitch. At the time, I thought someone had broken into the building and into the mailbox to leave it, because how else would I have gotten it? But what if it was as simple as that the person who put it there had a key? My eyes go from the note to Sienna and back again. "I think you should go, Nico," I breathe. He nods, dropping the pen to the desktop, pushing back on the chair, rising. Nico says goodbye, though it's gutless, cowardly. He knows he's been caught, though Sienna's response, on the other hand, is typical Sienna. As I move to the living room, she walks Nico into the hall to say goodbye and then lets herself back into the apartment, defiant as always. "That was so embarrassing," she mutters, angry with me. "You didn't have to kick him out." "What was that note you two were writing?" I ask. I know what Sienna just shrugs. "I told you already. It was nothing. Just something for school," she says, walking past me, like she's just going to go back into her bedroom and close the door. "It's not nothing, Sienna. What was it going to say? Was it for me?" I ask. But Sienna just pulls a face, as if trying to refute it, but unable to come up with the words to do so. It doesn't matter either way. Regardless of what she says or doesn't say, I know it was for me because the writing and the envelope match the first note. But now I wonder why she is so angry that she would lash out and call me a bitch. "Did you text Dad last night and ask him to check on me?" I ask, letting the note go for now. "Why do you keep asking me that?" she barks this time before narrowing her eyes and insisting, "I already told you no." It's convincing. If I hadn't just seen evidence to the contrary, I would believe her, which makes me wonder how often Sienna lies and how many times I've fallen for her lies. Her phone is still in my pocket. I slip my hand into it and produce the phone. Sienna gasps. "You took my phone?" she asks, incredulous, reaching out to grab it from my hand as if I'm the one in the wrong. "My phone, Sienna," I say, staying composed. "And no, I didn't take it. You left it on the kitchen table, and I just happened to see an incoming text from Dad." I pause, as Sienna looks down at her phone to see the text and to ascertain what else I may have seen, the blood leaching from her face until she's milky white. "Why did you lie to me last night about texting Dad?" When she doesn't answer, I go on. "Why are you sending me these awful notes? Don't even try to lie to me, Sienna. I know you left that last note in the mailbox, calling me a bitch." It's hard to get the word out. I choke on it and then, fighting tears, because I never thought my child would say something like that to me, I ask, "What have I done to you?" Sienna knows she's been caught, except she doesn't break down. She doesn't cry or beg forgiveness. Instead, she lashes out, asserting, "I know what you did." "What do you mean?" I ask slowly, feeling the bottom drop out. Sienna knows that I pushed Caitlin Beckett off a bridge? That I killed her with insulin? "What do you mean, Sienna?" I ask again because she's said nothing. "What did I do?" "She told me," she says. "Who told you what?" "Dad's girlfriend, Caitlin. She told me what you did. She told me Dad isn't my real dad," she says. And I feel the tables turn before she crumbles, breaking down as I reach for her, to fold her into my arms, the relief 1,000-fold because she doesn't know all the terrible things I've done. She only knows one. "Sienna," I murmur. "Don't even try to deny it," she says, pushing me away so that I fall back. "You know it's true." I steady myself. "When did she tell you this?" "After Dad took me to see Dear Evan Hansen. She was here the next day when I got home. She told me everything." My throat tightens. That's what Caitlin did then. After I opened up to her about Sienna's real father, after I spilled my guts to her, telling her things I'd never told a soul, she had what she needed. She had something on me. I went to work the next day while she stayed alone in my apartment, going through my things, finding and stealing my rings, killing time until Sienna came home and she could tell her about that night at Guthrie's. I imagine Sienna coming home, expecting to see my friend, and finding Caitlin instead. I think of how Caitlin would have said it, if she would have broken the news lightly, or if she would have found joy in breaking Sienna's heart. It was only 2 or 3 weeks later that I found that first note in the mailbox. Bitch. Giving Sienna time to agonize over it, to conspire with Nico, to think of a way to get back at me. "Why didn't you talk to me, Sienna? Why send these awful notes instead of coming to me and telling me the truth? Just like you told me the truth?" she fires back. And she's right. The hypocrisy is glaring. I have no right to question her lack of honesty when I've been dishonest. Sienna is also 16, and sending these anonymous notes was probably the only way she could think of to express her feelings and to confront me about her father. There are hot, angry tears in Sienna's eyes all of a sudden. "I fucking hate you," she seethes. "I meant what I said in that note. You are a bitch. I wish you would have died down there in the basement. I wish you never would have gotten out." The basement. My mind reels. I think of the night I was locked down in the basement and scared. At the time, it didn't feel like an accident. It felt intentional. Sienna was home. She was here, alone in the apartment. In fact, she's the one who sent me on a hunt for the baby pictures. My mind goes back and a picture forms, imagining Sienna slinking down after me, imagining her closing the door and moving the door wedge so that I was locked downstairs, and then coming back up, getting under the blanket with her laptop to do homework, not the least bit worried that I couldn't get out. "What happened?" she had asked when I finally made it upstairs, shaken and upset. But she didn't need to ask what happened. She already knew. I'm mad. I want to punish her. She can't get away with this. She can't swear at me and speak to me like this. It's not okay to send hate mail or lock someone in the basement. What if the neighbor hadn't come home when he did? Would she have left me there all night? Would she have pretended she fell asleep on the sofa and say she didn't realize I hadn't come home? But what I've done is infinitely worse, and she's only lashing out in response. She's angry, understandably so. I got pregnant by another man. I let someone who is not her father raise her. I never told either of them. For all these years, I let them live a lie. "Does your dad know?" I ask, staying composed, as if she didn't just call me a bitch or say she wished I was dead. "Is that the only fucking thing you care about, Mom? If Dad knows?" she asks. And then she laughs, this cynical, mocking, droll laugh, and says, "Dad. He isn't even my dad." I want to hold her. I want to console her. I want to tell her how sorry I am, and I want to explain, to let her know how I grappled with whether to tell Ben when I found out she wasn't his, but ultimately made the decision that I thought was best for everyone. But I know if I reach out again, she will only push me away. "Did you tell him, Sienna? Did she tell him?" "Why do you even care? Because he might stop paying child support?" "No," I say. "I don't care about that. I just need to know. Does he know?" "He doesn't know. Okay, Mom? He doesn't fucking know. Because I didn't want to make him feel the way I do," she says then. And my heart breaks because I know inside, her own heart is broken. I step tentatively closer and set a hand on her arm, testing the waters, and then, when she doesn't pull back, I reach for her, wrapping my arms around her. I feel relieved. The other night with Ben, it wasn't like I thought. He didn't come to hurt me. He came because, as he said, Sienna asked him to check up on me. He was telling the truth. He and Caitlin had broken up, and I think now that what happened is that, in anger, jealousy, and in spite, she took it on herself to get close to me and try and ruin my life, which she did by telling Sienna about her father. Ben didn't have anything to do with it. For all I know, he doesn't know she's dead. "What happens now?" Sienna asks, her face wet and red. "Do I even get to see him anymore?" "Of course you do, honey. He's still your dad," I try saying. But it falls on deaf ears as, all of a sudden, she says she hates me again before pulling away from me, turning, running to her room. The door slams with such ferocity that a picture on the other side falls, slamming to the earth, shattering. And I want to ask if everything is okay, if she is okay, to tell her to be careful of the broken glass. But I don't, because I need to give her space. I need to leave her alone for now. I need to give her time to breathe. In the moment, I don't think things can get any worse. 27. I get a text from Luke. "Hey there," it reads. "Just wanted to check in and see how you're holding up." The text is like one of those life buoys that lifeguards toss into the water to save someone who's drowning. I latch onto it, desperate to stay afloat. Honestly, not well. I'm a wreck, I say. I clutch my phone in my hands, dropping down onto the sofa, feeling tears well in my eyes, threatening to spill over.
You want to talk about it?
He asks. And I do, but it's too much to type into a text. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I haven't seen Luke since what happened with Caitlin, and now there's so much more with Ben and Sienna. As if he can read my mind, Luke texts again before I can respond.
Let's meet for a drink,
suggesting a bar between our apartments. That's sweet. But I don't want to take you away from Penelope, I say, remembering how upset she was the night Luke worked late, and how she thought he was cheating on her with another woman. I'll be fine. I just need some time for things to diffuse, I say, as if it's that simple, as if time can heal all wounds.
Penelope is pissed again, giving me the silent treatment. I'm being selfish. I could use a drink and someone to talk to, too,
Luke says, and I feel a wave of relief wash over me. It's not that I want Penelope to be mad at him. It's that there is nothing more I want in this moment than to talk to a friend, and so I say okay. I rise from the sofa. I go to Sienna's door and gently knock. Sienna, I say, leaning into it, knowing without testing the knob that it's locked. What? She snarls. I take a breath. I need to run out for a few things, I say, feeling bad lying to her again. I won't be gone long. Maybe an hour or hour and a half at the most. Sienna is quiet. Would that be okay? I ask, walking on eggshells. I can stay home, too. I don't have to do it tonight. Just go, she says. And at first I'm indecisive, but then I decide to go. Sienna needs time to be alone. She needs breathing room. I don't want to suffocate her. I change my clothes and run a brush through my hair. I try and do something with my makeup to look more put together, but it's not working, and so I give up. It's dark outside by the time I leave, the cold air against my face numbing. I'm thinking about myself and what I need, a drink and a friend, and what Sienna needs, time by herself without me breathing down her neck. I'm not thinking about what's been happening to women in the city as I walk alone down the darkened city streets, leaving Sienna by herself in our apartment. Luke is already at the bar when I arrive. He has a table for us. He waves me over as I walk in, and I return the wave, picking my way through the crowded bar. When I reach him, I slip out of my coat before lowering myself into a chair. Is this for me? I ask, seeing a glass of white wine on the table.
I thought I remembered that you liked Chardonnay, but you don't have to drink it if you don't want. Feel free to order something else. You won't hurt my feelings.
No, I say, reaching for it. This is perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. I press the glass to my lips and sip, eager for the anesthetizing effects of the wine.
I've been worried about you,
he says as I return the glass to the table, my hands wrapped around the stem. What are people saying at work? Luke was there at the hospital the day of the insulin overdose, though I don't remember seeing him again after we ran into each other in the hall before Caitlin died, when he suggested going on a double date with Penelope and her friend.
You know how it goes. The usual. Lots of exaggeration, white lies, and half-truths.
He pauses, and then says,
I wouldn't mind hearing it from you, if you're up to it.
I'm sure everything they said was true. I did it. She's dead because of me.
Listen,
he says, his voice a balm when he speaks. He reaches his hand across the table to set it on mine, and it calms me. He leans in.
You show me one nurse who's never made a medical mistake in his or her career, and I'll show you a liar.
He takes his hand back, reaching for his own drink, and sips.
How did it happen?
He asks, lowering the glass. I hate lying to him, but being honest isn't an option, even with Luke. I was taking shortcuts. I was moving too fast and wasn't thinking. I didn't scan the barcode on her wrist.
We've all done that before.
I hadn't slept the night before, and I was beat. I wasn't in the right mind to be at work, but you know how it is. How hard it is to take time off. It's no excuse. I know. I fucked up. This is on me. We can't be making mistakes like that. Not when lives are at stake. When she started coding, I knew what I'd done and that the consequences could be deadly. My heart stopped, Luke. I couldn't breathe. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my whole life. That was the worst part, that total paralysis. Now I keep thinking that if I hadn't panicked, if I had responded more quickly, we could have saved her.
You did everything you could. You're a good nurse, Megan. Don't ever doubt that.
I was a good nurse, I say. I'm pretty sure my nursing days are through. The hospital put me on administrative leave. I'm not surprised. I don't blame them, but I think it's only a matter of time until I get fired. I've thought about resigning.
And beat them to the punch?
Yeah, why not? It's not that great of a job anyway. The long hours, the pay. He nods, though I'm being overly cavalier. I love the job. But I love my life, my freedom, more.
What did Sienna say?
I haven't told her. She's not speaking to me, but that's a story for another day. She's at home by herself right now, ruminating on how much she hates me, on how I've ruined her life. I reach for my wine, taking a long sip. Luke is quiet for a minute, contemplative, reading my face, before he motions for the waitress to order me another drink because mine is nearly gone.
You want to tell me about it?
He asks as she leaves. No, I say swiftly, decisive. I'd love to get it off my chest, but I'm embarrassed for everyone to know my secret. What would Luke think of me if he knew what I did? How, for over 16 years, I let Ben raise a child that wasn't his. Enough about me. I'm being a total killjoy. Tell me about Penelope. It will make me feel better to know I'm not the only one whose life is falling apart. Luke smiles, empathetic.
Same fight, different day. I can't say or do anything right. I just hope that things go back to normal when the baby comes.
He looks sad, tired, defeated. I feel sorry for him, but I also empathize with Penelope and where she's at with the pregnancy right now. I'm sure they will, I say, trying my best to be uplifting, though I'm not in the most encouraging mood. Penelope is going through a hard time. The bed rest, the hormones, worrying if the baby will be okay. It must be overwhelming. And lonely. My phone rings then. I just barely make out the sound of it from inside my bag, and I reach a hand in, searching. I find the phone and pull it out, wondering if it's Sienna, hoping it is. Hoping she wants me to come back home to talk. But the number on the caller ID is one I don't know. A local 773 number. For a second, my stomach flips as I think again about seeing the police at the hospital today and wonder if they're looking for me.
Who is it?
Luke asks, and I turn my phone around so he can see it. I don't know. Not anyone I have in my contacts.
Probably a telemarketer then. Just ignore it,
he says lightly, reaching for his drink. And I do, setting the phone on the table as the waitress returns with my wine, and I thank her, grateful. I probably don't need a second glass of wine, and under normal circumstances I wouldn't have one, but today is an exception.
Listen, I hate to do this, Luke says after a minute, but I should go home and check on Penelope and see if she's ready to talk.
I nod. I don't want him to leave, but I know he needs to go patch things up with her.
Will you be okay?
He asks, finishing his drink. Yes. Go, please.
Are you sure? It's just what you said about her being lonely. It got to me. I feel guilty.
Yes, of course I'm sure. You're a good man, Luke. You and Penelope are just going through a rough patch, too. Everything will be better when the baby comes, I promise.
What are you going to do?
He asks, his expression thoughtful.
Are you going to stay here a while, or are you heading home, too?
I'm going to stay for a bit, I tell him. I'll head home after I finish my drink. I'm not in a rush to go home, and Sienna is probably happier without me.
Okay, he says. I might be back if Penelope tells me to fuck off.
I smirk. I'll save your seat. He takes one last sip of his beer and then says,
I always knew I could count on you," with a wink. He leaves, and I wrap my hands around my glass of wine, nursing it, grateful for the noise in the crowded bar. It's a nice distraction. I people watch, jealous of all the happy, laughing people hanging out with friends. I lose track of time. 20 or 30 minutes pass, and then my phone rings again, and I look, wondering if it's Sienna, but it's not. It's the same local number that called before, when Luke was here. I feel suddenly anxious, wondering who it is and what is so urgent they would call twice. This time, I answer the call, pressing the phone to my ear, bracing myself for who is on the other end of the line, expecting the voice for some reason to be bold, brusque, male. But it's not. "Is this Megan Michaels?" a woman asks, her voice reluctant. "Yes, this is she." "Megan, hi. It's Penelope Albrecht, Luke's wife. I'm sorry to just call like this, but I found your number in some of his things." "Penelope?" I ask, feeling thrown. It's been years since I've spoken to her. We met only once, at Luke's and her wedding, though even that was quick. A passing "nice to meet you." "Have you seen him?" she asks, clearly upset. And I don't know what to say because I don't want to make her more upset than she already is. I don't want to get him in trouble. He did me a favor by coming to meet me tonight, but I think she will be angry if she knows he was with me. But then I think of how very pregnant Penelope is, and I start to wonder if she's gone into labor or if there is something wrong with the baby. "Yes," I say, being honest. "I just saw him, maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago. He's on his way home now. He should be there any minute," I say, wondering why Luke isn't home yet. But telling myself he might have stopped for ice cream or flowers on the way as a peace offering. "I'm sorry. Please don't be upset with him. It's my fault. I asked him to meet so we could talk about something that happened at work." Penelope is quiet at first, and then she says, "I don't think so. I don't think he's coming home." Her words take my breath away. "Is everything okay, Penelope?" I ask softly, worried, wondering if their fight was much worse than Luke suggested. "Are you and the baby okay? Is there anything I can do?" She doesn't say. Instead, she says, "The police were just here, at our apartment." And I shift gears. I go into a flat spin because that means that after I saw them at the hospital, they came looking for me. They must have gone to my apartment before going to Luke's. It must have been some time after I left to meet him. I think of Sienna home alone, of her answering the intercom and letting them in. What would they have said to her? What would she have told them? "Are you there?" Penelope asks. "Yes," I breathe. "I'm sorry, I'm here. What did they want? Did they say?" "They wanted to talk to Luke." I nod, feeling sick. Of course they did. The police want to talk to Luke, to ask him questions about me. It's part of their investigation, and I wish in vain that I could talk to him before he gets home, to appeal to him not to lie. Because Luke wasn't there in Caitlin's hospital room that day, he didn't see anything. But to defend me, to say Megan would never intentionally hurt a patient, that it's simply not possible, that Megan doesn't have it in her to hurt someone at all. They had a warrant for his arrest. My throat goes dry. The color drains from my skin. "What?" I ask, completely caught off guard and trying to make sense of it. "I don't understand. His DNA, Megan," she says, cutting in. "They found it under that last woman's fingernails. It was a match. I saw the scratch on his neck the other day, but he said he'd nicked it shaving, and I believed him." "What woman, Penelope? I don't understand. What are you saying?" "All these women who have been being attacked, Megan. It was Luke. Luke's the one who has been hurting them." I start shaking. I lose hold on my wine glass and it falls, toppling over, spilling onto my lap. I feel the cold moisture on the thigh of my jeans. This can't be right. She must be mistaken. Not Luke. Luke couldn't have hurt those women. It's impossible. But then I think back to college, where I took a criminal justice class and learned about serial killers and sexual predators. I learned how they come across as relatively normal, meaning you wouldn't know it to look at them,
and that there probably isn't anything in their everyday life that suggests they're predators. Usually they have normal jobs, families, wives and kids, a mortgage, a 401k. I think back to what Luke told me about his past, how he was raised by mostly absentee parents, an abusive father, and how his own teenage years were marked by delinquency, a stint in juvie before supposedly turning his life around. But what if he didn't? What if he just got better at hiding his crimes? What if, over time, he only became more violent? The first time Penelope called, 30 minutes ago, Luke took a passing glance at the number on the display. Not 2 minutes after she called, he left.
Megan, are you still there?
Yes.
There's more, Megan. That's why I'm calling you.
She takes a deep breath.
After the police left, I searched through his things. There was a shoebox in our closet.
Penelope speaks haltingly, having a hard time getting the words out.
It was just a shoebox in a stack of shoeboxes. I never thought there was anything off about it. But there were things inside, Megan.
What things?
Online newspaper articles he printed and kept. A heart-shaped locket.
She pauses, choking on the words.
A woman's thong.
Mementos, I breathe, my hand rising to my mouth as my stomach roils at the thought of Luke walking away from someone's apartment with a pair of women's underwear in his pocket. A souvenir, something to remember her by, leaving her alone and crying, scared for her life.
Yes. There was a picture in the box, too, taken from outside a 3-flat, from across the street.
A picture of who?
It was of you, Megan.
She takes a breath, loath to say.
And your daughter. He took it, I think, without you knowing.
The air leaves my lungs. Can you text me a picture of it? She does. When I click on the photo to enlarge it, I find Sienna and me stepping out of our apartment sometime in the fall because the ground is dry, orange and brown leaves losing their grip on the trees, building on the sidewalk and street. The picture isn't of both of us, not really, but it's of Sienna. It's zoomed in close on her face while I'm an afterthought in the corner, my body turned away from the lens, pulling the door closed, just enough of my face visible for Penelope to recognize me, but not much more. I imagine Luke standing on the street opposite our apartment, hiding behind a parked car or one of the L's steel structural beams, taking pictures of Sienna without us knowing. He was always so kind to ask about her, how she was doing, how school was going, if she had a boyfriend. I never thought of it as anything more than him being thoughtful. The blood drains from my face, remembering. Sienna is home alone, which Luke knows because I just told him. 28. I call Sienna first. She doesn't answer, and so I call 911 as I push past people in the crowded bar to get out. I tell the dispatcher that Luke Albrecht, the man the police think is responsible for attacking those women in the city, may be on the way to hurt my child. The police have a warrant for his arrest. My daughter is home alone. She's not answering her phone. Please, I say, panting, winded as I make it outside, turn and race gracelessly down the street. Hurry! What is the address, ma'am? She asks, and I tell her. How old is your daughter? 16. I run the whole way home, not bothering to stop for red lights, but dodging traffic instead, cars blaring their horns at me as I snake between moving vehicles, forcing them to step hard on their brakes. It's only a couple blocks from the bar home, and so I get there before the police do, tearing up the steps outside the building, taking them 2 at a time to the front door. I cast around in my bag for my keys, uttering profanities because I can't find them at first. But when I finally do, I unlock and pull open the door, and then I sprint inside, bumbling, tripping, falling once to my knees on the maroon carpeting, though I force myself up and keep going. When I get to the 3rd floor, I come through the apartment door, clipping a shoulder on the way in. I run from room to room, screaming, Sienna, Sienna, praying to God that she'll appear like magic from her room, asking what when she sees me, put off by my urgency and the shrill, unmistakable panic in my voice. She doesn't. Sienna's bedroom light is on. I go in, bracing myself for what I'll find. Her laptop is on her bed, the comforter pulled back. A movie paused, as if time stood still the minute Luke arrived, and I picture her under the covers, watching a movie in bed when the front door buzzed. I see her getting out of bed, going to the intercom, looking out the bay window for the street, seeing Luke. Her phone is on her bed, tucked partway beneath a pink throw. My heart stops and I reach for it, sliding it out, knowing that Sienna would never leave her phone behind, not on purpose, not if given the option. The only way is if someone forced her out of the apartment against her will. My hand goes to my mouth and my knees buckle beneath me so that I almost collapse. I almost fall to my knees, sobbing. But I don't have time to go to pieces. I have to find Sienna, except that without her phone, I have no way of tracking her location. The city is huge. She could be practically anywhere, and I don't have the advantage of Life 360. The police arrive, and I let them into the apartment. Standing in the small living room, they ask questions. They want me to go over again what happened. They ask for pictures of Sienna and for what she was wearing, and by chance, I remember what she had on hours ago when we were arguing. Before she said, "I fucking hate you and you are a bitch," before slamming her bedroom door closed on me. Though I wonder if she changed after I left, if she put on pajamas, which makes me wonder things like if Luke let her take her coat and shoes with her when she left, or if, wherever she is cold and barefoot. I can't stand to think about it, about Sienna in something like the plaid flannel boxer shorts and the boxy cropped t-shirt she usually sleeps in, braless, midriff showing, painfully cold on this dark and bitter January night. An Amber Alert is issued, not only because Sienna is missing, but because the police think she is in grave danger. "What happens now?" I ask them. "We'll be looking for her and for Mr. Albrecht, but in the meantime, you need to stay here, in case your daughter comes home on her own," the officer says, and I say okay, nodding through tears. But even as I do, I know it's a lie. I won't stay here. I can't stay put while Sienna is out there somewhere and in trouble. She needs me. When the police leave, I find Penelope's number in my call history and call her back. "He has my daughter, Penelope. He took her." "Oh my God, Megan." Her voice seeps with guilt and with shame. She apologizes, as if it's her fault, and maybe it is. Maybe in some subconscious way she knew what he was doing. I think of all the times Luke said goodbye to me at the end of his shift. I picture him leaving work, stalking and then raping women before going home to Penelope. I think of all that I know about this man, all that I heard on the news, how he would hide out in the shadows, waiting for women to open the door and let themselves into their own homes, and then he'd come at them from behind, threatening their lives. I double over, moaning, thinking of Sienna alone with him. "Megan, are you okay?" she asks. And then, when I don't respond because I can't respond, "Megan?" I force myself upright, getting it together for Sienna's sake. I wipe at my face with a shirt sleeve. "Can you think of anywhere he might have taken her? Anywhere he might be?" I run over in my mind everything Luke has ever told me. I don't know him as well as I thought. Penelope thinks. "He runs sometimes on the 606. Or he'll take the lakefront trail to Northerly Island," she says, thinking aloud, running through every place Luke has ever been. "He proposed to me in the Art Institute's South Garden." But that's not right. None of these are right, because they're outdoor and they're public places, and Luke's methodology, his blueprint, is to attack women in private, in their own homes and in secluded parts of apartment buildings, except that he couldn't do anything to Sienna in ours because I would come home and find them. "Can you think of anything else?" I ask. "Somewhere more isolated, off the grid?" "I'm sorry, Megan. I can't think," she says, and I tell her okay, but to keep trying and to call me if she comes up with something. Not 5 minutes later, I receive a text from Luke, an address on Levitt Street, and the words, "Come alone. Tell no one. If you do, Sienna will pay for it." I consider calling the police, but I'm too afraid of what Luke might do to Sienna, and so I don't. I just go, racing down Dakin Street for Sheridan, where I hail a cab, climbing in, leaned forward in my seat, giving the driver the address. I beg him to hurry. It takes an eternity for us to arrive. The home on Levitt is new construction. It's a teardown, most likely, slotted between two existing single-family homes with Tyvek house wraps still visible on the outside. There are no windows or doors, which means it's cold on the inside, winter seeping in, making me think of Sienna again, of her frozen to death and scared. The house is dark, and I don't think it's that Luke hasn't turned on any lights, but that there is no electricity in the home. I make my way into the backyard, slipping down the narrow gangway between homes and into the yard, which is small and longer than it is wide. There is no back door on the house either. There is almost nothing to stop the winter air from getting in, except for some plastic construction sheeting. Carefully, I slip an arm inside, pulling the plastic back, just enough that I can get past, and then I enter the house. I'm disoriented from the darkness. I need time for my eyes to adjust. The moon is nearly full. Outside is a streetlight that gives off just enough light for me to vaguely see the inside of the house. The wooden studs, the vertical wooden beams, rough openings for windows and doors. All of it revealed to me in small increments as I drift forward, dragging myself across the subfloor, careful to avoid making noise. I want to know what I'm getting myself into. I want to take Luke by surprise. I hold my breath, cutting back on the amount of air I take in until my lungs burn. It can't be more than 40 degrees inside the house, the cold air numbing. As I circle the first floor, slipping between wooden beams, holding onto them for support, I have the feeling of being watched. My back arches all on its own, the hairs on the nape of my neck rising to stand. I spin wildly around, expecting to see Luke somewhere behind me, a silhouette standing further back, but he isn't. I'm alone, I think. But then upstairs comes a subtle noise, the sound of someone softly crying. I don't so much hear it as I feel it in my core, a mother's intuition. I find the stairs. I start to climb them. There are no risers yet, only treads. There are no handrails either, and, in the darkness, it's easy to lose balance because there is nothing to hold on to, nothing to steady me. My legs are weak, shaking, and the effort to go slowly, to be quiet, makes my thighs ache. I reach the second floor, which is no different than the first. I make my way from room to room, moving between beams. "You made it," I hear, and I turn toward the voice to find Luke standing in some back room, separated from me by beams. "I knew you would come." "You have my daughter. How could I not?" I ask. Slowly my eyes adapt to see Sienna beside him. The moonlight shines in from behind, illuminating her so that I just barely see her on her knees on the hard subfloor, her breathing heavy, labored, scared. She shakes from fear and cold, not just the occasional shiver, but a whole body convulsion. Luke stands behind her, the puppet master holding a gun to her head while Sienna whimpers, quiet, restrained tears silently falling down her cheeks. "Stop right there," Luke says as I go toward her. "Don't come any closer, Megan." "I'm sorry," Sienna cries, her voice infused with fear, and I want to run to her, but I stop because of the gun, because I worry if I don't, Luke won't hesitate to pull the trigger. "Why, baby? You have nothing to be sorry for," I say to her, and then to Luke. "I will do anything. Please," I beg of him. "Take me. Just let Sienna go." "I'm not going to jail, Megan," Luke says, his voice controlled. "What are we doing here, Luke? Why did you bring Sienna and me here? What is this place?" He becomes suddenly sedate. His posture slackens and his shoulders round, though the gun remains pointed at Sienna's head. "I brought Penelope to see this house," he says. And I remember him telling me how he had done that, though I didn't know it was this house. But I remember him saying how he took her to look at homes once, and how he wished he could buy a single-family home for them before the baby was born, because their small one-bedroom apartment wouldn't do for a growing family.
I wanted to provide for my family in the way that a father should. I've told you about my own dad, haven't I?
Yes, I say. Luke's father was no good. An abusive alcoholic who was only sometimes around, though it was better when he was gone. He would go on a bender, hit Luke and his mom, and then take off, only to come back days or weeks later and do it again. A never-ending cycle of alcoholism and abuse.
I didn't want to be like him. I wanted to do better. To be better.
And you are, I say softly to appease him.
Don't fucking lie to me, Megan. I'm worse,
he says. And it's true. What Luke has done is so much worse. I've lost track of the number of women he's hurt.
This house was supposed to be a fresh start. For us. For me. I brought Penelope here, he says. We came inside and I showed it to her. I gave her the grand tour, and I told her that one day I was going to buy it for our family. That we were going to raise our children here. And do you know what she said?
No, I breathe, afraid to hear. What?
She said I was fucking delusional if I thought I could ever afford this home.
I wince. Her words sting. I'm sorry, Luke. That wasn't right of her.
Oh, don't worry. She said she was sorry later. She said she shouldn't have said it like that, but that she had to be so blunt because sometimes I get these stupid ideas in my head and can't be talked out of them.
This must be $1 million home, Luke, I say gently. Not many people can afford it. That doesn't make you any less of a man. It doesn't make you a failure. His head snaps up all of a sudden and his posture straightens. He readjusts his grip on the gun, asking,
Is that what you think, Megan? That I'm a failure?
No, I say swiftly, briskly. No, not at all. I would never think that. You're a good man, Luke. An incredible nurse. Think of all the patients you've taken care of over the years, of all the people you've saved.
Don't patronize me. Don't fucking patronize me.
I don't try telling him I'm not because he can see through me. I change tack. What do you want from us? What do you want with Sienna? I ask, letting my eyes go to her, wondering if he laid his hands on her, if he touched her. Did he hurt you? I ask her, but she shakes her head, tears running down her face.
You and Sienna are going to help me find a way out of this, Luke says.
And I understand. He took her as a hostage because he needs our help getting out of the city and getting away. Okay, I say, nodding. We can do that. What do you need, Luke? Money? A car? I can rent a car for you and give you as much money as you need to get away from here. I have money saved. I just need to get it out of the bank. I have the rest of my grandmother's inheritance, what wasn't already stolen from me. Luke snickers.
How do you think you're just going to walk out of the bank with that kind of money? He asks.
I could, but I couldn't do it in a day, and I couldn't do it tonight, not when the bank is already closed. The ATM, then. Let me and Sienna go to the ATM, and I'll take out as much as I can, as much as it lets us. We'll bring it back.
Be honest with me, Megan,
he says, raising his voice, the barrel of the gun pressing harder against Sienna's head, who breaks down, pressing her eyes closed tight, waiting for the gun to go off.
What are the odds of you coming back if I let Sienna leave?
Then let Sienna go, I beg. Keep me. Please, let her go. I'll stay here while she goes and gets the money from the ATM. It should be enough to get you out of the state, if I rent you a car. The police are looking for you, Luke. I don't know that you can rent a car yourself. You need me. Let Sienna go get the money, and I will make arrangements for a car. I want to ask him why. How he could do this. How he could hurt all those women. I want to ask him if he really thinks he can get away with it. Wherever he goes, the police will be looking for him. If he shoots Sienna and me, it will be so much worse. Murder in addition to rape. Is that okay, Luke? I ask, pleading, desperate, when he says nothing. If Sienna goes to get cash from the ATM and I stay here with you to make arrangements for a rental car so you can leave? Luke hears something then. His head darts toward the stairs, listening. And then he turns back to face me, eyes narrowing.
Did you call the police, Megan? Did you tell them where I am?
My throat tightens.
Answer me!
He screams in my silence, his voice resounding. Beside him, Sienna tries to lean forward, to fold herself into a ball, wrapping her arms around her knees, rocking. He doesn't like it. Sienna gives a short, sharp cry of pain as he snatches her by the hair, righting her so that she's on her knees again, whimpering. He holds onto her hair. Sienna is crying harder now, and it's desperate, heaving as the barrel digs further in and she braces herself to die. No, I say. Honest to God, Luke, I did not call the police. I swear to you, on my life, on Sienna's life, I say, stepping forward by instinct, but as I do, Luke turns the gun toward me, and I stop short. And then he brings the gun around to Sienna again, which is so much worse. You told me to come alone, and I did. I'm not lying to you, Luke. I promise. I wouldn't lie to— There is no advanced warning before the sound of a loud, deafening blast slices through the night from behind, followed by another. A bright yellow flash of light temporarily brightens the room before it all goes black again, the flash as the bullet escapes Luke's gun. Luke falls back as Sienna falls forward, crashing face first to the ground. And then there is blood, oceans of it on the subfloor, spreading. I race toward Sienna. An officer appears from out of nowhere and steps in my way, and I pummel into him. He catches me, holding me.
Ma'am,
He says.
you can't go in there.
He won't let me past. I rain blows on his chest with my fists, and I scream, an agonizing scream. My legs give, and I half fall, but the officer catches me. He rights me. He holds me up. Sienna! Sienna, baby! I call out over the officer's shoulder. I'm right here. I look the officer in the eye, gathering strength. Let me see my daughter, I demand of him. Let me go. Get your fucking hands off me. Is she okay? Is she all right? There is blood everywhere. On her clothes, her skin. Her hair is red with it. She lies on the floor unmoving, hung at an impossible angle with her arms bent beneath her and her hair fanned out around her head, turning red. And I wonder if I deserve this. If this is the price I'll pay for killing Caitlin Beckett. 29. The EMTs come and take Sienna out to the ambulance on a stretcher. I trail behind, someone holding me by an elbow, helping guide me down the stairs and outside where it's begun to snow. As a crowd gathers in the street, the EMTs load Sienna into the back of the ambulance, where the bright ceiling lights make the blood all the more evident. There is no end to the amount of blood on her, and the paramedics quickly apply themselves to finding where the bullet went in and how to stop the bleeding. I hang back, watching, as if in a nightmare. I don't even notice the cold. I don't know I'm shaking until someone wraps a blanket around my shoulders from behind. I don't see it happen. I don't feel it happen. I just know that all of a sudden the blanket is there, limp, barely hanging on, and then it starts to fall, and someone comes and rights it. They anchor it to my hand, and I find myself vaguely clutching a fistful of wool as I go over it again and again in my mind. How the police crept into the house from behind and shot Luke before the gun in his own hand went off. Luke is dead. He lies inside the house as police come and go from it, circling the area with crime scene tape. Lights and sirens fill the night, multiplying. Reporters come. There are video cameras, microphones, spotlights, though they're all in my peripheral vision because I can't tear my eyes away from Sienna in the back of the ambulance. An EMT comes to me and I brace myself, knowing he will tell me that the hemorrhaging was too severe, that Sienna lost so much blood she couldn't be saved.
She's okay, he says.
What? I stammer. But the blood, there's so much.
She isn't hurt. Nothing life-threatening anyway. Some cuts and bruises, a busted-up ankle. But the blood, he says, it isn't hers.
We go to the hospital anyway. The EMTs want Sienna assessed by a doctor because, if nothing else, She has a bruised and swollen ankle from falling in the dark inside the house and will need x-rays to see if it's broken or sprained. She lies on a hospital bed in the emergency room, waiting for the doctor to come. I stand beside her, finding it hard to believe she's alive, and mostly physically okay, though emotionally is another story. Before we left for the hospital, a police officer told me that Penelope called the police, that after giving it some thought, she remembered the home, Luke's preoccupation with it, and thought it might be somewhere he would go to hide. Now Sienna says, "He said something happened to you." "Who did?" "Luke," she says, the blood on her face and in her hair hard to look at, and I have to remind myself that it's not hers, it's Luke's. "He said that you were hurt, like, really bad. He told me to come with him and that he'd take me to you." There are tears in her eyes as she says it. Of course she would have let Luke in when he came to the door. Sienna knows Luke. They've met a handful of times, but I talk about him all the time. If Luke came to our apartment door, if he buzzed up and said something bad had happened to me, Sienna wouldn't have hesitated to believe him. "I was so scared. I thought I'd lost you. I kept thinking about all those mean things I said, and what if they were the last things I ever said to you?" Her face crumples and she sobs, shoulders heaving, having trouble getting the words out. "I don't hate you." "I know, honey, I know," I say, pulling her into me, grateful when she doesn't resist but gives in, surrendering and sagging against me. "I was just as scared," I say, running a hand over her hair. "When I found out about Luke, about who he was and what he'd done, and then I realized you were with him." My voice catches. It's hard to get the words out, to think how close I came to losing her tonight. "I'm just so sorry, Sienna. About everything. About Luke. That I let a man like that into our lives. And about your dad." Sienna pulls away to look me in the eye. She says, pleading, as if she's been thinking about this for a while and has decided, "Can we keep that just between you and me, Mom? Please? It will only hurt him if he knows. No good can come of it. It's not like I ever want to find my real dad. And if Dad knows, then it will be weird. Nothing will ever be the same again. What's that saying? Innocence is bliss?" "Ignorance," I correct her gently, wondering if Sienna and I could really keep this secret from Ben. If Ben doesn't need to know that he's not her father. Sienna is right. No good can come of him knowing. It will only hurt him. He'll feel like he's lost a child, and then there will be past custody payments to pay back, and it will all be a big mess. Feelings will be hurt. Everyone will suffer in some way. All of us. But especially Ben. "Do we have to tell him?" Sienna begs. "Tell him what?" I hear from behind, and I spin around as Ben slips through the curtain, a nurse with him, showing him where we are. He turns and thanks her, and I take him in, wondering how long Ben was standing on the other side of the curtain before he came in, and how much of Sienna and my conversation he overheard. I haven't seen Ben since that night in my apartment. I know now that it was going too far to think he was there to hurt me or worse. I know the truth now, that Sienna asked him to come, and he came only out of concern for me. He came because he was worried about me, because he wanted to see if I was okay, and maybe, just maybe, because some small part of him still loves me. I think what it would do to me if, however impossible, I were to find out right now that Sienna wasn't mine. It would break me. "The doctor," I breathe out, trying to keep my voice level. I swallow, biding time to think, feeling Sienna grip my hand from behind. She was talking about the doctor. Sienna is worried about needing a tetanus shot. She asked if we need to tell the doctor about this scratch, and we do. There were exposed nails all over that house. I look back to Sienna and say, "You can't be taking any chances with tetanus." And she nods, an understanding, a secret pact in our mutual gaze. We won't tell Ben about Sienna's real father. Not now, not ever. Ben steps past me to go to her, taking her into his arms. Tears prick my eyes as he says, "I'll be right here when they do it. I can hold your hand. It won't hurt at all." And I know that even if he isn't her biological father, he's her father and always will be. 30 minutes later, Ben and I sit in the waiting room alone as they take Sienna for x-rays of her ankle.
About the other night,
Ben says shyly, and as I look him in the eye, there is something earnest in them, something hopeful and practically begging. I think of all the times he's called me since that night, all the texts and voicemails, asking me to come over, offering to make dinner. He genuinely thought we could get back together. I think of that night in my apartment, how solicitous he was, how he held and consoled me when I was upset. I think of his hand slipping under the hem of my shirt, his body weight pressing me into the sofa, and the way I felt, wanting him. But I think, too, of the way he reacted when Sienna texted, how he was put off, inconsiderate, how his temper flared, how he reacted like a child, and how his own needs trumped hers. Both of these men is Ben. I love you, Ben. I will always love you, but not in that way, I say, stopping the conversation short. I don't know what got into me that night, but I'm sorry that I led you on. He nods, reaching for my hand in a way that is familiar, comforting.
Hey,
he says, very pally, smiling humbly, hat in hand.
It was worth a try.
He wraps an arm around my shoulders and I lean into him, knowing that despite everything we've been through, despite our differences, we are family. Epilogue. It's my first day back to work in almost a month. It's February now. The days aren't any warmer or less gray, but the promise of spring on the horizon makes it easier to bear. I follow my usual route to the hospital, feeling nostalgia mixed with anxiety and nerves, wondering how my coworkers will react now that I'm back. On top of that, I worry about Sienna at home alone, getting ready in our empty apartment before she leaves for school. This is the first morning I haven't been at home to see her off, and it makes me sick to my stomach, though I reminded her at least a dozen times to text when she left the apartment and again when she got to school. I don't even like the idea of her being 20 feet away in her bedroom anymore. The first day she went back to school after what happened with Luke, I wanted to go with her to make sure she got there safely. I knew it wasn't healthy to project my own fears onto her, but the world is a dangerous place, and despite the number of weeks that have passed, I still can't get over the image of her covered in someone else's blood, or of Luke standing behind her in the dark, empty house, holding a gun to her head. I arrive at the hospital and head in, weary as I wait for the elevator to come, my stomach in knots. The State Board of Nursing went easy on me for what happened to Caitlin. It helped that I confessed, that I owned up to giving her someone else's insulin by mistake, and that I have almost 20 years' experience without a blot on my resume. There have never been any other incidents like this at work. Now I'm under probation. I'm being monitored by the hospital and by the board, but I'm allowed to work. It doesn't always happen like this. I could just have easily lost my license. But the truth is that the more severe the punishment handed down, the less nurses will be willing to report their mistakes, which makes patients less safe. There will be more cover-ups and more lies, though I didn't, of course, give Caitlin someone's insulin by mistake. But no one knows that but me. I enter the unit. Despite killing a patient, I'm not some curiosity like I thought I'd be. Instead, Luke is, and any fears I had at coming back are instantly soothed when people come rushing up to me saying, "Oh God, Megan, I heard what happened." And they're not talking about how I killed a patient, but how Luke kidnapped Sienna and how my daughter and I watched him get shot by the police and die. "Are you okay?" Bridget asks in the break room, and I nod and say yes, though I'm not yet. And I don't know that I will ever be entirely okay, but I'm trying. It gets easier every day. Another nurse wraps her arms around me and says, "I missed you. I'm glad you're back." I can't believe it was Luke all along. What kind of person does something like that? It's a good day. I'm happy to be back. I leave, lighter and smiling, and then later that night, after I'm home, Ben comes for Sienna, who's in her room packing her bag for the weekend, and this time, he's patient with her. He doesn't get upset that he has to wait, but he stands instead in my living room, drinking a beer, asking about my day. "I have something for you," he says, after I've finished telling him about work. "For me? You didn't have to do that," I say, thinking stupidly that Ben has bought something for me and feeling a spark of guilt that I don't have anything for him in return, but also worried that he didn't get the message about us not getting back together when I told him in the hospital, and still thinks it's possible. How many times, I wonder, will I have to tell him no? He sets his beer on the coffee table. "Close your eyes and hold out your hand." "Ben," I protest, feeling silly. "Just do it, please, before Sienna comes out," he says gently, and I do. My eyes sink slowly closed and I hold out a hand, palm facing up, feeling Ben's warm hand clutch me by the fingers, holding on a minute too long before he places whatever he has for me on the palm of my hand. The thing is practically weightless. I almost don't know it's there until Ben softly says, "Okay, you can open your eyes." I do. I open my eyes to find Ben watching me, a sparkle to his own eye, a smile playing on the edges of his lips. I smile back out of instinct, because his own smile is contagious. But when I look down at the thing on my hand, my smile fades. My missing engagement ring. How did you, I ask, fighting for words, never finding them. "It was in my condo," he says. "I can't explain it. Maybe Sienna took it and left it by mistake. I don't know." I look up. Our eyes meet, and I try in vain to read his, wondering if he's telling the truth, or if he knows more than he's letting on. "Yeah, maybe," I say, but of course it didn't happen that way. Sienna didn't take the ring. Caitlin did. She took my rings from me that day she left, the day she told Sienna that she wasn't Ben's. But what happened after that is a mystery because, in theory, Ben and Caitlin had broken up by then. How did the ring come to be in his apartment if their relationship was through? Did she go back that same day to tell him the truth about me? Did she break into his condo to leave the ring? Or was their relationship not through? What if Ben only said it was to throw me off? "I thought you'd want it back," he says. "Yes, of course. I do. I didn't even know it was gone. I thought it was in my jewelry box." He shrugs. "Well," he says, "it's back where it belongs, and that's all that matters." He leans in to kiss me chastely on the cheek. He pulls back, holding my eye too long so that my breath catches, heat filling my face, before Sienna's bedroom door opens and she appears all of a sudden behind us. "You ready?" Ben asks, releasing and looking past me, and she says she is. As Ben turns to walk away from me, to leave the apartment with Sienna, I realize that I may never know how much he knows. He might have something on me forever. I might not have gotten away with it after all. This is Andy Arndt. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of She's Not Sorry by Mary Kubica, presented by Park Row Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Carly Katz. Text copyright 2024 by Mary Krichenko. Production copyright 2024 by Harlequin Enterprises, Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books, S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.